All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. What's going on, everybody? Really quick, I just want to give a shout out to the replay gang. If you missed the party we're about to have, I can guarantee you it's a good time. So you're in for a fun adventure, but what would make it better is if you were here right now, when I'm actually recording this. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so that you can be just like Lil Toes in the building. Bah, 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 bah. Welcome, Lil Toes. How you doing? Today, we are going to be talking about how Ethan Klein from H3H3 Productions just cannot stop lying. But real quick, before we get into that, I do want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream, mysickshirt.com. That's right. You can go and get a whole host of different designs, whatever works for you. They've got it. And of course, this is the only place you can get your very own shirt, the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. There is nowhere else but mysickshirt.com. So with that out of the way, let's get into it. And actually, before we get into Ethan Klein, there was something that I want to share with you guys, and it was a short thing, so it didn't really fit into the context of this show specifically. So I said, "Fuck it, let's just go into it, and then we will we'll get on with what we're getting on with. Make sure we're all good here. And without further ado, of course, you guys know StreamYard can be a little finicky. So if we don't get any sound here, just let me know. So this is a video from Secular Talk, run by Kyle Kulinski. And he is reacting to a political ad from Ron DeSantis. And I mean, you've seen political ads before. You know that they're not the bastion of filmmaking or storytelling or anything like that. But it struck me as odd that Kyle picked specifically this video and had the reaction that he did. And I think it shows more about Kyle than it does about Ron DeSantis. So let's see it.
We got a longer message.
Oh.
All right, so Ron DeSantis is, of course, running for re-election. He's going to be running against the Democrat Charlie Crist in Florida. Now, you know, DeSantis is definitely the favorite, but understand Charlie Crist is a bit of a political powerhouse in Florida. He's won a number of elections there previously. So it'll be an interesting race nonetheless. So DeSantis released this ad, and it is one of the cheesiest things I've ever seen. So Ron Filipkowski clipped this out for us here. It's sort of like a spin-off of the Top Gun movie, which did really well.
How terrible. Why would we want a politician to be calculated? And why do you think that works, Kyle? Do you think he's the only one who wants to spar with the media? Or do you think that that's popular? Because most of us would like to verbally spar with the media, but we don't have the opportunity. Who was the last president who was doing a lot better than this president in the eyes of most people? Yeah, why would you want to do that? I don't know how many fat people you know, Kyle, but all fat people who wear suits wear oversized suits. That's creative. I don't care who you are. Top Gun, Top Gov, that's creative. It's still a little cringy, but it's creative. Yeah, because nobody talks with their hands. Only Trump was the first person ever to use his hands in a way to whatever. You know what joke I'm making. Like what? Moving his hands? It was the Bill Clinton thing that they figured out. You don't want to point, you don't want to fist, you point your thumb out. That's why all politicians do that. It's a thing. It's not a Ron DeSantis thing. It's a politician thing. But Kyle's over here getting a stiffy over it, so.
It's why people don't trust people like you, because you peddle false narratives.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's get up on
Oh my God. Top Gov. Look, okay. So on the one hand, yes, everybody on the left is correctly going to look at this and laugh. It's super cringe. You could tell that he's got a healthy streak of self-aggrandizement in him. There's no doubt about it.
Unlike any politician we've ever seen before.
He's copying Trump and trying to do. I can do the fake news thing too. Look, I'll call them fake news. You want to see me call?
Oh, so now it's a Trump thing to call out fake news. I thought it was just, an American thing to call out fake news. But no, apparently that's a Trump thing. Okay. So clearly Kyle is not in favor of calling out mainstream media that lies to us. Understood. But you kind of speaking out of both sides of your mouth here, pal. And again, I ask you, Kyle, why do you think that is? Is it because it's Ron DeSantis? Or is it because he's actually doing something that people like? Oh, so the media is right now. I mean, I listen to Kyle. I watch at least 5 of his videos per week. I like to get an idea of, different perspectives. And for the most part, I feel like Kyle is somebody who, is a straight shooter. But he's really showing how much he's just butthurt that Ron DeSantis is getting a lot of publicity. And he knows, like he just said, that the base will eat it up. And he's just mad. So he's just trying to cope, making fun of it. Well, it's like, yeah, dude, it's a political ad. They're all cringy. They're all stupid. What's your point?
The minimum wage increase.
Yeah, like, the establishment that locked down the entire world for 2 years. Yeah, Ron DeSantis was all about that. He's an establishment guy. I'm not saying he's not. I really don't know too much about him other than, me seeing him take on the media, which I enjoy. But I definitely could see some shit coming out that he did this, that, or whatever. But until that happens, don't really know what you're so mad about. There's definitely worse politicians to go after than Ron DeSantis. But because he's popular. Shaking in your boots there, pal? Shaking in your boots? Me think so.
Opposes it. And that's something Florida voted for in a direct ballot initiative. He opposes that. This is a guy who's against legalizing marijuana. He's against it.
Well, that's bullshit, but still.
What part of any of these...
Not bullshit and then it's not true. I mean, it's bullshit if he opposes it. But, I mean, make a point here, bro.
Things are populist, by the way, because he likes to, position himself like he's a populist. He's...
According to who? Oh, you mean like the exact same death rate of the thing that shut down the entire country for 2 years that made you hate this guy? Maybe 0.001 is a lot more than you care to admit. Or you were wrong before and it never was a big deal. Can you guys not hear it? I asked you guys to fucking. I'm not. Come on, guys. This is why I ask you to let me know. I don't. All right. Well, we'll just move on then. Come on, guys. You wasted the whole thing. You wasted the whole thing. I told you, like, if you can't hear it, say something. Don't just sit there and have me talking about nothing. Because that wastes both of our times. So let's go. My audio or the video audio? It says the video audio. Oh, let's just go back.
Which honestly is
good. No good.
It describes his general disposition very well in almost all instances. It's all a marketing ploy. It's all a gimmick. You know, by the way, they just did a voter fraud thing, a voter fraud investigation in Florida. You know what they found? There were a grand total of 20 cases of voter fraud in the last election. 20. Which I believe that number is 0.0.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you. I appreciate it.
0.001%. Which, of course, wouldn't change the outcome of the election in any way, shape, or form. So they're going in there, oh yeah, no, totally, we're gonna prove all this voter fraud's out there. And it's like, oopsie. No, you didn't. You made the case of your detractors.
Actually, and I'm not somebody who is necessarily saying, oh, they stole the election. But the mailing voting situation is, I would say, more than half of the issue. So whatever voter fraud you're talking about, whether it's 20 votes or not, you still have millions and millions and millions of votes that otherwise would not have been cast and theoretically could have been tampered with. Again, I'm not making any claims. I'm just about what did or didn't happen. I'm saying that you are, in the same way that Kyle is framing the advertisement as something so horrible, he's just brushing off as if Joe Biden got 80 million people to support him. Come on.
Thank you very much for that. And then, of course, DeSantis is one of these guys who's deeply against free speech. This is the guy who's signing laws that you can't protest in front of, you know, whatever, politicians, or was it judges' houses, that if you run somebody...
Come on. You're reaching, bro. The copium.
...over with your car when they're protesting, well, that's fine.
That was oh, my God. Again, I like Kyle because he usually is a straight shooter. But he is straight grifting with this. He is straight grifting with this. He did not sign a bill, Ron DeSantis, saying that you could run over protesters. He just changed the laws around how, if you are, like with emergency situations, so that you can have your protests, but people aren't fucking dying waiting in traffic because an ambulance can't get through.
What are you gonna do? They were in the street. They shouldn't have been there. That's pro First Amendment. That's pro freedom of speech and free expression.
Yes,
that's freedom to protest. No, of course not. So
what happened to you have free speech but not freedom from the consequences? What happened to that? I thought that was the left's rally cry these days.
Look, he's all marketing, and I would have thought he would have been smarter than to go this cringe. Like, I get it. You're trying to leech off the popularity of the Top Gun movie. I understand that. I can see that. I know what you're doing here, but you look ridiculous. You look ridiculous. Reel it in a little bit. Reel it in like 20%. Honestly, the ad would have been better if he just put together the clips of him berating the media and just started it.
I mean, I agree with him there, but it's that plus a little nothing. Like, you're just mad because this is going to get people behind him. Just admit it, bro.
By saying, I don't take any nonsense from the fake news media, show the clips, and then say, I'm Ron DeSantis and I approve this message. That would have been better. Would have been more direct, more to the point, less gimmicky. This is just goofy. Now, again, I think the right wingers will eat it up. But Everybody else is sort of making fun of you, dog. They're making fun of you. And look, I want to watch it one more time because I want to see.
I don't.
Is there any policy in here?
Any policy? Let's go through every political ad in the country and see how much policy is actually spoken in these ads. Come on, dude. Come on. You know better than this. This is not the first political ad you've seen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your governor speaking. Today's training evolution, dogfighting, taking on the corporate media.
Also, I want to make this point. Going after the corporate media. Do you go after Fox News? They're corporate media. Do you go after One American News Network or Newsmax? They're corporate media. See, when they say corporate media, they just mean liberal corporate media. They mean
that's fair. That's fair. But that's not what you said before. You made a whole bunch of other bullshit points that just said you were butthurt about the fact that Ron DeSantis fans are going to like this.
MSNBCs and the CNNs. That's what they mean. But they don't actually have like a principled stance against corporate media, full stop. Now, I do. I think they're all trash for different reasons, but they're all trash.
All right, then you run. You, again, you understand this, Kyle. You know what politics is. Do you really think anybody in politics is going to come out and say, well, you know, I'm not the most Republican, or I'm not the most Democratic, but, you know, I'm kind of the... No, that's what this is. We're in primary season. What do you... I mean, you know this better than I do. But you're choosing to ignore it, and you're choosing to pretend that that's not the case so that you can dunk on DeSantis. You're already, you know, Trump's out of, you know, already dealing with the FBI. And this is all the only other thing you can come up with. This is left-wing politics at its best. Like I said, I watch this guy all the time. But this is all you get.
A posture is like, oh, we're taking on big media. But no, they suck off Fox News, which, by the way, is the worst of all of them.
The rules of engagement.
Which is completely untrue about the Democrats and MSNBC and CNN, right? We're just saying things about the other party that we don't like. You're not making any point here.
Are as follows. Number one, don't fire unless fired upon. But when they fire, you fire back with overwhelming force. Does it say that in the bill? I'm asking you to tell me what's in the bill. Number two.
And of course, there's a Ukraine flag in the person who posted this.
Never, ever back down from a fight.
If I could complete the question, though.
So you're going to give a speech or ask a question? Number three, don't accept their narrative. It's wrong. It's a fake narrative. I just disabused you of the narrative, and you don't care about the facts. It's why people don't trust people like you, because you peddle false narratives. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
What's telephone?
Yeah, so there's literally absolutely nothing about policy in there at all. Gee, I wonder why. Could it be because he governs like he's Dick Cheney?
No, because it's a fucking political ad and not a press conference about his policies. That's not how politics works. Show me any politician who has an ad like this and goes through their policy in the what, 55 seconds? Come on, guy. Come on. That's what I was saying. He's being Kyle's being very hypocritical here. He knows better than this. He knows better than this. But that's what you get. So I just wanted to show you guys that because, you know, it was, I was flabbergasted. I was flabbergasted because even though Kyle's on the left, he is, again, usually very level-headed and usually gives good takes, at least from his perspective. If you were somebody who didn't want Ron DeSantis to have, you know, continue to be the governor or get any more power, then I would expect you to not like this. But this ain't it. This ain't it. So I just wanted to show you guys that, and it wasn't, you know, obviously not going to turn that into a you know, a whole stream. So before we dive into the main deal here, I just wanted to show you guys. So let me know what you think. What do you think? And then before we get on to H3, talking about Andrew Tate, we have Andrew Tate Jr. So I don't know if you guys saw, but Andrew Tate put out a goodbye message or a good farewell, something or another to social media or whatever. I have not looked at it yet. I saw that Sneeko did a video on it, so I have not watched this at all, but let's do it. Did I get that?
We got a longer message from Tristan.
So, Andrew's been banned on almost every social media platform you can imagine. I've sent you his final message. If nothing gets reinstated,
Final message. Oh, shit.
if we don't make any other big moves, this is going to be Andrew's goodbye. So I know you respect a lot of the things that me and him say. My YouTubes have been removed as well. I think he's kind of speaking for both of us here. If you could react to it and, let people know his final message, that would mean a lot to me. I'm probably going to disappear from Instagram within a certain period of time. They are trying to
Final countdown.
silence us. But I think the most important thing for people to understand who know me and Andrew and who have seen me and Andrew is this. Our lives will remain unchanged. Social media is just me living my life and every 2 to 3 days taking a picture of something I'm doing and posting it on a website called Instagram.com. But the yachts, the girls, the cars, the trips, the house, the money, the casinos, everything I'm doing is never going to end. This is why the haters can never actually defeat me and Andrew. They are defeated by life. They are sad in their lives, and the internet is all they have. All we were doing was showing the internet a little slice of our happiness, of our perfect existence. And if that gets
Perfect existence. All right.
taken away, and I think that my platforms will be taken away very soon. My YouTube channel certainly has been. I'm going to continue living the life. So, Sneeko, young man, if I disappear, I'm passing the torch to you. Keep spreading the message. While it's still relevant to talk about Andrew Tate, I appreciate you showing this final video to your followers and fans. God bless you. And as long as I'm allowed to, I'll be jumping on your stream soon. Just give me a week. I'll go vacation.
Give him a week, Chad. He's got vacation.
And I had trouble in school again, but I stuck up for myself.
So this is the video. This is Andrew Tate saying goodbye, his farewell message, the final countdown. Hey, Nick Morgan is here. Welcome to the party. It says Andrew Tate has to be the biggest social media figure that no one knew about until he was canceled. Well, they know about him now. What's going on, man? Welcome to the party. Yeah, we are just checking out his final message and Sneeko's reaction, and then diving into H3, just being H3. Glad to have you, brother.
Unfortunately, nothing got violent at any point. When people made fun of me, I stood up and said, listen, don't make fun of me. I'm from a different place, and I talk differently. And I always understood that standing up for yourself, I never went to the teacher, I never cried to anybody else. I just stood up for myself. And over time, people learned respect for me and my boundaries, and they were very respectful of me. And I had a very positive experience from down school by simply standing up for myself, because this is how I was taught to act. In high school, I ended up having a reputation of a guy that nobody really messed with. I certainly wasn't a bully, absolutely the opposite, but no one really picked on me. I actually had a friend in school who was gay. I had 5 main friends in school. The gay guy. And he would make fun of me for being American, and I would make fun of him for being gay back then. But the world was a very, very different place.
Back then, you could make fun of gay people for being gay, and you wouldn't.
Back then, you could make fun of straight people for being gay. Back then, you could just say, that's gay. Or you're an F word that you can't say anymore. And nobody had any issue with it. The same way that black people can use a certain word in a certain context, and it's very different than other people using words in a different context. Society used to understand that. I don't know what happened.
Go to jail for it. The same thing. Actually, one of my best friends in high school was a gay guy, a ballerina, musical theater, stretching gay guy. One of those. We used to spend like most of our time together, like tripping ass.
Where are we pausing? Okay, we paused.
Man, maybe I should have said that, but it's true. We would spend a lot of time, having deep conversations and battling back and forth. He would say that I was like toxically masculine, that I was overcompensating. He would say that I was insecure, and then call him gay and say singing too much, and he was doing too many splits, or he was acting too feminine. But it's good to disagree. I like the fact, and I have better friends.
Oh, Sneeko! If you guys remember when we talked about we did the debate between Sneeko and ABBA, and he was talking about like, well, I agree with some stuff he says, but not everything. And he was making fun of people who say that about other people. And ABBA was like, what's wrong with that? Like, you don't have to agree with everything somebody says in order to like them. And he's like, no, he's like, that's gay. But now here he's saying he likes having friendships with people who have different opinions.
With people that I disagree with. The people that I have on my stream all the time on my panels are people that I have different ideologies than, because it's more interesting conversation that's going back and forth and agreeing with somebody. Part of the reason that, like, it wouldn't be that interesting if I had Andrew Tate on my stream because we agree on everything already. The reason that Tristan Tate on my stream can be kind of interesting is because I can interview him properly and I have years of interview experience from the 1 Minute podcast. But it's more interesting to hear a conversation where your ideologies can clash. And if you could find somebody that knows how to disagree without getting triggered, that's your best friend.
Yeah, that voice. That's how he was saying when people say, oh, I agree with some things that he says. You know, whether they're talking about the late Kevin Samuels, Andrew Tate. He was probably talking about Andrew Tate. He was making fun of people who say he has some good things to say, but I don't agree with every single word that he says. You don't have to be a dick rider just because you like someone. You take from them what you appreciate, and then if you don't like something they say, then that's it is what it is. Okay, Nick Morgan clarifying here because I was lost as a motherfucker. Said pause, as in the old disclaimer after saying something that could be misconstrued as gay. Oh, gotcha. That was, I think, a little. I think that was a little bit behind my my age group didn't really do that. I think that was like the next generation down. But gotcha. We just said no homo.
This is many, many years ago. And we had friendly banter back and forth, but we were very good friends. And I stuck up for him and prevented anyone else picking on him all of the time. And the banter between us, the locker room talk, which would be considered absolutely unacceptable today, at the time was very, very normal. And we had a great time. We were good friends. And I heard from him, actually, after this ban. And he said, you should mention the fact that the things I say about you completely aren't true. And this leads me on to the reason I believe these narratives have managed to gain such a foothold in popular culture.
Hey, we got Deshaun McAway in the building. He did a great stream earlier today. Definitely go check out his channel. I'll drop the link for that.
Due to the fact I've managed to develop an iron mind, because I'm probably the only individual on earth who can be vilified to this level without taking personal insult and without being emotionally affected, what I've done is I've allowed certain narratives to gain traction, which I shouldn't have allowed to gain traction because they didn't personally bother me.
Like the human trafficking allegations, the reason he didn't adamantly try to defend that is because to people who can think critically, the allegations against the Tates are all nonsense. It's all a lie. If you actually look it up, do your research, this is all bullshit. It's not that hard to figure out, but the internet's so dumb now. Your attention span has been watered down so much. You scroll all day long. You listen to other people's opinions without ever developing your own. You don't know how to think for yourself. So you hear
shit, I forgot what the fuck did you say? Hold on.
Your attention span has been watered down. Bullshit. It's all people who
I was gonna say something, but I forgot. The human trafficking. Should not have said that out loud, but that stuff. As we talked about when we originally did the XQC stream with Andrew Tate, I was saying, like, I have heard rumors around, him doing that kind of stuff. But I am somebody who believes people are innocent until proven guilty. And if you have nothing, if there's nobody coming out saying this guy did this, if there's no criminal records, then unless it's something that I know personally, I'm willing to back off and say, I don't know. You didn't get you didn't get in trouble for anything, so I guess it is what it is. So it says pause as in a sus statement. Yeah. To not get a pause, you have to say no pause. Yeah. So that was that for us. That was no homo. So and Nick Morgan says it's a black thing, and I was more in the hardcore scene. So maybe it was just a mix of cultures there, but I got you.
Trafficking allegations. The reason he didn't adamantly try to defend that is because to people who can think critically, the allegations against the Tates are all nonsense. It's all a lie. If you actually look it up, do your research, this is all bullshit. It's not that hard to figure out, but the internet's so dumb now. Your attention span has been watered down so much. You scroll all day long. You listen to other people's opinions without ever developing your own. You don't know how to think for yourself. So you hear these allegations and you automatically believe them. It's sad. But to Andrew and Tristan, they figured, obviously we're not traffickers. Obviously we're not bad people. Obviously the women we're around want to be around us. We're not holding them on a leash. We're not holding them hostage. They want to be here, obviously. Anybody who's really getting to it can tell. They're not being held captive, but the fucking idiots on the internet believe anything that Soy Boys and the agenda wants you to believe because what he's saying, what him, Andrew, and Tristan say triggers you.
And that's kind of the idea that I got was, you know, again, going back to that stream, the first Andrew Tate stream that we did, he was saying like, look, you don't understand that I've made more women. He said, I'm a feminist. I've made more women millionaires than I don't know what the thing was, but he said I made a bunch of women millionaires, and that's what I do. And da 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 da. So I'm okay with that. You know, I think that you know, if something comes out, I'm perfectly willing to say he's a piece of shit and bury him under the jail. But until then, just rumors.
So you find any way to attack them and bring them down, even when it's so obviously a lie. That's where you made a mistake. Because they're not from the internet social media world. They didn't know how adamantly they had to defend that from the beginning and how a false story, they can manipulate it and it can just run wild. And everybody will automatically believe it. Because they're not from the social media world, they didn't think about that. But that's the internet. I know that. They don't. And that's why they're going to be fine. That shit that really pissed me off. I was talking to Tristan yesterday, and Tristan's like, I'm quite busy today. I have a hot tub date with 2 girls. I'm like, fuck, bro. I'm here like, fuck. They banned Tate. They banned.
You got that accent on point. I got a massage with a yacht and 300 lady.
What are we going to do? It's off Instagram, on YouTube. They're trying to, masculinity is ruined. Freedom is dead. And Tristan's just like, oh, I'm going to go sail on a yacht around Croatia. What the fuck? These guys are really about it. They're rich. They don't give a fuck about social media. I have to because I'm not a millionaire yet. I have to care about this stuff. I have to be mad when they censor and delete people because this is my livelihood.
But you also understand the space that you're in. You also understand that this is an occupational hazard. This is going to happen. If you truly believe that you're saying, oh, these super truths that nobody knows, and they're trying to keep you down, and I'm giving you the truth, then that comes with the territory. That people are going to look into what you're saying, and people are, if they don't like it, then the powers that be have every opportunity to do whatever the hell they want. Oh, Nick is coming in with the flattery. Oh, I love it. So I'm assuming you're more Gen Z. Do you think that Gen Z has a better handle of things than millennials? So I am a millennial. I am 32. So I am smack dab in the middle of the millennial age group. But to answer the question, does Gen Z have a better handle on things than millennials? I feel like for now, yes. But that's only because millennials are adults and Gen Zers are just coming into that place. So I do think that we will see Gen Z do better in their 20s, let's say. I think we'll see Gen Z do better in their 20s than we saw millennials do in their 20s because of how the Gen X and boomers raised the participation trophy generation. That is the millennials. So there is definitely aspects of, just anything with wokeism and how everything can be turned into victimization. But I think that's going to get old. I think that people are not, that it has more to do with their age rather than who they are, if that makes sense. Little Toes is mad. Oh, shit.
Do you realize how stressful that is now? The fact that you could so easily get banned? So easily. They can just take it away just like that. And the way that I make money, my livelihood, the thing that I
cry about it. Cry about it.
Love doing, my favorite thing in the world, this could just be taken away in a snap. But they don't care. I'm telling you, the internet, the outrage on the internet is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times more than will ever be infected into the Tate's mind. They don't give a fuck.
And like he said before, it's because this is extra. This is the internet following. That was extra to them. To people like me, to people like this is our livelihood. This is, and I'm not monetized yet. You can hit that CashApp though. And this is what I'm trying to do for a living. This is how I'm trying to support myself and eventually have a family and support them. So I get why he's so angry. But this is just par for the course. It's almost like this is the first guy that Sneako's looked up to that's gotten banned. It's like where's the James Franco meme with the news? First time?
They're chilling. They're multimillionaires. And that's really what's been proven by their existence on the internet. When you see people richer than you, when you see people stronger and smarter than you have a decision. Get triggered or learn. Immediately.
Facts.
I just want
I
to
like that. If you see, if you encounter somebody who's smarter than you, you have a decision between two things. You can either get triggered or learn. That's a good one, Sneeko.
If you have more money than me, if you're more successful, if you won more fights, if you're a champion, oh, okay, you know something that I don't. Most people on the internet, when they hear someone who's like more knowledgeable, who's like doesn't care if you like them or not, you go, I decided, let me listen up. And as a result, I have made more money in the last month than I've made in the last year. I quit weed, which was holding me back. I was smoking weed daily for 9 years. I cut it out. I stopped wasting my time with people who were dragging me.
See, I feel like that's a little bit too much. I rarely smoke during the day unless I have nothing to do and I'm just laying around watching TV. But I smoke every night to go to sleep. And for a long time, I was using cannabis as a legit medicine. I don't know. I don't feel like that's necessary. I feel like that's more personal, but definitely you don't want to be sitting around all day and doing nothing but just smoking weed. But I don't think being smoking weed means that you can't be successful. Maybe Sneeko can. Maybe you can. But I sure shit can.
Down. I figured out what I need to focus on. I started networking more. I started traveling the world more. I started being around people who are like-minded. I pretty much only talk to millionaires. Even my editor, Musa, is making 6 figures now and he's 19. He's making a 6-figure salary working with me and doing his own consultation calls.
So if anybody's looking for an editing internship, we going to the moon, baby. I know some of you are working on some shit. Let me know.
We have cut out distractions and we have focused on what's really important. So I'm going to tell you one more time. There's 2 lanes in the internet that you can follow now. Ambition.
This is a good one, actually. I like this. I want to make sure he gets it.
Focus what's really important. So I'm going to tell you.
So, yeah, this is a good point that he makes here.
One more time. There's 2 lanes in the internet that you can follow now. Ambition or complacency. They want you to be complacent. They want you to paint your nails, sit down, pop your pills, cry, cancel people, and never be a strong person. Because an independent man is the biggest threat to the status quo.
Yup.
Pick ambition.
I know they are false. I live with a very, very pure heart. I'm a religious man. I go to church, and anyone who follows me in detail knows I donate huge sums of money to the church. And
wait, I want to know where that music's coming from. That's got to be in the Tate video, right? He just put music over him giving money to church.
As long as I knew the truth of my heart and God knew the truth of my heart, I wasn't interested in lies being purported. I now understand that that's wrong, because even though I've done nothing wrong, even though it doesn't emotionally affect me, even though God and myself know my innocence, the public consciousness has been polluted to a point where narratives are being purported which are absolutely and utterly false. And it's having a genuine negative impact on the people who I care about.
Shit, sorry. I just want to make sure we can see
and
his
don't
face.
care about me. And despite the fact it doesn't emotionally affect me, as a man, I have a duty to protect all of those I love. And for this reason, these narratives have started to become very, very harmful. I want the understanding that on the internet, people don't like you. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you say. There's going to be some people who don't like you, and the people who don't like you are not interested in the truth.
That's what you need to realize. That's the biggest advice I can give to you if you want to start getting into content creation or being an online person. Most people are not equipped to handle dislike. They're not equipped mentally for the shitstorm of people.
He's speaking facts right now. When I started this channel, I thought it would be so easy to get people who were willing to come on and talk about different things. You go on Facebook, you go on Twitter, you go on wherever, and everybody has an opinion about everything. But you ask somebody to come on a platform where they can actually see their face and stand behind things that they're so adamantly defending online. Like, oh no, I don't really want to do that. And then I would offer, like, all right, you don't even have to cam up. Just, you go behind an avatar, put a fake name, just say the things. We just need to have the conversation. And still, we got a puppy stream. Hi, I'm Woody. All right. And it's damn near impossible. It's damn near impossible to just find people from your life. And the same people that will comment on your posts about this, that, or the other. It is nearly impossible to find somebody out of that group that will actually stand behind what they have to say. And it's sad because opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. Stand behind it or shut the fuck up.
In the comment section saying, you suck. This is cringe. I hate you. This is bad. You just got to bob and weave. Who gives a fuck? You're not going to be likable to everybody. And when you try to be likable to everybody.
Shout out to Trevin. Trevin, I know you're watching right now.
Buddy, that's when you're boring. Entertainment, real entertainment, half the people watching are going to be triggered. It is what it is. Just accept it. But most people do not know how to handle it, and we tell you that you shouldn't be capable to handle it. I need a mental health break. I need to, what do they say? I'm burnt out. I'm burnt out. I'm going to go on a... Shut up. Deal with it. It's a YouTube comment. It's a Reddit post. It's a tweet. It's an Instagram comment hating. Who gives a fuck? If they don't like you, they don't need to watch you. Why are they watching you if they don't like you?
Type 1 in the chat if you're hate watching me right now.
Do you realize how lame you have to be invested like that deeply into someone's life that you apparently dislike? You a fan. You a fan. Every single day I stream, and every single day the haters watch. They like typing up stuff. They like to act like they dislike me, but I'm entertaining to you. Spend your time watching something else that you actually like. You'll be happier. But no, they like to hate watch. Just get over that. Don't try to be likable to everybody. It will be if you're genuinely being yourself, you will always piss somebody off. It is what it is. Accept it.
So Nick Morgan says, I guess that having less of a sense of control over your persona when you state an opinion online in comparison to a bar or whatever. I completely, yeah, you're 100% right. But that's the point. If you're willing to speak out about something in a bar or online, in text, then you either should have enough to... Hi, Mackenzie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for being here. Yeah, but Nick, you're absolutely right. The point is, though, that if you are saying these things in the first place, then you should have justification that you don't need, so much control over how you look and what angle, because you are able to have a conversation about it. If you're only able to spit out some rhetoric that you heard from somebody else, then just shut up. You don't really know what you're talking about. You're allowed to have your opinions, sure. But my point is that everybody has an opinion, and so few people are willing to actually stand behind it. And I know. I've already lost a bunch of friends just in the what? I haven't even been doing the IndianJesus for a year. I've lost friends over stuff that I said. I've lost friends over, asking them to come on the panel and they or come on the show, and they say, yeah. And then they were like, I don't really want to. I'm like, yo, like I need this. So you do, and I've had people cancel like the day of, and I mean, it's not that simple. And I'm not looking for a pity party. I'm just saying that Sneeko is on point. That it's so easy for everyone to get offended. But yet it's even easier to take somebody else who is putting themselves out there way more than you are. And just because you either want attention or you genuinely disagree with them, you're going to tear them down. It's like, all right. And then, the hate watching. Man, if you are hate watching, I'm glad you're here, but it's kind of pathetic.
I've been trained back because I've been doing this shit since I was 14. I got that milli plaque on my main channel, Sneeko. This streaming shit is all new. I've been used to the comments. I have built a level of self-awareness being chronically online that you can't really crack me. What are you going to say about me that I haven't heard? What are you going to say? The only dirt you got against me is shit that I've talked about. I got nothing to hide. It's me and the camera.
That's where I'm looking to be. I've told you guys about how I used to be a drug addict. I told you guys about, how I'm not, like a ladies' man. I told you about like all this stuff. I want to be who I am. Love me or hate me. This is it. And, I'm getting more and more comfortable behind the camera with the camera on me. And I'm only looking to get better at this. So Nick says, well, you're saying exactly why people use avatars. Yep. I agree with you, but that's a lot to ask for most. The risk of losing friends or social standing. Yep. But it wouldn't be that way. If we had a culture of, oh, you have a different opinion than me? That's okay. The reason there is a risk of losing friends and social standings is because of the taboo around the narrative. whatever it is, whether it's you're talking about the Rona or you're talking about trans people, or you're talking about whatever. There's a thing that you're supposed to say, and that may or may not be the position that you actually hold. But we've gotten to a place where that no longer matters. Whatever is the narrative, that's what you go with, because you don't want to be a bad person. You don't want people to make fun of you. If you don't grow some ball, not you personally, I'm just talking people in general. If people don't grow a pair of balls, man or woman or other, and say what it is that you think, there's plenty of other people on this platform saying what they believe. So if you're comfortable with other people shaping your society, then keep quiet and or stay in the comments. But if you actually care about what you're talking about, and you actually want things to get better for you, for your family, for your friends, for your neighborhood, and for your country, and for the world, then you have that responsibility. I don't know what else to, I understand that, especially as somebody who doesn't have any kids and has a job where, I'm not going to get fired because of shit that I say on here. Fair enough. But I put myself in those positions because I know I've always been a counterculture person. I was into, skating and punk rock and metal and this stuff. Nothing that I was ever into, let's say, except for Pokemon when I was 7 years old. Everything that I've ever been into has been completely misunderstood by the masses. Here's what it is. Be who you are or don't. I mean, it's that simple. So that was Sneeko going over the farewell message from our boy Andrew Tate. But he had a bit of a different opinion than our old friend Ethan Klein. Just had to do a stream on this, of course, because nobody gives a shit about Ethan Klein anymore. He's got to just hop on whatever is trending, and he had a lot to say. So this is a whole podcast. We're not going to go through the whole thing, but we're just going to talk about the point. We'll go through the points. We're just talking about Tate, and we'll see what he's got to say. Because even though I dislike Ethan Klein, but that I don't agree with everything that comes out of Andrew Tate's mouth. And you guys know from past streams, I'm willing to call out bullshit when I see it. But I have a feeling that we're going to get a lot more bullshit coming from Ethan than anywhere else. So without further ado, let's jump in. Wrong one.
The top of the show. We have a great show.
Oh, too fast. Sorry.
Tate was absolutely destroyed. Right? We're going to celebrate here today. He has
called him Tate. Good joke, bro.
Lost everything, and I love that for him.
Cancel me. I do not care. I care.
Okay, well, he was on Aiden Ross stream begging for forgiveness, wasn't he?
No one.
Already. Like the loser energy. Oh, I'm happy that he got banned. Why? Why does it matter to you? Are you that insecure that somebody else is what? Making money or saying the things that you can't say or what?
Damage me.
Well, you did get banned on pretty much every social media platform.
I don't even have a fucking account. What do you do? Ban me? I don't have an account.
Yeah, you think that's slick because you got all these little boys to post your shit, but I don't think they're going to even allow that anymore.
That is pretty slick. I mean, it may be kind of unethical and not really the way that YouTube is supposed to work, but it is slick.
More, you know?
I exist outside of the Matrix.
That's funny that you say that because you literally got banned from every social media.
Now you do. He's in Zion now.
He was banned from YouTube and TikTok. So like you're definitely in the Matrix, my friend. In fact, you are. Well, you just got kicked out of the Matrix, whatever.
Oh, good one. So here's what I want to do with this. Let's see if Ethan makes any good points at all. And let's be fair, we'll give it to him if he does. But I just want to know if he makes any good points throughout this entire thing. That, oh man, well, welcome. Thank you for being here. Make sure you turn on the notifications in the Discord for the YouTube channel, and you'll see whenever I go live. But thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate that. And we got Anthony Drossos. Anthony, welcome. Saying I was just watching Abin Preach talk about this last night. That is precisely what got me to think, oh, I should do a stream on this. So welcome, and I hope to do it justice for you. But yeah, I want to see if Ethan actually makes any good points about anything. It doesn't even have to be about Andrew Tate. Just any good point about anything. Or is he just going to laugh and try to make it seem like Andrew Tate is so far out there that he's just going to play Tate's content and be like, seriously? Like, come on. Like, what? Oh, that's so sweet. You are always welcome, Anthony. Always, always, always. So that's what we're looking for. Any good points at all from Ethan Klein?
You're in like that shitty post-apocalyptic world eating gruel.
In Zion.
Yeah, in Zion.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that. That's pretty exciting. That's pretty fun. I also want to talk about, there's so many people, from what I've seen, 100% men who are like, I don't agree with Andrew Tate, but censorship is wrong.
Yes, it is wrong. That has nothing to do with the content of Andrew Tate. Censorship is a thing. Andrew Tate is a person. So far, failing. Kenzie says, I think the job dilemma of speaking openly about one's beliefs, especially on controversial issues, is the biggest reason people wouldn't want to be on YouTube. That would be my only concern, at least. Yeah, no, I definitely get it. It takes a lot. Like, I don't know, anybody that I could ever meet in the future in my life could see me talking about, being a drug addict. By the end of the stream, I usually have a decent amount of, courage in my system. And I don't always say the best things. But the fact is, I'm not worried about saying anything that I don't actually believe in. And so if somebody is going to, hate me for what I say, that's on them. Shout out to Nick, shout out to Anthony. I love that. That's what I'm talking about. Building the community here. I love that shit. And so it says, how is H3 so stupid? Your guess is as good as mine, brother. Your guess is as good as mine. Let's see if we can figure the fuck out.
And I kind of want to address this insane point that I keep seeing people parroting, which I don't know if it's just like an attempt at, it's like enlightened centrism. That's how I see it. They're like,
he has no fucking clue what enlightened centrism means.
They can't possibly take a stance on anything. They're like fucking jukeboxes.
Of course, that's not what centrism is, but
I mean, it's a thread that's been around on the internet forever. That
no censorship,
free speech, 100% of the time.
But the thing is, nobody actually agrees with that already. For example, if you ask these people, should ISIS?
Oh wow, okay, I thought he was gonna go with the stupid line about if you doxing people or calling for violence and da. But he's asking about ISIS. All right, let's see if he can make a great point about ISIS and comparing them to Andrew Tate.
Be allowed to have a YouTube channel. I don't think any of them would say that's fine.
I would.
Right, I think they would argue that ISIS is doing things in real life that should get them banned.
And
as long as they don't put it on the YouTube channel, yes, they should be arrested and for all the for all the bullshit that they actually do. But not because of what they post on YouTube, bro.
So is Andrew Tate.
Right. I agree with you that I don't think it's logically consistent because everybody believes that some...
Of course you do. Notice how that's another thing we'll watch for. If anybody in the studio, and I don't know why they need 15 people in there, but let's see if anybody will say anything that slightly challenges or contradicts anything that Ethan says? I'm going to go with no.
Censorship is
That's what I'm saying.
okay, and it's usually just debating where the line is.
Exactly. So then when they say no censorship, well, they're not starting from an honest point. Because where you should start is like, okay, what do we censor? Because I know you want to censor something. Let's start with ISIS. Okay.
Sure.
Let's start, and then we go, oh, well, what about the Klan? What about the KKK? Should they have a YouTube channel? They're not doing anything illegal. They're just saying that. Yeah.
Cloak says H3 is stupid because almost all of his friends and his contacts at YouTube grew to become just as stupid as him. See iDubbbz and his lack of punishment with the upper management of Google. I don't know who iDubbbz is, except for the fact that he fought Dr. Mike in a boxing match, and I have no idea what he did. But I'm gonna assume you're on point.
Death to all Jews. That's not illegal to say. Right? So then you say, well, the Klan. What about neo-Nazis? Should they have a YouTube channel?
As if there's a different point that you're making. To say, well, should ISIS have? As if that's a different point to move to the KKK and now to neo-Nazi. Like, we get it. Well, I get it. I mean, we get it. But you know, it's his audience. So
death to all of them.
You know, and if you look at all of those hate groups, which is what they are, hate groups, I don't think anyone will give a fuck if Nazis or ISIS or the KKK got their YouTube channel banned. But somehow Andrew Tate, who is a hate group against women, that's the only difference, right?
The cope. ISIS is a hate group. And so is Andrew Tate. That's the position.
Hates women. He thinks women should be owned. He thinks women should be controlled. He even said stuff like they deserve to be R-worded. It is a hate group.
Yeah.
Did he say that? I'm pretty sure he didn't say that. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm pretty sure he didn't.
The only difference is it's against women. And it's only fucking men, by the way, who are like, oh, censorship isn't the right way. It's like, dude.
Yeah, because it's a men's content. What do you mean? If it was, I don't know, I don't even know who women, but like if it was a Kardashian that got banned, I'm sure it wouldn't be a bunch of dudes. It'd be a bunch of women. Because that's who's affected. You moron.
Wow, it's such a fucking can't see past the nose on your face kind of thing. Because it's like
you.
It's like tell me as a Jewish dude.
Can't see past the nose on your face. Haven't heard that one.
Like, hey, don't be trying to get the Nazis' page shut down, bro. It's free speech. You got to just deal with it.
Yes, that is precisely what you need to do. You need to fucking deal with it. That is what free speech is. Now, if they come and try to hurt you, that's a different story. But that's what free speech is. Luke says, I don't give a fuck if Hitler was alive and had a YouTube channel spewing propaganda. No censorship until legality is broken. 100% agree with you, Luke. 100%.
It's like, it's not even you're not even on the receiving end of the hate.
Right.
Douche. It's just so small-minded. It's so sad. Because there's a lot of YouTubers who I respect, and that...
Yeah, Nick says, I'm sick of everything you don't like being compared to the Nazis or the KFCKK. It really defangs how serious those things are. It's working backwards, in my opinion. And I think that's exactly what Abba Preach were saying with their video, is that, you know, all of this happy banning is going to it's going to backfire. It's going to backfire. And when you ban these voices, they don't disappear. When you ban these voices, they don't disappear. You're just forcing them into alternative platforms, underground platform, whatever. So now you have all of this shit that you think is so hateful, but instead of it being out in the open, now it's underground. Good job. That makes everything better, right?
Are good guys, but they automatically are like, censorship is not, I don't agree with him, but, like, I saw that so many times on Twitter. I don't agree with Andrew Tate, but censorship is just not the way. Oh my God, dude.
When they always say,
I couldn't disagree more.
You gotta engage with them and defeat them in the battle of ideas. Is sort of the attitude.
I'll give that 1 point for this dude. He's being facetious, but that is the point, that we want to have ideas, battle it out in the marketplace, and the best ideas win. if Hitler had a YouTube channel in 2022, how many subscribers do you think he'd have? He'd probably have a bunch. There's crazy people out there. There are real neo-Nazis out there. But do we think he would be an influencer? We don't need that. This comes from an elitist thinking that you see it, you get it, but everyone else is too dumb. They're going to follow it and or pay women if they listen to Andrew Tate. But you know better because you're smarter. Yep, that's exactly what got me on this train of thought, bud. Exactly.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, I'm sure if we just had an open conversation with Andrew Tate, he is.
Why don't you try it?
He's going to change his mind and just change everything.
And notice, oh man, I'm not trying to stop this every 2 seconds, but he just says so much dumb shit. The irony of thinking that you would sit down to a conversation with Andrew Tate and you would change his mind about anything. Agree or disagree with Andrew Tate? You think that you could convince him of anything? Look at your life. What do you think somebody like Andrew Tate thinks of your opinion? What do we don't even respect you. He's a millionaire with all this clout.
Precisely.
Yeah, Andrew, Tim Dillon is coming on the show, and I will talk to him about that because he's one of these people.
Oh, we have got to check that out. Type of one if you, well, I don't know if you guys know who Tim Dillon is, but type of one if you know who Tim Dillon is. Because that is definitely something that you guys need to see.
What are these people?
I'll talk to Tim. We can have an open conversation about it.
That's going to be an interesting conversation.
But the world is better off without this motherfucker in it. Okay?
Exactly.
That should be bannable. That is the language that should be bannable. He just said that the world would be better if he offed himself. That's literally what he said. And because that's not the case, and he's only been banned from social media, he and his ideas are still out there. Oh, so Nick doesn't know who Tim Dillon is. Oh, he is so he's a comedian, but he's super based. He's like halfway between Joe Rogan and Alex Jones. So he's a little bit crazy. He's a little bit more crazy than Alex Jones, but than Joe Rogan, but not quite as crazy as Alex Jones. Kluk said H3 in the same conversation with Tate would literally be 95% H3 rambling and 5% VGFing Ethan. Exactly. Real knife fight. Exactly.
And just like groups of, thank you, Jordan. And just like groups of Nazis, we don't want them on YouTube either, right? Say it.
We want it. So corporations should listen to us because
and by the way, it's not, I don't know how many times we have to say this. It's not censorship. It's YouTube. A fucking free speech has to do with government, dumbass. Free speech has nothing to do with YouTube and Twitter and TikTok.
Free speech is a concept. That concept has been enshrined into the Constitution. And yes, there are legal aspects of free speech. But the notion of free speech itself is not solely a legal term. Right? I don't know. Maybe Nick's from Britain. Who knows? But like the notion that, especially, I mean, just take out the fact that the government is telling these platforms to ban people, which is illegal. Even if that wasn't the case, I wouldn't expect Ethan to understand this because he just sits at his desk and just spews out bullshit without actually paying attention to anything. But the issue is not that these platforms have rules and if rules are broken, they ban people. It's how these rules are put in place and how they are used. Are they applied equally? Are they applied fairly? You just called for the death of somebody on this this stream. Or you didn't call for the death of it, but close enough. You said the world would be better without somebody in it. And you think that's not as bad as saying women should be submissive. Okay.
Idiots. He can go fucking make his own website and say whatever the fuck he wants.
And that's that.
Just like Nazis and KKK. Probably not ISIS this day and age, but maybe. Not ISIS. Yeah, they don't get.
All right. I can't. First of all, I can't stop it every single time he says something dumb, and I also can't sit here and he's just. If this is too fast, let me know. But I mean, it's unbearable.
I mean, free speech is a ideal that we claim to champion in this country. But there are other rights, and one of them is freedom of association. And yeah, that really is just always the end of the argument to me when it comes to censorship, big tech, blah blah blah. Until the government comes in and takes over social media platforms and makes them a public utility. These are private companies. They have their terms of service. They can enforce where they want. They don't have to allow this on their platform. It's a choice.
Also, they don't have to participate in hate speech.
Right.
Like if there's at that company, they're like, I don't fucking like this guy. He's doing hate speech. Let's ban him.
There you said it. I don't like this guy. That's different than he's using hate speech. I don't like this guy. Let's ban him. How? We have this super vague thing called hate speech. And so we can just apply it to whoever we don't like. But, that's not me. So I don't really care. Remember when he took down the Jordan Peterson episode? And Jordan Peterson was like, dude, you're playing a dangerous game. You're going down bad choice road, to use a Better Call Saul analogy or metaphor. You're going down bad choice road. And eventually, the same people that you are trying to appease by taking down the conversation that we had, they will eventually turn on you. And I think it was, like a week later? A week later, he had some allegations or something or another, and he got a ban from something. Kluk said, free speech should be legally upheld by cell providers and communication platforms and publishers. Why do companies create and operate? Why do companies created and operating in the U.S. not have to be subject to the law like people do? Well, the thing there is the platform versus the publisher. So if you're a publisher, then you absolutely have the right to say, I don't want my name on this. That's why with newspapers and stuff, there's always a byline. There's always, it's the New York Post and written by this. So whatever is written there is attributed to the author and then is approved by the outlet. Hey, we got Revolvement in the building. What's going on, brother? Welcome. Talking about free speech here. So a publisher is one that does the publishing. A platform is a place which you do the publishing. And so they absolutely should be treating the social media platforms the same way they treat the cell providers. You're not getting arrested. You're not getting your service cut off because you're saying racist shit on the phone. That doesn't mean you should go and be racist. But the point is, because Verizon is not the one publishing, then there's no reason to have this notion of, I care what's being said. That's your utility. You are there to be used by the people. You're not there to have an opinion. And that's the Section 230 stuff that we were talking about the other day, that the difference between a platform and a publisher, that all of these social media platforms are in fact platforms and should not have the benefits of publishers. Most of the publishers act as platforms but again, they're not platforms, or they're not publishers. They are platforms. The only thing that Twitter publishes is Twitter's own tweets. The only thing that YouTube publishes is YouTube year in review or whatever. I am the publisher of this stream. Just because it's on YouTube, just because it's on Twitch, Doesn't mean Twitch published it. They are not publishers, but they get the benefit under the law of being publishers because the law was older than the technology. And I mean, I thought we were there was a push for it. I heard a lot about people talking about Section 230, and a lot of that talk has gone away. So I don't know if this is ever going to get, or if this is going to get better anytime soon. But eventually, people are going to get fed up. People are going to get fed up with not only, again, it's not just the rules, it's the uneven application of the rules, where Ethan Klein could say this, that, and he's fine. But a whole group of other people who just happen to have a similar ideology are saying these vague things that nobody isn't really against the rule or whatever. But on the other side, oh, it's just they're a private company. They get to do whatever they want. You didn't say that about the bakery that didn't want to bake the gay cake, though, did you? It's about being consistent. Valman says, to be honest, people gripe about free speech in America. People should really feel privileged because other countries aren't as blessed as us. They truly aren't. Super facts. 100% agree. Nick says, which country would you hazard a guess has the most free speech currently? I still think it's America. It's still America because, you know, the even though they're as incorrect as his framing is, Ethan is, well, I guess we got to give him that point that they are in fact a private company. As dumb as a point that is in fact true. So the government is not going to, you're not going to get legal action from anything that you say that doesn't call for violence or whatever, unless it's, you know, obviously there's exceptions and there's bullshit that, you know, everywhere in politics. But for by and large, your average person, it doesn't matter what you say, you're not going to get arrested for it if it's not directly calling for violence. So I still think it would be America. Brown said, "Oh, okay. We're talking more of a platform's freedom." Yeah. So the difference between a platform, a platform where you can go to publish, and a publisher that they are the ones publishing, whatever it is. So at this point, I give no fucks about the archaic law behind social media and copyright, and think it should all be nuked to restart. I don't really think it needs that big of an overhaul. Just, again, treat the platforms like platforms instead of treating them like publishers. Nobody, we've had phones. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. That was in like the early 1800s, I think, right? Was there ever an issue about people not being able to get phone service because of what they've said? Never. Never. Why? Because it comes down to the money. It comes down to the fact that Twitter has the power to infringe on they're not your rights, but the privilege to use their platform. They can infringe on their end of the deal by providing that platform just because they are treated as if everything that you say comes out of their mouth. And again, just like the cell phones, that's just not how it is. Verizon can advertise whatever they want, and nobody looks at what people are talking on, like what people are saying on Verizon cell phone calls versus AT&T or whatever, and saying, oh, well, this company's more woke because the people who talk. That's not how it works. So why is it that way with Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and YouTube? Why? It doesn't make sense. Facts. Luke said, copyright for sure needs an overhaul. People get striked by Universal, Warner, Disney, and many more like them across every platform, but especially YouTube, even for minor or non-existent infractions. Preaching to the choir. But again, I don't think it needs to be nuked. There is fair use laws. They just need to be applied properly. We have laws saying that if something is transformative, then you can use it, even if it's copyrighted material. The problem is not the law. The problem is the application. And again, because YouTube and Twitter and all them are treated as publishers, even though they are not, that's where we get these infractions. Because if some writer for the New York Times was saying whatever hate speech, then everybody would, rightly so, be angry at the New York Times, because the New York Times is the one that published it. But when somebody says hate speech on Twitter, it's not Twitter who is publishing it. And Nick says, but shouldn't private companies have the right to dictate what they disallow what is said? Yes. But the issue, again, is that the government is telling them that they need to ban these people. We're going to be keeping a close watch on this. We will. Again, I brought up the New York Post. Absolutely, it should be in their legal rights to say, okay, we don't think that this news story, which is clearly bad for Joe Biden right before the election, we don't want it going out. But then you need to be held to the account of a publisher. The standards for what ends up in a newspaper is much higher than the standards for what ends up on the platform of Twitter. And yes, they can do it all they want. But the issue isn't that they're doing it. The issue is that they're doing it. It almost always goes in one direction. You can say, men are trash, kill all men. Flip that around and see how long you last. You can say, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And I know this isn't news to you guys. You guys know what cancel culture is. You guys are familiar with this. And even though, Nick, you are technically correct that they are a private company, the fact is they are, they're behaving in such a way that is becoming, at least arguably, the public square. And so once you, in the same way that because the phone companies got so big and using the phone became such an integral part of our lives, then the government, it's a utility. It's a thing that's there. It doesn't have any political things attached to it. It's just a tool to be used. And so again, you don't see people getting banned from Verizon because they were saying hate speech over the phone. They're a private company. Is that what you think should be? Or what if you, watch, something that's on TV that they don't like? It's on TV, but they're a private company. They can shut it off whenever they want. Is that the world you want to live in? Because if they did act like that and they weren't monopolizing the space by means of the government, in which free speech is legal, if they weren't doing that, then places like Gab and Minds and Parler, Truth Social, all of these would be able to compete in the marketplace. But the government intervention makes it so that that Twitter's a monopoly, and that's not fair. Have you heard this new law? No, I have not. I have no idea about any laws in Canada except for the dude who tried to stop his son from being turned into a girl and got thrown in jail. And they don't have free speech, and they just banned all handguns. I don't know anything else about Canada.
They can fucking ban him. They don't have to participate. Also, we got a donation from someone. She said, my 17 and 8-year-old boys think he has some good points. That's what's scary about it. Yeah, that's fucking terrifying. It's horrific. And there's no marketplace of the whole idea of
why is it again? But why? Why is that so bad? Okay, fine. That's your opinion. Why? Just saying things. It's an epidemic. It's an
place of ideas is so utterly stupid, especially on the internet. People are just.
It's so utterly stupid for people to actually try to find the best idea they can. They have governance for this. You just do what they tell you, right?
Going to go to a place that confirms their biases. They're not going to listen to somebody like me say this. All you see fucking tater tots all the time in my comments. Like there's no longer nuanced discussion against anything. Nobody fucking listens. And also it's based on emotion, right? Like you hate women. You're not gonna logically twist someone out of a fucking feeling they have. You're not gonna be able to explain to Nazis why you shouldn't kill Jews. I mean, they hate Jews. They become emotionally invested in hating Jews.
Right. So the hating Jews is not the illegal part. It's immoral, sure, but it's not the illegal part. The harm of those people is what's illegal. So if and when they harm somebody, then yes, you hold them accountable. But as a country whose First Amendment is the freedom of expression, that is the first value that we should all hold.
Part of the personality. There's no marketplace of ideas. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean, dude. Not at all.
So I don't know. I was frustrated all weekend. Thank you for Left Penguin for the gifted. Thank you, gifted. Thank you to help for the gifted. Thank you, Dan, help for the gifted. Yeah, I don't know. I was going crazy.
Who the fuck is paying? Who is paying to talk to this? What? Can't wait to get monetized. Damn. Nick said, as long as social media companies are considered private, then they can be as unfair as they want. I don't like it, and I believe there's collusion between the government and but it's in social media, but it's technically above board. No, it's not. If the government is saying we don't want this narrative to be pushed, that is the government infringing on your free speech. The government cannot tell a company to infringe on your rights. That is where if the company says they don't want it, that's fine. But if the government is saying, hey, we don't want you to be pushing this, that is not above board. That is technically illegal. That is infringement of your First Amendment right. And I don't think nationalizing social media is a good idea. I never said nationalize. I just think that we need a fair marketplace where if Twitter's going to be Twitter and ban people like they are, then they don't get any special privileges. And, Parler can pop up. That's what a free market actually is. It's free. It's unencumbered. When you have a market that is controlled by the government, that is the opposite of a free market.
Kind of on the weekend, seeing all these people. It's just so predictable, too. It's just predictable.
Oh, my God. Every word out of his mouth is
But
ironic.
actually, what was a relief is that there was a lot of people who were, enough people, I would say, that were being like, no, this is a good thing,
I feel like that was the general sentiment. I saw a lot more,
that was a relief, to see, because
happy about it. Yeah.
I think people are afraid to be able to, like, this guy's against free speech. And it's like, people got to get over that dumb shit. It's not even an honest argument.
Free speech is dumb shit.
And we're literally ruining society under this weird concept of social media platforms having to keep up any account. I mean, it makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense. You're just too stupid to get it. Like, what? It's, the same way how before social media, people were allowed to just say things. Just say things. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. Nick says, is that fair, though? A private company has the right of refusal. No shirts, no shoes, no service. Exactly. But the point is, Nick, if the government is making sure that that restaurant is the only one and I need food, maybe I don't want to wear maybe I don't want to wear shoes and a shirt. And they can tell me that I can't eat there. But a free market would mean that there was the opportunity, not necessarily that it would be there, but the opportunity for somebody else to have a restaurant that says, hey, no shirt, no shoes, no problem. Where's that alternative? The alternative cannot exist because the government, which is supposed to be hands off, has their hands all in the cookie jar. In a real free capitalist economy, then you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. But that's not what we have. Ron says, Twitter's weird, man. I've gotten banned on Twitter so many times and I've never made any post. I just follow people and I've had to make new accounts multiple times. Twitter is retarded. It definitely is. And then, of course, anybody who does use Twitter a little bit more than that, you'll know that not the day of, not the morning of, but the next day, the day after Elon announced that he was looking to buy it, the follower counts and engagement of people went crazy. You saw people on the left losing followers like crazy. You saw people not on the left, not even on the right necessarily, but people not on the left gaining subscribers, followers, gaining engagement. I would put out a tweet normally and maybe get a like here or there. Ever since then, like 10, 15 likes, retweets, all the it's an actual social media platform. Or it was. I don't know. They kind of turned whatever switch they flipped it back on. And it absolutely is. You're 100% correct. Kluk says, I think we need to separate private from public even further. I don't know how you can be in a private company over a utility, especially when the government poke their heads into things. Well, again, we just need to look at the phone services. I don't understand why that's not a more common thread. Treat social media like we treat cell phones. That's it. Where's the issue with that? Why is that not a good... I mean, maybe that's the dumbest idea anyone's ever heard. But why? 100%. Yeah. I mean, the laws just have not caught up to the technology, and it's only going to get worse because the technology is going to continue to evolve faster and faster. Nick says, I think you're arguing more of an antitrust position, which does not apply since other more open platforms do exist. They just aren't populated enough. But again, Nick, the point is that they are not populated because of the government intervention propping up Twitter. This is why there is so much bullshit with Elon, and they won't show the records. They won't sell it. They're suing over it because it's not as it seems. You have this image of Twitter being it's a private company that has nothing to do with the government. It is not that. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what they tell you that it is. But that's not what it is. It is a tool, an arm of the government. Twitter is a tool. Twitter is an arm of the government. It has been co-opted by the establishment. If it was like Parler, Minds, Gab, Getter, all of those things, why do you think all of these people being banned left and right wouldn't go onto those platforms? Why do you think those platforms have not been populated? People aren't getting unbanned. I do not know what that means. Robin says, I don't treat my phone or media in any way. No. You're one of the few. One of the few.
Stop it.
You stop it.
Monica said, yep, you can't say some of what he says is right with that kind of person, or it's all or nothing. If you agree with him, you have to look in the mirror. Keemstar's anti-ban. Yeah, I know. I got him in the doc. Don't worry about it.
That is kind of funny. We'll give him a point for that because Sneeko, like, well, I read some of what he said, but not other things. Like, yeah, that's how normal adults feel about other adults. You don't dick ride them just because they said one thing that you like and swallow everything that they say whole. You take everything they say as its own thing. If you like it, then you like it. If you don't like it, then you ignore it. So, point to Ethan. There are people like that.
It guy's an idiot. Whatever side Keemstar takes, you can guarantee it's the worst and wrong side. Talk about obligation! Get there, Bobby. You should chill. Love that sound drop, though.
Even I'm sorry to keep pausing it like that, but even the people in the fucking the studio with him are not laughing at his jokes. Pathetic.
Since we're on, I had some other stuff I want to talk about, but since we're on Tate, I guess we want to just finish it. Yeah, so I actually wanted to talk about Drama Alert's take on this first and foremost. So this is the new Drama Alert Kodak versus NBA Youngboy. Yaya's home. This is a great up-and-coming YouTuber called Goddamn Zo. And he has a show called Drama Alert Nation.
It is so much going on.
Yes, sir.
I ain't got nothing to do with it. It's a whole lot going on.
Drama Alert Nation. Let's go, Drama Alert. Let's go. Banger intro, too. I'm afraid I'm going to get claimed by him, but
I got to give Ethan another point. That is a banger intro.
Okay. But shout out to Drama Alert. Huge fan of the show Drama Alert.
Love Drama Alert.
Yeah, huge fan. Let's get that.
Oh, are you familiar? I've never heard of Drama Alert. Give me some info. Give me some info as they go through this. I have no idea who this is.
The real Drama Alert, yeah. Just a little gag for you, bitch. Moving on. So yeah, I want.
That's it. What kind of show is this? Would you guys be happy with me if I was just like, hey, yeah, there's this thing. Here, check this out. Okay, yeah. So here's this other thing. Hey, yo. Like, things are so stupid because, like, they're, like, stupid. How long would you watch that show? This got 800,000 views. Off of almost 3 million subscribers. But still, what are we doing, people? Somehow, you are correct. Somehow, this still makes money. And I assume you mean Keemstar is just a really shady dude. That's all. I don't know either of them. I know that both of them have been in beefs and such. But I don't feel like I don't feel like they are people that I would benefit from listening to. You know, we talk about the channels that you watch them because you feel you're getting value for your time. And that's why it means a lot to me. If you guys are here, you're telling me that your time is valuable enough for me to speak my thoughts. That's also what almost 1 million people are telling Ethan. But I'm going to guess that a lot of this is hate watched, which is, you know, stupid in its own right, as we said before, but nonetheless.
Talk about, yeah, so his YouTube channel was banned. By the way, his YouTube channel was Tate Speech. Play what?
His name? Like, obviously, yes, but like if his name rhymed with love, then I'm sure he would have done something with that. Like, his name is Tate. It rhymes with hate. What do you want? That's creative.
Hate speech, which isn't allowed.
Epic.
It's right in the name.
Epic.
He got banned.
Revolvement, come on, you can't be doing this to me. You can't be doing this to me. You got to fix that. That's a pet peeve. I would not lose brain cells. I would lose brain cells. 1-0. Come on, buddy. You're better than that. Kluk says, Keemstar is just an ass. He's not terrible, not great, but he's very brash and funny. He's one of the old guard from the days of trolling on Call of Duty and reporting drama. Yeah, that's not something I care about.
Over the weekend on TikTok and YouTube. It's basically what's left for him. Twitch.
Yeah, they would be the last.
Twitch is awesome for that.
Twitch. Always
they'll ban
supporters of women over there at Twitch.
They'll ban a dude for showing his nipple, or right? Like, I don't even think dudes can be shirtless on Twitch. Is that right?
But they're a private company. They can do whatever they want. What's the problem?
Right, love?
No, I'm not sure actually, but I know they can be shirtless if it's in like a typical situation.
I mean, he was on Twitch shirtless, talking to Aiden Ross the whole time.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, what's the most obscene Twitch rule that people get banned for?
Well, just like women showing cleavage at all is like
what? That's not true.
I mean,
hot tub streams.
They ban people for that all the time, though.
They changed the policy.
Like arbitrary.
They made it a category now, so now if you're in that category, you're good.
Oh, right. If you're in the hot tub category specifically, it's okay. But
honestly, I think Twitch at this moment is like, yo, we can't be afforded banning anyone. We need every user we can get.
I think so. They must be pro.
Don't they ban calling Simpson incels?
What did he just say? What did he just say? I want to bring up Nick's comment from earlier. And Nick said, other more open platforms do exist. They just aren't populated enough. Let's go back and see what Ethan just said.
Well, just like
sorry.
At all is like
what? That's not true.
I mean, they people for that all the time, though.
They changed the policy.
Like arbitrary.
They made it a category now, so now if you're in that category, you're good.
Oh, right. If you're in the hot tub category specifically, it's okay. But
honestly, I think Twitch at this moment is like, yo, we can't be afforded banning anyone. We need every user we can get.
I think so.
We can't be affording to ban people. We need everybody that we can get. So why are there not more people? Everywhere should be like that because people are getting banned on Twitter left and right. So if the other platforms are not being populated, what does that tell you? Kluk said Twitch has like no competition. Even Mixer failed within 2 years. Yeah, I don't know much about that side of the internet. But I mean, it's very clear that the companies that have a stronghold are not operating in a way that allows for competition. And that's not inherently necessarily because they are bad. But if they do things that are bad in that context, then yeah, we're not going to be happy about it, even if they legally are allowed to do it. There's a lot of shit that's legal. Yeah, I never heard of it. There's a lot of shit that's legal that isn't right.
They must be in trouble.
Don't they ban for calling people simps and incels and stuff like
Oh,
that?
yeah, you can't say simp, bro.
It's a cracker. That's right.
Yo, they're straight up like incel rights.
But yeah, they're
rights matter.
They're for gamer and incel rights primarily.
Oh, Angie fits in perfectly.
Love just not true though. Is that right, Love? It's not true.
Well, the simp and incel thing, I think, is not super true. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's true.
It's not
Highly
super
by what you're
true.
seeing.
It's somewhat kind of true, but totally not super true. So
Hello.
Hey, B-Spot, you're just there. So how are you? How you doing? You're in this. You're there with Love now.
Yeah, I'm happy to be sitting with the cool kids today.
I know. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Glad that you joined us. Woo! Feels so quiet without Zach. It's just
I love that.
quiet.
yeah,
Then some
I
newly banned
agree.
insult on Twitch. Let's fucking
And
go.
this was
Dude.
back in 2020.
Incel lives matter.
The policy may have changed since then, but
Yeah, but anyway, whatever.
If you let me express my artistic ways,
I'm not stopping you.
okay? Because then I could go.
Hey, listen, you
All right.
banning the.
How about it, man?
All right, all right.
All right.
Yeah.
Fuck 'em.
Bro, you can't just be dropping Waka Flocka the whole show. That doesn't make sense.
I like it.
All right, you do you.
I love it.
Yeah. Fuck 'em.
What's he saying? Why does he include that? He goes, yeah, Flocka.
I don't know.
You probably-
It's from
yeah.
Eric Andre's show.
Yeah.
That's Hannibal.
I don't care about
Oh, that's terrible.
this.
Okay.
What's that crystal do for
Give me one.
fish? No, it's not.
Come on.
It's propagating your worldview.
The Andrew Tate take.
If you want to chop your dick off, I have nothing against that. I'm not anti-gay. I'm not anti-transgender. I'm not anti any of these things. What I am anti is propagating your worldview on other people's children. If you're gay and you can't have kids, why do you now believe it's your right to go to other people's kids and tell them how to think? You've decided that the type of sex
Literally how he makes a
will
living.
prevent you from recreating.
What?
He's talking about like nobody has a right to go tell somebody else's kids how to live. That's literally his
Yeah, that's your whole platform, bro.
100% of his business model. Well, actually, not 100%. The other half is sex trafficking.
Yeah. Webcam dungeons.
But the hustle you first.
I don't know. Well, I'm going to give this one to you guys. Do you think we give due to point for saying that Andrew Tate's whole thing is preaching to other people's children? Because it is true. However, there's definitely a difference between preaching that you should, not worry about, giving, not simping and self-improvement and make money and stuff like that. To 17 and 18-year-olds, even 15-year-olds, versus sterilizing 7-year-olds. Do you think that's the same or nah? So we should look into what Twitch just did. A lot of people moved to YouTube. Really big streamers. I don't know who that is, but Destiny was the guy, right? And he got banned. But YouTube streaming is nowhere near the size of Twitch. Just the way the website is structured as of now.
He's describing himself.
Yo, that's true, Andrew. Hell. But he's not gay, so he has the right to tell other people.
Right, yeah.
He says if you choose to be gay and you know you can't have kids when you're gay, you make that choice. Then you have no right to tell kids. But if you're straight, Hustler University, baby.
So who's gay?
So Nick says, I would guess that established platforms are working with the government to hold more free speech platforms down. Exactly. However, unless the general public moves elsewhere anyway, then this will remain the status quo. I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you. And I believe that is an issue because I don't think that most people are plugged in or tapped in enough to understand that this is happening. And it starts with the fringes. It starts with the Milo Yiannopoulos and the Alex Jones of the world. And they slowly they get rid of them. And then who's left? Now you're the most extreme person on the platform because they've banned everybody else. That's not like, it's just a picture with my dog. It's like, yeah, but there's nudity. Your dog doesn't have a sweatshirt on. So like, what? I have no idea why he got banned, but he's off. He's gonna. Yeah, I mean, and that's precisely why I'm so upset about this. That it will remain the status quo, and I don't want it to. I want to change that. I want free speech to be more free. I I understand that, but are you talking to each other?
Shout out for Mysterio. My husband and I were lucky enough to meet a lot of you on Friday at Zach's show. The best time. And we were taken aback by how nice and genuine everyone was. Peace and love from Catherine and John. That's so
who the fuck is paying not only to give a chat to them, but you...
nice. Yeah, you guys... Oh, yeah, how was Zach's show? It seemed like it was a hit. Zach had a big show at the Cobra room?
Viper room.
Viper room.
It was cool. It was a lot of fun. They kept talking about this thing where Johnny's hanging out and a lot of other celebrities, and we go into it and it's like a closet. So I was surprised by that, but besides that, it's really cool.
Wait, who was talking about it, Zach or the...
It's just well known about the place. Yeah, it's well known about the place. I've always heard it.
I don't know, Kluk. I feel like the wokeness banning is a bigger cultural issue than the copyright. The copyright issues. I think because the fact that getting banned for being woke versus being demonetized is a bigger cultural issue. Not only because just it's more culturally relevant, but because it has a much bigger effect. So let's say the lead attorney. Let's say lead attorney is doing his thing, right? And he gets a copyright claim. Then sucks for him. But the rest of us, we got the same experience. But if TLA gets banned, now it's not just him. It's all of us who want to watch the lead attorney. And now we don't get to. So I think that the banning thing on Twitch is a culturally bigger deal than the copyright issues on YouTube, although they are both very much issues. Let's see if we can skip ahead a little bit on this.
Yeah, exactly. Validity to this, but this is a fun conspiracy theory. He's an asset.
Man, I never heard that drop. I mean, I know KRS-One.
That the type of sex you're right to go to other people's kids and tell them how to think. If you've decided that the type of sex you want to have will prevent you from procreating, that's your decision. You've decided that having sex with women isn't worth it for you. You don't want to have children.
Still talking about himself.
Fine.
Yeah, I don't think that's how homosexuality works. I don't think it's about we decided. It's like you choose and then forfeit. You can adopt kids too. There's like other ways to have kids.
Damn it. That's another point. We got to give that to Ethan. Here's what it is. He's got 3. Other dudes got 1.
I think he's fucking stupid.
Or you could even have a foster or a host mother or whatever. It's not like you forfeit your rights as a human being because you're born gay. Just like, you don't forfeit your rights as a human being.
Cheers, guys.
Stupid, which, if that was the case, we'd have you locked up. He's stupid.
Oh, the irony.
He own bitch, next.
I hate to keep chopping it up, but the irony of saying it's a good thing we don't lock people up for being stupid, otherwise you'd be locked up. Ethan, my friend, no matter what you can say against Andrew Tate, he is leagues more intelligent than you are. Ethan Klein has been a blob of bullshit for the last decade. He has not done anything. He has not learned anything. He has not said anything that has mattered to anybody who's not an H3 dick rider since I can remember. I don't remember the last time, because I used to subscribe. I used to listen to them. I used to watch at least the clips. Like if I wouldn't catch the podcast, I subscribed to the clip channel and I liked them, every single one. I didn't love all of them, but every time I saw I've told you guys about my, how I use YouTube. I just go to my subscriptions first thing in the morning, add everything to my watch later. And I always used to add the H3 clips as well. Now, sometimes they'd be stupid and I'd fast forward through them, but I'd still add them. And not all of them were dumb. So I don't know what happened. Yep. Lilto's on point with both. Oh, I missed this one here. So real quick, Kluk says, demonetize doesn't matter. Most people have already integrated paid sponsorships to make money. That's also correct. What matters is someone streaming a game where someone plays seconds of music and it gets striked live. I agree with you. Again, I agree with you. I'm not saying that's not an issue. I'm saying I don't think that is as big of an issue to the culture of streamers and people who watch streamers as banning. Do you guys care if I mean, do you guys care if I'm monetized? You don't give a shit. I mean, like you would, yeah. You're like, yeah. I want Lush to do well, of course. But like, if we were, really getting this stuff going, we had the big community, we're doing everything, and then I got banned, and you guys didn't have anywhere to go on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, and you made your schedule. Oh, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Lunch is on. The Indian Jesus is my favorite shit. You would care a lot more than if I just wasn't getting money for the same thing when you get the same thing. So going on H3 used to be so funny and relatable.
And you're entitled to it. That does not give you the entitlement to go to other people's families, did decide by children and raise them, and try and program their children. Leave the kids alone. You can be as transgender as you like. Don't come talk to my kid about it. That's my child. I will program my child with my worldviews. I raise them. I pay for them. They're my kid. They're not.
You're 80. This is what a dude who's going to end up in a home, retirement home, withering.
That's your take. So John, this is like a guy that's gonna end up in a retirement home. You having a stroke, bro? Because however, the policy change explicitly states that streaming on 2 platforms at once and an entire stream on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time is still not allowed. Oh, you guys are talking to each other. Gotcha. Okay.
Away when his kids abandon him. Anyway, he's an idiot. I mean, obviously, he's just everything he says is horrific.
So stupid. There it is.
Violently misogynistic. Yeah, he wants to program his kid. That's a nice way to put it.
Don't you want to program your children? You just want them to just be, taking any information from anywhere, have no idea what's good with anything? It's so easy. It's so easy to take the worst interpretation of what he's saying. Did you not he has children. Did you not teach your children how to go to the bathroom? Did you not teach your children how to tie their shoes? That's what the fuck he's talking about. It's the same shit, but no, you just have to be, no, he's an idiot. He's an idiot. Him wanting to teach his own children? What an idiot.
Bro, please don't ever have kids. Like, I'm begging you. Your dad shouldn't have kids. Clearly repair. Don't perpetuate the pain. Thank you.
Burn! Oh, you hear the crowd going wild for that one?
Well, by his logic, then, if you get...
Oh my God. They really added an applause track. That was so cringe. That was the cringiest thing I've seen on H3 in a long fucking time. I was joking about, like, how nobody was laughing.
Thank you. Well, by his logic...
And listen, the amount of time that goes by before, like, oh shit, that was a joke. We should probably do something. Remember, we're watching at 1.5. So let's slow it back down. And let's see how much time actually goes by. So we'll move this. So we're at we're 41:55.
Clearly he wasn't prepared. Don't perpetuate.
So okay, so we'll call it
the pain.
So we'll call it 42 minutes exactly. 1,
Thank
2,
you.
3,
What?
4 whole seconds before his own people who depend on this show for their livelihood. It took them a full 5 seconds to realize their host was even making a joke.
His logic, then, if you get a vasectomy, then you also can't tell to do with kids, right? I mean, just like, you made a decision, you can't have kids, so vasectomy, get the fuck out.
And as soon as you have one, you can't tell your kids what to do anymore.
Right, that's also true.
You're right, as a parent.
It's also true, that's interesting. Oh, guys, wait, hold on, let's get Pride Minute going, please.
Oh, hold on.
Rainbow's up in the chat?
Yeah. Hold on, start. Okay, guys, Pride Minute.
Actually, let's
watch. It has started, everybody,
I don't know what again, like I say, I like to give, as raw as a reaction as I can with you guys, but I don't want to coming up and have, like 2 hours of content. And then it's just like, oh, this actually kind of sucks. So I do go through it a little bit beforehand. I was going to skip this, but I wasn't really paying attention. So let's see what it is.
Now is your time. Now is your minute.
Pride
Express
minute.
yourself, who you are, your true self. Don't be afraid of judgment. Love you. We support you.
Doesn't that make you gay?
If you I mean, if they're gay, yeah, I guess it does make them gay. But Pride Minute is not just about our LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters.
Type of 1 if you think this is the cringiest pandering you've ever seen.
And non-binary. It's about the human condition. It's about supporting everybody equally, love and justice. I mean, come on, we're all humans. It's up to the cis heterosexuals to put into love and support for our brothers and sisters.
This is serious.
Non-binary.
This is real.
And
now feel ashamed again.
I'm not gay no more.
Losers.
No, somebody, fucking loser. What are you doing?
Feel ashamed again. Cut it. No more rainbows in chat.
Stop it. They're on a little bit of delay. We'll get
back in the closet.
A little bit of leeway.
Back in the closet.
Can we, you know?
I'm more than gay. Pride Minute is also shame on you. You're all going to hell.
All right, we're talking about Nazis again. All right.
Exactly, bro. That's the reason that Nazis, KKK, ISIS, whatever, they get dropped. Andrew Tate's no different, man.
Hey, we got M. Cedric in the building. Welcome. Says, keep this up. H3than, I like that one, has become the exact type of individual that he used to make fun of. Exactly. 100%. And you are on point. He is a joke. And I was just saying how before I used to love this channel. I used to love the H3 podcast. I used to love especially the Clips channel. If I wasn't a huge fan of the podcast itself, so even if I would miss the podcast, they would have good guests. Then every single time they would release a clip, I wouldn't love it every time, but I would add it to my playlist and be like, "Hey, I want to check this out." Not anymore. And I unsubbed from them years ago. And I think I revisited them when they were talking about Joe Rogan, maybe? I don't remember. Something. And I was like, wow, this has gone off the rails. We just missed Ethan telling a joke and a full 5 seconds going by before his own people even realized it was a joke. Count that out loud. See how long 5 seconds really is after you tell a joke. But welcome to the party, Em. Glad to see ya.
It's a violent hate group. Videos with Andrew Tate have been viewed over 13 billion times on TikTok, man. That is insane. TikTok told The Independent that is also working to remove clips of Tate's content posted on the app by their users. Can I get an amen? Woo! W's today, boys. They said quote, TikTok did, it's a hateful idea that's tolerated on TikTok. We've been removing of violative?
Read much?
Violative? Like violating?
Yes.
Oh, yes, probably.
I never heard it. I never heard that word.
Oh my god.
Violating or tending to violate or
violative, maybe. Violative. Videos and accounts for weeks, and we welcome the news that other platforms are taking the action against the individual. Have you felt that? The man, and then what's great, by the way, is that just a month ago, he was just bragging about how he can't be canceled. And it's just so juicy. Go ahead, AB. Give me all those drops you got.
It's actually me.
Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Cancel me. I do not care. I don't care. I exist outside of the matrix. No one can damage me. I don't even have a fucking account. What do you do, ban me? I don't even have an account.
He banned all of them. Oh.
Except that you didn't disprove the fact that he doesn't care, because as we saw earlier, the message from Tristan to Sneeko, he was just like, that sucks. I'm on a yacht with a bunch of girls. Seems like you care a lot more about this than he does, Ethan.
Wait, what character is that? The turtle from Lion King?
Oh, Jesus.
There is no turtle in the Lion King.
Oh, well, I don't believe that.
Finding Nemo? Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda.
Oh, it's the Kung Fu Panda.
Gotcha.
Obviously, the turtle in.
Yeah, so he says you can't be cancel me. He says he doesn't care.
I want all the people, all the feminists watching. You want to go
5 million views. This was from. What's the date on this? Does it show the date all the time? Am I crazy? There's no date here.
Yes, you are crazy.
That's weird.
Wasn't there always a date here?
Yeah. Well,
Zoom
it was
out,
July.
you fucking
It was last
moron.
month.
It says 1 month ago, so.
Yeah.
Go cancel people. Go cancel this guy, because I can tell he gives a shit. Don't try and cancel me.
What?
I don't give a fuck.
What the fuck?
I don't care. Cancel me. I do not care. I don't care. I exist outside of the matrix. No one can damage me. Doesn't matter. I don't even have a fucking account. What do you do, ban me? I don't have an account.
Hi, people.
What's interesting about this is that also, and I don't know how this happened, his
Answer the
Hustler
poll, answer the poll.
University affiliate that was also shut down.
All the info's in there.
That's so crazy, bro. This man lost everything.
Well, that theoretically was his own choice, and it
Did not lose everything. See, there's more projection. Because H3, as somebody said earlier, that H3 is the only thing keeping Ethan afloat. if Ethan were to lose his channel and his platform, he would lose everything. But as we've already talked about, Andrew Tate and his brother are already multimillionaires. Whether you like what they say or not, it's pretty easy to see which one of you would care more about having a platform. This is how Ethan gets views. He hosts a terrible podcast and farms rage clicks for terrible clips. Well, I guess I got.
It is already up with a version 3.0 because apparently it was already on version 2.0. I don't know if we realized that. But we're University 3.0 launched about an hour ago. So
right. It might be. Yeah, it might be. By the way, we have a ton. Our last
I did not know that, and I am very excited to see how they address this
episode was. I love baiting these morons, bro. How does it feel to be a lemon? Like, oh my god, somebody tells Discord, comment, and you do it. Like, aren't you supposed to not be a sheep? Isn't that the whole point of like hustle?
We gotta give Ethan another point. These fucking dumbass dick riders. This isn't a good look. This isn't a good look. That's four for Ethan. We've been listening for about 20 minutes of 25 minutes of runtime, and he said 3 things that are arguably not retarded.
University. Look, you're a lemming. You have no brain. You've been turned into a robot to do the bit. You want dumb dude. You want to fuck him? You're trying to. He's never gonna fuck you. Okay. Anyway, this was the last episode we did. I mean, look at the quantity of this. Top G everywhere. It's not even like a good comment. You know, top G here. Well, yeah, when you send your minions out, it's fucking. Yeah. So what happened?
And then he steps over his own point. What does that even mean? It means that they're everywhere. That's what it means. What do you mean? What does it mean? That's the word. It says top G everywhere. Where's the confusion?
Is they have this Discord with like 100,000 people. Was it also Sean?
I don't think so.
Why is this,
yeah, so
and then I don't know why this is skipping like this. Let me try and reload. We're at 48:55. Try and get this nice and see, and look at the chat. Look what the fuck happening again. 48:55. But look at the chat. Look how people aren't actually engaging. Like you guys are engaging and you're talking about this, and then look what his chat is like.
Everybody go spam. Dude.
It's not just us users that do that. It's him or the people running it with him. Put out a ping and say, hey, here's another hater. Go leave comments or whatever. Which makes sense because we were when we first started talking about it, we were like so baffled by where are all these comments coming from? But yeah, no, he's got
people who actually are fans of him, and silly and lemming and empty followers they may be, they are indeed fans. What did I miss? Kluk says this is how Ethan gets views. Oh, I said that already. Good point.
He's got a whole brigade squad ready to go.
Are you guys seeing this? It's still going. It's still. Oh, it lives.
But even as cringe as that is, could you, if you wanted, could you get people to say H3 everywhere, H3 everywhere? Cringe or not? Could you do it? My guess is no.
Embarrassing for them. Did I see Meat Canyon's video? Yeah, it was great. I wonder if we can watch it. I mean, Meat Canyon's not going to claim us. He's a homie. Well, let's watch it when we're done with all this. So now let's get to the part where people who I consider reasonable are just like sitting on the fence on this issue for some reason.
Did this slow back down, or is he really?
Mudahar, somewhere near game. I like him. I think he's,
This is 1.5, and this is how he talks.
Be with him a long time ago. He's a good guy, I think. He says banning Andrew Tate is dumb. Ideas should be challenged, and if he spreads misinformation should be countered in the public sphere. Yeah, I mean,
somebody who actually has a brain. Meat Canyon would not agree with what? I thought with. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just disagree with this fundamentally on the internet.
Of course you do. Of course you disagree with it. Why would we want to battle ideas when you don't have any? Oh, it makes a lot more sense when you realize that you don't have any fucking ideas. When you have ideas, you're not scared to talk about your ideas. When you just have rhetoric and buzzwords, then of course you're scared.
You literally, I think we've learned over the past 5-10 years, you cannot counter misinformation. But also, this isn't about misinformation. It's about a hate group.
What?
Right?
Wait a minute. You cannot counter misinformation? I don't even know what to say to that. I don't even know what to say to that. I'm sorry.
This isn't a conspiracy or some crazy person just in a corner minding their business. This is a violent hate group. So I feel like it's kind of a mislabeling of what it is.
Is it though? I don't think it is. Where has the Tate violence come from? More just saying things. Show me any example of violence that was done in the name of Andrew Tate. I'm not even saying I wouldn't believe it. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I don't know who these fucks are. I'm just going by what's being said. The guy said more. The guy said that we should fight the ideas out in the marketplace of ideas, and I agree with it.
As he's doing.
Yeah, I don't think he got banned for just saying, you know, women should stay in the kitchen or whatever.
No,
it's a lot more than that.
Okay, bitch.
Is
he runs
it
a fucking scam. Like,
what is it?
He runs he's advertising a Ponzi scheme.
Well,
isn't that like just on its own?
That's what. So where in the terms of service? And I'm not defending running a fucking a pyramid scheme. If that's the case, it's shady. But I know a bunch of chicks who make their living with multi-level marketing schemes. And how do they do it? Through Instagram. So what are you saying? Fucking hell.
I think that's worth
some people would.
Down?
I mean, in reality, you wouldn't tell, again, I go back to like ISIS. Would you say about ISIS, what we really need is to challenge them in the public sphere? I mean, it sounds idiotic when you say that against like something that we all accept to be a hate group.
I'm sure you can find some outliers that would
but Mudahar's not out there about to defend ISIS.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, rephrase that. Banning the KKK is dumb. Ideas should be challenged. Misinformation. I mean, saying
again. It's the same comparison as before, and to compare Andrew Tate to the KKK and to ISIS is silly.
Women deserve to be R-worded is not misinformation, though. It's just violent hate.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Did he actually say
if
that?
You actually believe bans do something, it only amplifies the shitty message onto more users through alternative programs. That's been proven to be absolutely not true. Actually, we've learned the opposite. The deplatforming works really good.
100% not true.
Shitty ideas should be countered with sound reasoning in the public eye. These people should be mocked and not treated as digital martyrs. Well,
you're the one turning him into a martyr.
Right. It doesn't matter. He could be a martyr. He's just not cry about it in his own fucking face.
Why are you so cute when you talk shit?
I mean, so, yeah, I don't know. I think the problem with this argument is that he's confusing misinformation with violent hate group.
Also, he tweeted.
He is? Or you are? Because you're the one who seems to be talking about just a dude who's saying things and then calling it a violent hate group. So he is confused, or you, to me, it seems like you're confused. Tell me.
Last month about Andrew Tate. I just found out about him. I refuse to believe he's real. He's trolling. And it's like, okay, if you thought that at first, you thought that. At this point, people are deeming what he says as truth, and that's when it's dangerous. So it's not trolling. It's not fun. People are listening to him, and you have. It makes me so fucking annoyed that like all of these men are like, let him do it, let him do it, and then what the fuck do you have to say to us?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what. What does that mean? Let him do it. Let him do it. And then, like, what the fuck do you have to say to us? Excuse me? Fucking pardon? Was that a question with proper syntax? Are you looking for an answer? I don't know what is being asked.
That's my favorite part. All these people are going to show you are men.
I don't give a fuck about what you have to say about it. I don't want to hear about it.
Then fucking stop listening. Am I crazy? Am I crazy? For the entirety of human history, if someone was talking and you didn't want to hear it, you stop listening. If you're that mad, then stop. Good question.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm so mad.
I'm so mad. Okay, guys, wrap it up. Wrap it up. Now this chick, whoever she is mad. So We can't have Andrew Tate on social media. Cause like she's like so mad. Like I can't even. Like, what do you have to say to me? It's about me.
I'm glad to see that because it's like so far I don't see. It's like the women's opinion on.
Let's run that sentence back.
Talk about what you have to
The irony is that skipping was barely better than Ethan's sentence.
say about it. I don't want to hear about it.
Right.
I'm sorry. I'm so mad.
Okay, let's see if this is a sentence.
No, I'm glad to see that because it's like so far I don't see. It's like the women's opinion on this is not floating to the top. Yeah. It's just dude being like, "This is censorship."
Yep.
Maybe if women don't like what Andrew Tate is saying, they're simply not listening. Much like how most of your audience stopped liking what you were saying, Ethan, and then they just stopped listening. Still got 3 million subscribers, but real tough to break that 1 million. Views on it.
Let's fucking let the women speak on this issue, right? But again, I think Mudar's a good guy, and also he made a video.
Let's let the women speak about what the men are speaking to each other about. Again, flip that around. What if we went to The View and we're saying like, well, what about what men think about this? Everybody'd be like, go away. But because it's women, we got to protect women. Women aren't real people who, develop emotions and the ability to regulate and have the power not to listen to things they don't want to listen to. We gotta protect them.
Like recently, that is a really good expose on Andrew. So I think a lot of these people like Mudahar, they just get caught up with like wanting to be on the right side of something, and I just think
it's just clear at this point.
Oh my God, the effort he is putting in to trying to come up with something and just coming up nothing. He's like seriously like I think like
but like it's dangerous.
Yes.
Clearly it's dangerous.
And there we go.
He's getting. Like,
the
no,
danger.
Things are getting worse and he shouldn't have more exposure.
That's so true.
Yeah. What James said.
Rare James W.
Abba and Preach, these guys are fucking idiots. Andrew Tate is banned. Censorship will backfire. No, it won't. Oh my God, dude. Again, more fucking men telling women, don't ban.
How is Abba and Preach titling their video talking to thank you. What is good, Jihad? What is good, brother? I meant to hit you up, but I realized you weren't in the Discord, man. Join the Discord. But you are absolutely right. Ethan Klein is a habitual projector. We've already seen it many times today. And I want to back this up just a little bit because he makes a judgment about this video. And I think it's actually really intelligent. He takes the content of the Abba and Preach video, and it's actually impressive. It's impressive what he comes
Abba
up
and
with.
Preach, these guys are fucking idiots. Andrew Tate is banned. Censorship will backfire. No, it won't. Oh my God, dude. Again, more fucking
Hey, we got JH in the building. What's up? Sorry, I don't want to get in the middle of
men
this.
telling women,
Welcome.
Don't ban him. The censorship will backfire. Let's watch it backfire. He's going to disappear in the next month. I guarantee it. I mean, how many people get deplatformed that just dis-fucking-peered off the face of the earth now? A lot.
They're going to go follow him to Cozy TV.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy 400 viewers.
Enjoy your 400 views on your Gab newsletter or whatever the fuck. What was it? The Left Camp meme? How many guys? He has like 400 views on their native platform. No, I didn't want to watch this Abba and Preach shit.
Didn't even watch the video. Jihad. Yeah, man. If anybody wants the party to rage on 24/7, we are always hanging out, doing cool shit, talking, watching stuff. We've been doing we're gonna be doing watch parties every Sunday for the new Game of Thrones show in the voice channel. So definitely check that out. Link in the description. But Ethan's got all of this to say. He didn't even watch the video.
Abba and Preach, by the way, I've never really talked about them, but they made a video defending fucking Fresh and Fit.
Yeah.
Now I know, let's do it this way, because I know you guys know Abba and Preach, and I know you guys know Fresh and Fit, and I know you guys know that Abba and Preach constantly go after Fresh and Fit to the point where they were going to literally fight. But there was a girl who falsely accused Myron, and because it is the ethical thing to do, Abba and Preach defended Myron. Do I need to explain to anybody how ignorant it is to think that Abba and Preach are defenders of Fresh and Fit? Let's see what the gang has to say. Let's see what his cohorts have to say about it, because clearly they have to be more knowledgeable than him.
Yeah, they did. They had a lot of bad takes.
Yup, they did exactly that thing that you said.
Yeah, it sucks. I've watched a few of their videos.
Yeah, totally.
It's like earlier this year, and I thought they were hilarious.
Me too.
But then, like, deeper dive, it's like shit.
I actually had the same opinion, and I was really surprised when they're like, "Yo, Fresh and Fit, there's no evidence to accuse them."
Coconuts from Barbados.
But it's just a woman's account, so like, anyway.
So there's no evidence to accuse them. So they reported the news.
Whatever, that doesn't matter. But here they're doing the brave act, the defiant act of defending Andrew Tate.
No, they're not. Again, if you watch the video, you'd realize that's not what it is.
Such bravery. What is the psychological thing going here? Because all these guys are like, I don't agree with him.
Oh, now he's gonna psychoanalyze them. All right, I'm ready for this one.
It's like they want to present themselves as like the enlightened free speech warrior.
Yeah, a lot of people, have strong opinions about free speech and discourse and what should be allowed.
But I don't think they care, Dan. I think they just care about their perception. Because if you care about free speech, you would understand that has nothing to do with YouTube in the first place.
That's right.
As a concept.
Well,
star this.
Free speech is a more broad philosophical idea rather than the type of free speech that's actually enshrined by law.
Oh, so you mean you understand that? So when you were making the argument before about how it's a private company and free speech has to do with the law, you understand. You understand there's a difference between the legal free speech and the philosophical notion of free speech. Telling on yourselves, boys. Telling on yourselves. Anybody who's just jumping in, welcome to the party. I am Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And we are just making fun of how stupid Ethan Klein and his dick riders are.
You know what Abba and Preach think if the KKK had a YouTube channel?
One of them was just on the stream with the guy last week or whatever. So that I would say that they think that is fine.
No, again, if you had watched the interview, the entire panel where it was, I think it was Destiny, Nick Fuentes, Gideon or Gideon, whatever his name is, some other dude, Sneeko, and Abba. It was all of them on a panel together. And they were all making fun of how stupid Nick Fuentes' takes were. But I wouldn't expect you to know that. That doesn't fit. You know your audience is too stupid to actually go listen to a 2-hour political debate. Come on. They're not going to know any better.
Junior, that's so fucking crazy.
I would like to
see. Oh, you watch it? Yeah.
It's easy to say it's fine, you know what I mean? But it's a whole different thing when the KKK has they have a fucking million subscribers, they're getting a shitload of views, and people are joining the KKK.
So if you think that's going to happen, do you genuinely think that those people will stop being racist because there's no YouTube channel? What world do you live in? Clearly, the world where YouTube is the only thing that exists. Go outside, dude. Touch some grass. Look at the sky.
Everyone's thinking that this is a really good idea, this KKK thing. CoffeeZilla, who I don't think I've ever seen a bad take from him. He's really good.
But now he disagrees with me, so he's terrible.
Oh, just to go back, like this idea that all censorship is bad. It's not. Like censorship is not always bad, right? Some things need to be censored. And again, everyone agrees with that. Okay, everybody does.
Yes, they do. We believe that children should be censored from seeing drag queen shows, for example. Oh wait, you don't believe that? Oh, okay, all right.
It's just a matter of where you draw the line. CoffeeZilla said, I dislike Tate, but Kids are going to grow up thinking their only weapon against stupid ideas is deplatforming.
Exactly. Again, that comment here is, I dislike Tate. But kids are going to grow up thinking their only weapon against stupid ideas is deplatforming. I got news for you, CoffeeZilla. We are already there. We are already in a world where if you think that somebody has a bad idea, the first thing is not to combat that idea, not to give them better ideas, not to engage with that person, but to shut them up. And not only shut them up by any means necessary. Words are violence now. So if we got to punch a Nazi, then it is what it is, bro.
You know, it just doesn't happen that often, the deplatforming.
Yeah, not to the people that you talk to, because they're all in the fucking room with you. I mean, I bet each of us could easily list 10 people who have been deplatformed. You know who's number one? Ethan Klein! He was banned for fucking, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, something like that. Doesn't really happen that often, though.
And I mean, kids are growing up thinking that. I think more kids are growing up thinking that you can R-word a girl because they deserve it because of Andrew Tate.
Wow. Wow. Nice swerve, bro. That's a perfect straw man. That was not the question. The question is, will kids think that deplatforming is the only weapon against stupid ideas? Or will they be able to engage with them? Well, no, they're just going to think that are paying people. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I think this is a huge broad generalization that sounds interesting, but I don't think it really is. I mean, how many people actually get deplatformed?
Of course you don't think it is.
It's like I can count it on my 2 hands. You know what I mean? And again, this isn't misinfo. This is a violent hate group. Are kids going to think that? Are kids going to think that about when ISIS's YouTube channel got banned? Deplatforming? It's just, guys. I don't think they're understanding what they're fucking talking about. They don't.
I already had the comment up. I can't put it up again. All right,
see it as a violent hate group because they're men. Honestly, they're men. And they can't stretch their
imagination. Fuck men, right? Like, why should men be able to speak or live or anything, right? I'm not really men anymore, so I don't really care. I'm just like just a blob of soy. But, you know, actual men, I don't like that.
That part.
Yeah,
it's sad.
They're framing it as like, well, I don't agree with him, rather than he is wrong and is not saying anything of value or that should even be entertained as like a valid opinion. It's not.
There it is. There it is. There are people who can disagree and realize that, okay, you may or may not, but you may have a valid opinion that simply is different than mine. People like this think they know everything. So if you think something different than them, then you're just wrong. And not only are you wrong, but you are evil. And because you're evil, then we can do whatever we have to do to get rid of you. Like, oh my God, it's pathetic. It's pathetic.
Yeah. I think that's the disconnect. These guys all are not seeing this as a violent hate group. That face when you're terrible at arguing, but you run a social media company. I mean, that face when men are.
I exist outside of the Matrix.
That face. Oh, that's an interesting down drop.
I saw that image and remembered I have the Matrix one.
This is that face when you're terrible at arguing, but you run a social media company.
This is men when women are being the victim of violent hate groups. This is what they have to say about it.
Oh!
Why do you just close your mouth? Nothing. That's what GameStar says. Protect yourself. Whittian, that's no surprise. I mean, censorship in 4K. Andrew Tate has been banned. Yada yada. I don't agree with him, but banning people because they say stuff you don't like is just straight soft. You mean like the KKK? Would you be down? Do you want the KKK or Nazis or
ISIS? God, dude, he's been arguing the same point for 40 minutes. Okay, we get it. You think that Andrew Tate is as bad as the KKK and ISIS, and therefore it's okay to take away his voice. We get it. Either make a new point about this or talk about something else. I can't take much more of this. We're going to go on for a little bit longer, but I can't take much more of this.
Just to have YouTube channels? Or do you think that you just don't agree with ISIS?
Correct. I disagree with ISIS. We have a different worldview. They think this world is a waiting room for a paradise that they have access to. I don't believe that. That's called a disagreement.
They're just saying stuff you don't like? I don't think you would characterize it like that.
It's just a difference of
I just did.
opinion.
It's straight soft. The man is a hate group, okay? You're missing the fucking point. Jake Paul, I mean, how could that take come from Jake Paul? I don't get it.
Nah, you're tripping.
This is the most...
Everybody else is wrong. I can't even believe how much everybody else is wrong. Only I am right. And everybody who has the exact same opinion that's different than mine, they're all wrong. It's crazy how wrong everybody in the world who thinks the exact same thing is wrong, but I am the only one. And of course, the people in the room who I pay, we're the only ones that have the right idea. I wish that I could have that level of confidence. I don't know what you have to do to be that dumb and that confident at the same time. I'll sell my soul for that shit. Because if I was out here being this dumb, I would stop.
Surprising. Both of these statements are true. I don't agree with a lot of Tate's opinions. Oh, so he agrees with some.
Right.
That's nice. We have some overlap.
Yeah.
I don't agree with censorship. Yeah, so let's rewrite this.
Oh my God. If you can guess what he's going to replace Andrew Tate with, you're a genius. Because I have no idea where he's going with this argument. He could be going anywhere.
I agree with a lot of ISIS's opinions.
Oh, how did I not see that coming? The same argument he's been making for an hour. Oh.
But I don't agree with censorship. Who's with me?
Me.
You don't agree with any censorship? What about
Nope.
the N-word? People saying the N-word.
Nope.
That's censorship, right? I mean, essentially.
Right.
You say you can't say the N-word.
Correct.
That's censorship, right?
Yes.
So you agree with censorship?
No.
Again.
No.
You just don't know. It's just so fucking dishonest, bro. Such losers, these guys. It just makes me sick, dude. I'm looking at all these people on Twitter, and I'm scrolling through my feed and seeing so many takes like this, and I'm like,
how are they all wrong?
These guys are such fucking idiots, man. And you know what's funny is that men complain, they cry so fast and hard when they feel like they're the victim of something, you know, men's rights and all this shit. It's just not fair. Where would we be without men doing them?
Where would we be without men? Asked ironically. Because he doesn't have any other ideas. He doesn't have, his brain doesn't work any further. He said, well, Andrew Tate is bad, and ICE is bad, and KKK is bad, so they're all the same thing. Remember? Hey, do you remember that point I made before about ISIS is bad? Andrew Tate's bad. That makes him the same. Same. That's literally his brain process.
Possible things.
Those are probably the things that Jake's referring to when he says,
Why?
He implies that he does agree with him on some things.
No,
Yeah.
let's agree. Let's just run that back just because you guys are, not you guys, but these guys are pissing me off and your voice cracked.
That Jake's referring to when he says,
Why?
He implies that he does agree with him on some things, you know?
Fuck you, Bucko.
I certainly agree when he says that women are inferior.
The hell are we going to do without men?
Censorship. Thank you. 50 gifted subs.
Oh man, I like the nonstop irony. The irony of him using what a sample of Jordan Peterson saying, "What will we do without men?" and not seeing the irony. You lack any vestige of masculinity. Yet, and maybe that's why. Maybe he is. He hates other men because we're all better than him. So he just will take it out on everybody else. So Jihad said, even ISIS probably has one thing that you'd agree with him on, maybe. But in Ethan's world, we would never know because they don't get a YouTube channel. Hey, we got no freedoms. Welcome. So the piles of rocks I have at my back door are smarter than I thought. Never heard them say dumb shit like this before. Don't have a heart attack watching that toilet. On point. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button, please do so. I would greatly appreciate it.
From Windsorship.
Oh, that's our prince.
Is that the boy?
That's
My
our
man.
prince.
Welcome back, Saudi Prince. We love you.
You say things we agree with, so we like you. And you give us money. You're one of the very few.
Aaron S. 10 gifted. Thank you.
Right, let's see if this is...
Yeah, I mean, they're just missing the point so hard. It's just so fucking...
Gifted.
Also, deplatforming him like is a message on its own. They're saying that you should like counter it, but that is a message, and it's saying that his ideology is not tolerated. What more do they want?
Good.
The only thing you
How sad is it that she's the smartest one in the room right now?
can say to it.
Yo,
Good point.
such a good point.
Such a good point.
AB, you're out.
What's from
Nina's
that?
in.
Let's see what she actually did say. She's the smartest one in the room, by far.
Message on its own. They're saying that you should like counter it, but that is a message, and it's saying that his ideology is not tolerated. What more do they want?
Good.
The only thing you can say to it.
Yo,
Good point.
such a good point.
Such a good point.
What's the point? Deplatforming is a message of its own. So, like, they're saying that we won't, like, accept that ideology. Yeah, we get that. That's what being banned means. Dude, that's such a good point. Oh my God. Like, bro, good point. I'm telling you guys, we are nearing the end. I cannot do this for much longer.
AB, you're
Weena.
out. Nina's in.
Weena.
Weena. That's a Weena. That's a Weena moment.
Weena.
Yeah, again, it's just
That's a great
Okay,
point.
Ethan.
there's all these freedom of speech warriors out there. I'm declaring myself.
You mean, like, normal people who understand the value of speech? Free speech warriors. Okay, if that's what you want to call me. I just feel like a normal ass dude, but okay. Luke says, this is why people in the past smarter than me have said, let idiots speak and expose themselves. Ethan is a prime example of having no gray matter behind his thick skull. Preach. Yep. Yeah. And I mean, it's even more of a cautionary tale because remember, he did build a successful platform. But let's do this. Let's do this because this is relevant enough. Let's see if I can. I think it's here. Let's see if I. All right.
Online person. Most people are not equipped to handle dislike. Not equipped mentally for the shitstorm of people in the comment section saying, you suck. This is cringe. I hate you. This is bad. You just got.
Hold on.
Shut up. Deal with it. It's a YouTube comment. It's a Reddit post. It's a tweet. It's an Instagram comment hating. Who gives a fuck? If they don't like you, they don't need to watch you. Why are they watching you if they don't like you? Do you realize how lame you have to be invested like that deeply into someone's life that you apparently dislike? You a fan. You a fan. Every single day I
Sup, Trevin?
stream, and every single day the haters watch. They like typing up stuff. They like to act like they dislike me, but I'm entertaining to you. Spend your time watching something else that you actually like. You'll be happier. But no, they like to hate watch. Just get over that. Don't try to be likable to everybody. It will be if you're genuinely being yourself, you will always piss somebody off. It is what it is. Accept it. I've been trained that because I've been doing this shit since I was 14. I got that milli plaque on my main channel, Sneeko. This streaming shit is all new. I've been used to the comments. I have built a level of self-awareness being chronically online that you can't really crack me. What are you going to say about me that I haven't heard? What are you going to say? The only dirt you got against me is shit that I've talked about. I got nothing to hide. It's me and the camera.
Damn it. Well, I'm not going to go back. But he was talking about how there's two sides. There's two sides of YouTube. Or really, there's the side that is about complacency, and there is the side that's about competition or whatever, and making yourself better. This is the side of the internet where you get complacent and you complain and you bitch and you moan and you ask for handouts. If that's If there's only Andrew Tate's world or Ethan Klein's world, I would take Andrew Tate's world 1 million times before I would take Ethan Klein's.
A freedom of association warrior. YouTube pays for the data centers. They created this platform. They are free to have whoever they want on it. They are not obligated to give you a megaphone to millions of people. They're not. They're just not obligated to do that. And you can disagree with their choice, but that's their choice. And that.
Remember when it was cool to not simp for corporations? Remember when people were like, fuck the big corporations? And I was like, well, they can do whatever they want. But when it comes to a small business, and it's a person just actually living out their beliefs, and they say, hey, we'll bake whatever cake you want. We just don't want to put a fucking dick on it. You have an issue with that. Hypocrisy.
Again, until it gets nationalized, we nationalize YouTube and it becomes just a public utility, then, you know, the government will have to adhere to the Constitution. But until then, we're talking about a private company. You can do whatever the fuck they want.
Whatever you want, then.
That is...
Actually, you know, Lena, you make such a good point. It's like the censorship is the
No, he didn't.
message. That's the whole fucking point, you idiots. I think you said that so well. Go ahead, love.
I think a lot of people confuse like the company's opinions and the thoughts with the shareholders' thoughts. Because the company at the end of the day is just mirroring whatever the shareholders and the general public wants.
Yeah.
So if the general publics don't like this dude, think it's hurtful, they're going to do it for the better of the company and for the stock price.
Exactly.
They don't have opinions, they don't have thoughts, they don't have anything they're trying to push. It's just the stockholders.
That's a whole nother angle, right?
And we haven't seen any companies, corporations who've tried to appease people by going woke and then going, there was another word, broke. That's why go woke, go broke is a thing. Because most people are not as woke as the 20% of people that are spending their entire day on Twitter mentioning companies like, hey, you are associating with no. Just maybe. I don't know.
That justifies what they're doing too. It's like they're not even here to make a moral judgment. They're just trying to protect their business.
100%. And yeah, I mean, that's another layer to it. And you can have a debate about whether that's a good thing or not. I personally am of the opinion that some of these social media companies, because they become so important, should be nationalized or at least much more heavily regulated than they are. But we don't live in that society. So if you're just looking at realistically, is capitalism, baby? They don't want to associate. They don't want to associate with this guy. They don't want YouTube to be a place that you can go to hear him. And that's their choice. Frankly, that's their freedom of speech.
What do we do about it? Also, the employees. I mean,
that's not the conversation, though. That's not the conversation, because if it was that simple, then you would see that other people who have similarly controversial opinions on the other side would also be banned. But again, you can find a million feminist channels saying kill all men. I have no issue saying kill all men, thinking that my stream is going to get shut down by that. Why do you think that is? Jihad said, saying that this is what investors want is giant cope. Yep. It's what the shadow government wants, not the investors. Super facts. Yeah, man. I mean, Nick was arguing earlier that, it's all a private company and, the established platforms work with the government and hold, or no, it was one before that. Saying that I'm arguing for an antitrust position, which does not apply since other more open platforms do exist. They just aren't populated enough. I was saying, well, of course they're not populated because the government is not getting behind them like they are with Twitter. You don't get a blue check on Parler just for being a congressman or whatever. Like, Jihad is 100% right. We're going to go a little bit more, and then I'm going to open up the panel, guys.
Look, they don't, again, there's people in that company. There's a billion reasons why they would do this. There's a gajillion reasons why this is a good, or maybe there's actually just 3. I hate when people say that. There's a million. It's like, well, we identified 3. But thank you for the gift.
Wow, he got a legit laugh.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you for the gifted. But there's so many different reasons why this is okay, right? Somebody said, what arc of One Piece are you on? Dude, I'm glad you asked. Reckless Flamenco. I don't want to get a huge tangent, but 7, and it's so good.
I'm going to see if there's anything past this that he... Is this stuff about Andrew Tate? And they move on. All right, so let's see.
Also, like, oh God, it's just so predictable. It's so sad. So he liked Mudahars. He likes Sneakos. Freedom of speech is dead, and bots are happy about it. Freedom of speech is dead. Who went to jail?
It's like, I don't know.
Who went to jail? You fucking moron.
Yeah. He liked CoffeeZilla, so he's in.
He's not banned.
They're not even going over new tweets. They're just showing the same tweets that they already. I wish I could get away with such a lazy show.
Platforms. He can stream to again.
He can go in a corner and say whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
All right.
He can go to Times Square and do it there.
Keemstar, things aren't that fucking deep.
I try to skip the Keemstar part, but I don't know how to use the program. Sorry.
That's fair. You're doing good. You're doing
great, sweetie.
You're right.
Things aren't that fucking deep.
How's it feel back there? You getting a hang for it? Or?
I'm getting a hang of it. I'm having a blast.
Fuck
I feel
it.
powerful.
Come on up.
Good.
WAB.
done.
Wavy.
I can't do this anymore.
WAB.
Talk about the allegations!
Thank you.
Where is she?
That's that watching right now. So those are all the enlightened centrists.
Guys, I'm short of 15. Can we get to 15?
Keem, of course. You know Keem has some shit to
He's
say.
got a good take on
Keem has got a fucking ultimate take. He didn't have other text tweets? It's just this video?
He did. The thing is that album I was trying to keep it to the enlightened centrist. Keem isn't a centrist. He's just outright.
He's just a misogynist.
He's just a Tate fan. Yeah.
Roll it.
Well, I want to see what else he said. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
I fucked up!
He retweeted his own tweet from 3 hours ago. Wow.
Classic.
He's talking about it a lot, actually.
Say the thing or
Oh, guys,
show
this is
the
great.
thing.
Limited run of Happy Punch athletic clothing, guys.
So he's just reading an advertisement for somebody else. Like, is this a show? What are you doing?
Should I show that or no? Tweet about Trisha that I don't. This is a fresh.
It's an alternative reality.
Here's his video. This is a.
Come on.
World. The online world is a metaverse. It's an alternative reality. I want you to imagine in the real world, there is an evil dictator, and this evil dictator is doing horrible.
His name Ethan Klein.
The narcissism. The narcissism. To think that is even a joke that, oh my God. I know they have beef, but like, come on. Guys, I did drop the link. Come on up. Please help me out with this. I am at a loss for words for this fuck. Please come talk to me and let's figure this out.
And this evil dictator is doing horrible things in his country. And he is getting criticism from opposing politicians and the journalists within the country. How the evil dictator responds, and we've seen this all throughout history, is by arresting those opposing politicians and those journalists and killing them.
So has anyone been arrested or killed?
Big L on my part.
No.
So you think that the analogy of Andrew Tate saying mean things, you think that's analogous to ISIS and the KKK? But you can't see a dictator silencing the press as similar to somebody being silenced in the predominant news source for most people. I call moron.
Once that happens, then we can start worrying. Okay? But I don't think that's anything anyone. You're such an idiot, bro.
If I remember correctly, I was promised that somebody would be first on the panel the last time they were here. I'm not going to call them out. But I'm just saying, if you promise me that, I feel like you should follow through.
Go on.
Silencing them so they can no longer oppose the evil dictator's views.
How can he possibly not see the analogy? Fine, you disagree. Fine, you think that Tate is bad enough that he should be taken off. I get that. But how can you not understand that this is a proper analogy?
Famous comedian Dave Chappelle once said that Twitter is not a real place. What he was referring to is that the online...
What kind of quote is that?
From the great philosopher.
It literally does nothing to add to his. As the great Chappelle once said,
fair enough, Jihad.
Twitter is a place where you go and tweet.
And it was used in a butt?
It's a metaverse. It's an alternative reality. We don't even communicate online.
I don't think that's what Chappelle meant by that quote. He said the opposite. He said it's not a real place. He goes, no, what he meant is it's a metaverse. It's a whole alternative reality.
I mean, we got to give it... Come on, Keemstar. Why are you making me fucking defend Ethan? That certainly is not what Dave Chappelle meant. He absolutely meant that Twitter is not real life. But Dave Chappelle also, like Tate, can easily exist with all of his money and fame outside of social media. But I wouldn't expect a dumbass like Ethan to understand that.
Alternative reality. We don't even communicate online like we would in the real world. And online...
Why is he trying to be like Vsauce right now? You get that vibe? Can we pull the Vsauce?
Yeah, he does have the cadence
theme song.
You're right.
This is you gotta,
Keemstar here.
You gotta pull this
Keemstar
for
here.
me, AB.
Vsauce theme.
Vsauce instrumental. Vsauce here. This is Vsauce if he was like a misogynistic white nationalist freak. I don't know if Keemstar's a white nationalist, let's be honest.
God.
Yeah, here's
The way these people just throw words around. And you wonder why I talk about semantic obfuscation. Because now, what did he say? A white nationalist? Like a misogynist white nationalist. That used to mean somebody who hated women and anyone who wasn't white and wanted their country to be pure of people who were not the same race as them. Now it's just, I don't, he's kind of right, but I don't really agree with him. So he's a misogynist white nationalist. This is it. This is the beginning of the downfall of a civilization. I'm sorry to sound so dramatic, but what else would you call it? What else would you call it when there are two bifurcated realities? And the people who live in either of those realities are so convinced that they have it right. And the other people are not only wrong, but evil. How does that continue? How can that possibly continue? It can't.
Check this out, guys. Vsauce, an alternate dimension.
What he was referring to is that the online world
Is that the music from them? Why is that music?
It's a metaverse. It's an alternative reality. We don't even communicate online like we would in the real world. And online, there are dictators, those that are in power, those that are in control. And when they get criticism, when their worldview is being opposed, they also arrest and kill those people.
You hear that?
Was a fire alarm? Was that his video?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Keemstar. The single woman tell? He's got the single woman tell? What is going on? What happened to men in this world? Fix your goddamn smoke machine, fire alarm, whatever the fuck you call it, and stop being such a little beta bitch.
Bro, change your batteries.
Those people live with that. People live with that sound.
Yeah,
literally.
love is right, and it drives me insane.
I've been with friends or at friends' apartments, and I say, like, what the fuck is that sound? And they're like, what are you talking
He doesn't sound like English is his first language, so let's not make fun of that.
about? And I think they're like gaslighting me, but they actually have like grown to book it out. It's insane.
Yeah.
To be fair, the second place, I think it was the second or third place I lived in. Yeah, it was third place. I lived by myself, and there was a cable box type deal. I don't know what the fuck it was. But it was in the closet of my bedroom, and it was, it was a Verizon Fios thing, which was not offered in that area, but the battery was low on whatever thing was installed, and it just was, it would do a similar type of chirp. And I tried to fix it. It started at like 3 a.m. one day, and I went fucking insane because it was 3 a.m, and I was like, I need to sleep. And I tried to, fiddle with it and unplug it and whatever, and I realized it wasn't working. I was like, oh, this is going to keep going. But at least I tried. But you definitely do get used to it. And I would just sleep through it. But we have our friend Sanzik in the building. What's good, buddy?
Admiring the consistency of the idiocy on display.
Yes. It's you can definitely be sure that you will not get any smart takes from this channel. Not my channel, their channel. Actually gonna bring up everybody. Jihad, get on up here. You promised you'd be first, so here you are. What is good?
Sorry that I'm late. I had to take care of
Not a problem.
And I'm still trying to get set up here, dude. You can hear me all right, right?
Yes, sir. So we'll go to Sanzik then.
There we go.
Just give me your basic thoughts on Tate being banned, your basic thoughts on Sneako's reaction, and the H3 reaction.
I mean, I didn't really watch the Sneeko reaction, but I can give you my thought. And
Please.
My thought is that the idea that this will backfire is going to show very quickly, because he's not even like the worst of his kind, Andrew Tate. He's not the most extreme. He's just the most popular, the one that social media is targeting.
Yep.
He's a very good marketer.
Yeah, and he's
Very
not the
good
only
at it.
one. Like, especially hanging out with people like Sneeko. Sneako's gonna be doing the same thing. And he was saying, like, look, guys, I'm gonna be next. So whatever happens, I need you guys to ride with me because they're coming for me next. That being said, if they're coming for me next, I need you guys to ride with me no matter where I go. Make sure you follow me. That's another thing, real quick. I didn't actually mean to do this, but since we're here, every single stream, a couple things that scroll across the bottom of the screen here. Some of them are, asking you to do little things. But right here, it says, follow the Indian Jesus on socials. Whenever I like a YouTuber, one of the first things I do is go find their Twitter or Instagram. Why don't you guys follow me? Come follow me. Anyway.
I'll be honest, I don't do that.
Where are we going? Where's everyone going to go, though? If we're getting shut out of every single social media site that's fucking exists.
Cozy.tv, baby. I'll be right next to Nick Fuentes.
That seems like where everyone's going to go. But
Well,
I mean, the thing with Cozy is Nick doesn't just let anyone make a channel like it's YouTube, right? You got to like basically apply, and he's got to be willing to let you on there.
Yeah, well, I'm sure if you are banned for any reason, that's already going to be something that he takes into account. And he's like, oh, all right, well, you got banned for some reason. They're not banning you because
it fits the MO of everyone else who's there. A lot of the people who are there. And that's the first thing I thought is like, dude, if Andrew Tate's banned from all this show, why is Cozy just the next step for him? Is that his next home where he's
probably
going to be?
not. I would imagine. I would imagine that he was looking to do this as long as he could, and he knew that he was going to get banned. He said in the XQC debate through Discord. I don't know if you were watching that one, but he said, I'm actually now that I'm thinking about it, I think it might have been Sneeko who said this. But Sneeko was talking to Destiny, and he's like, Sneeko said he hadn't signed up to Twitch yet because he knows he's going to get banned, so he wants to leave it for when he gets banned from YouTube so he can go over, which is pretty smart. That just follows the idea that these sentiments don't disappear because you ban them. It's like with these people, it's like out of sight, out of mind. You realize.
You want to hear something crazy?
Yes, I do.
Dude, I didn't give a flying fuck about this Andrew Tate guy. I had like an IRL, like sort of normie friend bring up Andrew Tate to me, and I'm like, he's telling me who is this guy? He's telling me his whole story. He's a kickboxer. He's like this fucking ladies' man, millionaire, somewhere in Europe. And I'm like, okay, cool. I still don't give a shit. I didn't start giving a shit about this guy until like 2 days ago when he got fucking banned from anything. I didn't give a flying fuck about the guy, but all of a sudden he's silenced. Now I want to hear what he has to say. And
I'd never even heard of him until Lutch had his podcast with XQC on. I'd never heard of him.
How long has he been around? Because this guy didn't just pop up like in the last. I mean, he did pop in the last 2 months, but I think he's been doing this for years.
Yeah, he has been. And so, I mean, when I was still a fan of Fresh and Fit, which was a while ago, because I realized that they're full of shit as well. But I was a nightly watcher, especially after our show, and he was on there, and he was a big deal, and people in the chat knew him. This was probably 2020, like spring, summer of 2020. So that's when I was made aware of him. And being an MMA fan, I definitely had heard him heard his name thrown around in the kickboxing arena before. I don't follow kickboxing or anything, but I had heard the name before. Like when they were saying, "Oh, Andrew Tate," I was like, "Who is that?" But I'd heard his name before. So, and then again, he's a world champion in kickboxing. So it's not like, I mean, nobody fucking watches kickboxing except kickboxers.
It was like a karate, dude. I guess it was like a karate league, so it's even like gayer than kickboxing.
Is that so?
I mean, just people care less. I mean, yeah, if we're gonna talk about hierarchy of what people care about, no one even cares about kickboxing. People definitely don't care about like karate.
Interesting. I didn't know that. So,
I mean, he's a good fighter. He kicked my ass. I'm just saying.
Do you think we're gonna see what's his face? Him? You think we're gonna see him fight Jake Paul?
Dude, I thought he would. I thought it was gonna happen. I thought he would. I think he'll fight Logan Paul because Jake doesn't want to lose that L, dude. He'll let his brother get his ass whooped since he already has L's, and then maybe if it's safe. Huh?
Logan Paul fought KSI, I think.
Yeah. So I don't know though, because I don't think I mean, we're going left here, but panel time is panel time, baby. I think Logan Paul was talking about how like the fighting thing is not really his thing, whereas Jake is like really into it, and especially you start small, you start fighting your other YouTubers, but then you step it up and you fight Ben Askren. I'm like, all right, it's Ben Askren.
Well, dude, I think that fight was rigged. We won't go too into that, but I think that fight was rigged. But I mean, whatever. He would have whooped his ass regardless. That guy doesn't know how to throw a punch.
Yeah, well, exactly. He definitely doesn't know how to throw a punch.
Should we open that can of worms or not? We probably shouldn't.
Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. You got something else to do? Let's do it. Why do you think that fight was rigged?
Because of just watch it, man. Dude, I'm a bit of an expert. You ask around in the MMA community. I'm a bit of like a fucking like fake fight snob. I like to search for fake fights and identify them, and I got a whole list of fake fights. I know what a fake fight looks like. That fight looks fake. How do I think it's fake? Because of the way that it is. Like,
well, thanks for clearing that up. I'm not challenging. I'm just asking what about it let you know.
That was like a joke. That was like a bad joke.
Oh, okay. I was like,
well, for one, just the way he falls over, dude. It's like comical. It's like a cartoon where he like goes flying. Like I watch tons of fighting. People don't go flying like that with their whole body when they get knocked out.
The soccer
unless
special.
They're faking it. Yeah, the guy just dude. He just classic.
I don't know. He hit his face pretty hard. All right, let's.
Can we play it?
I'm one step ahead of you, brother.
All right. Yeah, I mean, if you pull it up, if you can pull something up.
Okay, you guys talk.
It's pretty obvious if you watch it.
It certainly would not surprise me if somebody took a dive for a paycheck.
So then, what about?
Yeah.
What about fucking Woodley? Do you think that was real?
Can I take this one? Can I say something else?
Yeah.
So if you go, maybe you can find this clip, but there's a clip of him walking with his wife. They're kind of like in the backstage area of the arena, and dude, he's walking with his wife, and they're like laughing. They're like, you can see they're fucking just like snickering amongst themselves, and he like winks at her. I think he like winks at her or winks at someone, and it's just classic giveaway, dude. You could just tell they're fucking laughing because they just got the easiest payday of their life. He got like 250 grand for that just to get knocked out in a boxing fight and be the laughing stock and take the L and all that. Yeah, but
why if you're a world champion MMA fighter, why wouldn't you just win?
Fuck.
There's no money in it.
Wait, I didn't get any. I'm not hearing any of that because my internet. I don't know what my internet's doing. Is he messing up for you too, Sandzik?
No,
just my internet.
It's fine for me.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Let's try that again. Go ahead and try that again. We're coming in.
I was saying, why wouldn't he just win? How is he making less money by winning?
I think it was I don't think he was getting a win bonus. I think it was a flat rate, if I'm not mistaken.
But either way,
and
if you're gonna get a flat rate, how does it behoove you to throw a fight?
Because
other people he probably only got the fight. No. He only got the fight probably if he was willing to lose. If I were to guess, it's like, look, you take this fight, but you have to lose. And I've told this people before. I have this theory that I mean, lawyers can argue whatever they want. They could argue that this fight is entertainment, that it's not a real fight, and even if they do fix it, it's not necessarily illegal because I don't even think it counted as like a sanctioned or like a
No, yeah.
professional fight. So it could be considered some form of entertainment, sort of like pro wrestling, where okay, he does take a dive, but there's no criminal or civil offense, you know, where
Right.
they're gonna find him.
Well, let's take a look at
Possible.
let's take a look at the highlights from the fight here. And Jihad, you can be our play-by-play. You be Anik. Sounds like you could be DC.
No, I'll be
and
DC. You got to give me the little telestrator, man. You got to give me the telestrator. So I
Well,
can
you
draw on
got
the
you
screen.
got to be the play-by-play. We don't know. Apparently, you got these eyes that you could see what's going on. So you know, DC don't even do his homework. Either way,
No,
all right.
DC. I don't like DC, but he's okay with the telestrator, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do him justice. But if we just go ahead and play it here, you'll be just let's play it in like a half speed or something, so that way you can kind of you know. There we go. That's
All right,
better.
so I'll say what I'm seeing, and you say what you're seeing. All right. Sweet.
Yeah.
That he bit on that feint for real.
Well, how much time is there till the KO? When does it
So
come?
this video is you can see so we're at 247. The knockout is in 1 minute of about 1 minute of runtime. So we're at half speed. So we got 2 minutes
Okay.
here.
Okay, I
Alright.
mean, well, we can just let it play for now. I mean, whatever's going on here. I mean, I haven't even really looked into this part necessarily. I just know the fucking the end of the fight just looks pretty suspect. So.
All right, so let's see some context. So it goes to the. I'm gonna go 7-5. Just a little. So again, they're in the pocket. Terrible fucking stance. Wide open in the middle.
Come on. All right, I connected to my Wi-Fi. Hopefully, that's a good, better connection.
Should be. See, he definitely looked for looked to duck under that. That looked real. Was it? No.
No, man, he's faking it, man.
So wait, is your opinion that the whole fight was faked in like moment by moment, or that there was an agreement that whatever happens, that Jake Paul will knock out?
I think if it was rigged, that's the most likely outcome. The most likely like happenstance is that it was rigged from the jump. You know, so both sides knew what was going to happen, and it was all. This is just the work. You know,
But so you're not saying this is choreographed. You're just saying it's
probably just improv with the general idea of throw the fight and prolong it.
It's like
what, they didn't even fucking show it? What the fuck kind of shit is that?
Some bullshit, man. They just cut straight to a photo.
What? Why would they?
Well,
do
that's suspect in itself. Who is this from? Whose video is that? First
that
off,
was MMA Weekly.
Okay. Well, anytime you don't see the fucking the actual KO, that's kind of suspect in itself, dude. Let's see if we can find it first and foremost.
Wait. Okay. So this is no.
Look at that, dude. There it is. There it is. So let's get that in slow motion. All right, so he eats that one, man. He eats that one, no problem. He didn't really
back up a little
land.
bit, make us full screen. All right, we backed up a little bit. All right, we're going in. So we're at half speed. That was a solid jab. Like that was not a fake jab, but you know he would.
Well, that's the thing with fake fights is they're gonna make it look real. There's gonna be real strikes thrown. There's other fake fights out there where punches actually get landed. The fight's still fake. It's still a setup.
Right.
One guy, Ben Askren never tried. He wasn't coming into this fight to win. That's the basic premise of like a dive, a work, whatever you want to call it. There's different terminologies.
Yeah. So just to play devil's advocate, what do you think about the notion that Askren just completely underestimated him? Because remember, before this, this was the first legitimate combat athlete that Jake Paul fought. Before this, it was another YouTuber.
Yeah, well, the thing is that Ben Askren is like arguably not a legitimate combat athlete, and he's
That's
definitely not
no
a
way.
striker.
No way. He is a multiple-time, multi-organization world champion
All
mixed
right.
martial
Well,
art.
that's a bit of a joke. That's a dig. But I'm really just saying that he's not a striker. He's a wrestler.
Yeah, I can very clearly tell by the way he's using his left arm as like a fucking sword,
Right.
kind of.
Let's play that back. I'm gonna be honest. That didn't look that fake. I'm gonna be honest.
That's what I was gonna say.
I can admit if I'm wrong. That one right there didn't look that fake
I think
in
we're gonna
slow motion.
Oh, was that it? Or is that not the? I don't think that.
Well,
was
right
the...
here they end up stopping the fight, even though Ben Askren's ready to go, which is weird in itself. Yeah, like what's going on here? Like he's ready to go, but the ref's like over here pretending that he's like debilitated.
That's what happened?
Yeah, you didn't see this? You never seen
No,
this?
I didn't fucking watch this bullshit. I don't give a. I mean, at this time, this was a joke. Like the fact that Jake Paul was in combat sports was, this is what semi-legitimized him. And then when he knocked out Woodley, that was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that one was legit.
Okay,
This
because I was
one
going to
might have
say,
been
there is
legit, too.
no way in hell I believe that Woodley would take a dive there. All right, here it is. Nope, not yet. I think
It's gonna be the right hand to the left side
the
of his chin.
dome.
It's gonna be on his
Stiff
chin.
jab. That was a stiff ass jab.
Yeah, it didn't really land though.
All right, broken up.
He's talking about that was in the Damian Maya fight. He's talking about the back fist, I want to say. So none of these strikes are
I've
really
seen everything he did in
landing.
the UFC. I didn't watch any of his Bellator stuff or his one stuff. Okay, I think we're right here.
Yeah, he's just a blanket. He's a wet blanket. So that one sort of lands, not really though. I think it might be the next right hand that he
That
throws.
looked
So-
like, but that jab looked like it hurt. He did not like that. Oh, that was nice from Askren. And then the over. Oh, I thought that was gonna be
See,
it.
like that one sort of lands pretty similar to the other one.
Nah, I can't say that.
Okay.
That looks. So I'm willing to say that this was rigged. I'm not willing to say that that was a fake, like a choreographed ending. I think
Yeah, it
that
looks like it
was-
landed. It looks like it landed. It does. It does.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll
Oh,
retract.
man.
I'll retract, and we can come out of this rabbit hole,
Fair
and go
Fair
back to something else like Andrew Tate.
So yeah, I mean, really, I mean, do you think that both you guys that him being banned is going to have any effect on whether or not he gets a fight with one of the Pauls, or I'm thinking it may help. It may be part of the storyline.
I don't know if he would fight them though.
I'm right here.
It's not like he
Why?
needs any money.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't need money, but
I think he wants to fight him. He's calling
Yeah.
out Jake Paul. He's saying, "I got 3 milli. I'm putting 3 million on the fight."
Okay,
And
well
winner
maybe
takes
if he
all.
does that, then yeah.
He
Right,
wants to
yeah,
fight because he thinks he can win. I mean, frankly, if you want to fight someone that badly and you're willing to put up 3 million, it's because you think you're going to win the fight. And I mean, he's a karate fighter, kickboxer. If kicks were involved, dude, Jake Paul would die. He wouldn't be able to hang. This guy's I mean, I don't know if you guys know the whole Andrew Tate saga, but he was actually considering going into MMA and fighting in the UFC. You know, there's an alternate universe where Andrew Tate became a UFC fighter, man.
that would be
So he's legit.
That would be like having almost like a real life Colby, not like a legitimate Colby.
Yeah, it would have been interesting. I don't think he would have been able to do any of the stuff he's doing now. He wouldn't have the airtime, the mic time to do all this shit. The only way to get this timeline would be in this kind of manner, you know.
Well, again, just playing devil's advocate. Once you get in front, once you're, if you're winning fights and you get mic time and you do something with that mic time, and I don't know if you see me on either, whenever we do the watch parties, but I am so about how fighters use their mic time because then you build you build a platform, and then you don't have to wait until you win a fight. You can just go on your YouTube channel and say, hey, here's the thing I want to say. Or when you tweet something, people give a shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, he doesn't directly post most of the things that made him popular. It's more of his fans posting like clips.
Well, he did have the YouTube. Didn't he have the YouTube channel?
Yeah, he had the YouTube channel, but it sounds like you're correct, but that was intentional. That was intentional.
Yeah,
the idea is
definitely
that he wanted to be everywhere, and I'm pretty sure it's part of the Hustlers University thing to make a clip channel or to something along those lines. Again,
yeah, it's just be everywhere
rumors,
at once. It's be everywhere at once kind of thing, and appear everywhere, and appear on everyone's feed, and
That's why you never stop seeing his face
yeah,
everywhere.
you appear to everyone's fan base too. It's just the classic media tour,
and that's why I am clipping that stream left and right. Every little thing I can take out of it, I'm making it a short. So let's close out on this, because it's very interesting how we're seeing this unfold as Tate gets banned. I'm curious what you guys think of if this were to happen to Kevin Samuels. Rest his soul.
Never heard of him.
Really?
Well, I have now, I guess.
I hadn't heard of him until you mentioned him also. So
wait, Jihad, I can't tell if you're fucking with me.
I am not fucking with you this
Oh
time.
boy, we got I see it goes left and it's cool.
Kevin Samuels was an American internet personality and image consultant. So he just died?
Yeah, he passed away a couple months ago. What do we got here? Let's do, what is this one? Let's do this.
No, I never knew who. I mean, dude, there's so many people. The internet's such a wide thing. It's such a giant.
No, I
thing.
hear you. I thought, like because Jihad, you found me from Jesse or you found me from TLA?
I found you from Touch. Call me Touch. He actually, I'm in like a group chat with him.
Oh,
and he
cool.
actually linked it to us. And we came in here and to just check out what you were doing. We liked what you were doing, so here,
Oh,
stuck
word.
around.
Well, CNT, call me Touch, right? That's what it is?
Touch.
Call me
You can
Touch.
just call him
Thank you
Touch.
so much. I really appreciate whenever you're here. You're not here right now, but your boy is, and I appreciate that as well. So there, that's why I was confused, because I thought you were a fan of the lead attorney, and you'd see me on his channel. And you cannot know the lead attorney without knowing Kevin Samuels. So
No, I don't know him. I do know Jesse on Fire. That's why it was kind of funny when he was in here. We came in here and he's here as well. That was like weird,
Yeah, the first event, the pay-per-view event that he got tickets for, I was out with him.
Did he just gave you a ticket? He got you a ticket?
No, I had to buy it, but he bought a block of tickets, and he's just like, yo, whoever buys them first, we're all going to Vegas. And,
how many of you were out there?
It was
where do you live? Do you live like near Vegas? You had to road trip out there, or you had to fly out?
No, I had to fly.
He's the opposite side of the...
Yeah, I live in Jersey, so I had to fly out. And I couldn't get a good flight from Newark, so I had to drive into New York, or I didn't want to drive into New York, so I took an Uber from Central Jersey to JFK Airport, and it was not cheap. But yeah, it was like 10 of us there, and it was, it was the first one he did, so I would have liked a little bit more of like leadership in the sense that we're here to hang out with you as the channel leader. So, you've got some shit for us to do. It was a little more hands off. And I mean, I'm a grown ass man in Vegas, and one of the other dudes brought some. So, we were all right. Well, he didn't bring it, but he bought it. But he brought it to my room, and so we were fine. But I didn't really get to see him that much. His wife was late, so we were supposed to meet up and have drinks and have dinner before the fight, and then after we were going to be gambling and everything. We didn't get to do any of the before stuff. We were at the fight. I was sitting next to Gabby the whole time. Shout out to Jessie. She's really cool. I mean, obviously she's really hot, but she's really cool too. And then he was like, "Oh, I'm kind of tired. I'm gonna go to bed." And then everybody left the next day. So I heard that the following events, because he started a Discord channel for or server for whoever goes on those trips, and apparently in the following events, he made it a little bit more of an event. So if there's another one close to here, I'm definitely down to go again, because I'd never been to an event before, but it was really cool. Have you guys?
It's pretty cool. I actually went to 276. I was for that
Oh,
one.
nice.
I mean, not the coolest card, but it was still a fun experience. I went with a few buddies.
Yeah, I definitely think it's something that, like, if you're an MMA fan, you definitely have to go see it live just to experience that. But I'm not somebody who's like, oh, you gotta, if you're not there, it's not like, you spend most of the time watching the screen anyway. And where we were,
that's true.
We didn't have floor
Where were you guys
seats.
sitting? Where were you guys sitting?
We didn't have floor seats, but the first level of stadium seating, we were like the third row. So like the ground of the cage was like eye level, which was cool. But because you're looking through the cage itself, there's the post at each, the 8 posts at the corner, and then we happen to be on a side with a door. So there's not only the post, but the other side of the door, and then so, like I said, I spent most of my time watching the screen. Tyler said I fell in love with attending them. I went to 2 events this year. Yeah, I mean they're fun. It's just a completely different thing than watching them at home. When you're watching at home, you're really watching the fights and listening to the commentator. Whereas when you're there, it's more of just like a comprehensive experience. And so if you're
what does comprehensive mean? I mean, you're kind of like part of it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Just like it's not necessarily just about what's happening in the cage. It's that you're part of the crowd. There's the music playing, the energy. Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, you get to boo, you get to cheer, you get to like do your Joe Rogan O's, and be annoying.
If you're white, you get to scream slurs.
I'm not usually a chanting type of dude, but the crowd was into chanting stuff. I started maybe 7 or 8 chants of like let's go fighter, whoever it was. The only one I couldn't get, it was Bryce Mitchell's last fight. And so when he came out, I was like, all right, everybody, camo shorts, camo shorts, camo shorts. But nobody
didn't catch on.
Get it. What'd you say?
Didn't catch on. The crowd is full of fucking like idiot casuals. It really is.
Yeah, so I just assume they didn't know any better. But I cannot let you guys go without being formally introduced to the late, great Godfather, Kevin Samuels.
All right, let's hear him.
About ranking, and what's the problem with ranking women?
I think I do agree that we rank everything in life. Women, I wouldn't say that we rank. I would use a different word. I think we categorize men, which may be a type of ranking. But I mean, so when you say ranking, are you referring to you're comparing them?
Yes.
To each other or just to your standard?
No, see, you're 32. You've been married?
No.
Any children?
Not yet.
Well, when a man asks you to go out, you decide what man you give your information to and what man you don't give your information to. That's a ranking. How tall are you?
5'5".
5'5".
Type of 1. Oh, there's only a few here, but type of 1 in the chat if you have never watched Kevin Samuels before. Have you guys, Jad and Sanzik, have you guys seen him before?
I've seen literally the one.
I've never heard of him.
Wow.
But it seems I already know what he does. He just like owns like people dumber than him, pretty much. Is that what he does?
Kind of, but hear it out, because he is, the big thing about Kevin Samuels is that yes, there is that aspect of he's owning the girl. It's kind of like a fresh and fit thing, but they could not be on opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to value in the manosphere or the red pill community, whatever you want to call it, because Kevin Samuels legitimately is looking to help these women find their correct their perspective. The idea is that, the modern woman thinks that she is the greatest thing on earth and she deserves X, Y, and Z. And so he flips it on them and starts with like, okay, well, what do you rank yourself? How tall are you? And how much do you weigh? And then what are you looking for? Do you want to work after when you're pregnant or when the kids are born? So all these qualifiers. And they're like, no, I don't want to work. I want a man who's this. I want a man who's that. And they're like, you're talking about a 1% man when you're not a 1% woman. So let's play it out. Because
all right, let's hear him.
Yeah.
Do you care if a man is only 5'6"?
Kenzie knows.
Is he dating? That's a ranking. The pause is a ranking. See, y'all have no problem. Y'all got no problem with ranking men. If a man was working and making $15 an hour, would you marry him? Would you be with him for the rest of your life? That's all he was gonna make. Minimum $15. 37,000 is what they
Wow,
need.
dude, they assassinated this guy, didn't they?
Say again?
They assassinated this guy, dude. For sure.
Heart attack gun.
I would not be surprised.
Speaking truth, man. Anyway,
Yep.
And we submit to him for a lifetime.
If he's married to me, that's going to change. So
No. I said he's just an average man. See, y'all all think they have the power. No. See, y'all all think you have the power of Thanos to make he not what it is. I said if a man was just an average earning man. See, the fact that you can't even.
I can't. You're right. I can't live off that because.
Sure you can.
If anything were to happen to me, and if he would have to take care of everything, I wouldn't be able to sustain. Like I would have to.
What do you mean you couldn't sustain? I mean, half the country's doing that.
I mean, like I would have to change some things. If we were living just off his income, I would have to change a lot.
Did you go to college?
I did.
Did your mother go to college?
She didn't.
Your father go to college? Did your father go to college?
He has a trade.
So your mother and father didn't go to college. They made you. And it's funny that the very people who come from nothing got so high of a standard for the next group of men.
What does a traditional housewife entail?
Well, you tell me, because you said you're not one. You picked the right one.
Housewife, I'm just imagining kind of being a slave.
Oh my God.
So,
no. What?
Let me stop you right here. Mm-hmm. Where are your people from?
My mom's from Trinidad and my dad's from Jamaica.
Oh shit. My mom's from Jamaica. My dad's from Trinidad. Interesting. So real to you two on the panel, if I'm just gonna play this video out and then we're gonna say our goodbyes. So if you want to hang out on the panel and shout channels out or whatever, you are welcome to. If you want to dip out and just watch from the chat, that's cool too. But that's what we gonna do. We're just gonna watch this and then we'll say our goodbyes. So does anybody want the floor right now? I'll take that as a no.
I'll stay.
Go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it. I'll just say real quick. I mean, thanks for having me again. I'll be back on next time, man. I'll be the first one in for sure. I got.
You
beat
said
out
that
by
last
Humbo over
time.
here. I was on the way.
I'm just teasing.
But I do want to talk more, dude. We need to do more. We didn't really talk about fucking Ethan Klein. We need to do a little bit more Andrew Tate.
Yeah,
speech.
man. So you join the Discord?
I'm gonna join it. I'll join it once I'm out of here. I'll make sure I
join
do
it.
that.
We're having a good time. You watch Game of Thrones?
No, dude, I don't. I don't watch. I don't watch that brainwash stuff, man. Sorry, no offense.
All right. Well, we're doing lots of watch parties and stuff, so it's a good time. Mackenzie's in there, even though she's quiet. She didn't say anything. I tagged you in 3 different videos. You asked about dog training videos. I tagged you in 3 of them. I'm just kidding. But thank you, Jihad. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for your opinions. And you definitely had me question that Ben Askren fight for a minute, but glad you came around.
You got it, man. You can go ahead and message me on the Discord, dude. You'll be able to get a hold of me on there once I'm in. Cool.
All righty, brother. You have a good
Right
one. All right, and then there was one. Well, 2 of us. So before we continue, then why don't what is your level of familiarity with Kevin Samuels? Because you said Jihad said he never heard of him, but
Like
you said
a 2.
So like what? Just like clips on TikTok and stuff like that?
No, like literally the only thing I've seen from him is what you have shown me.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. So I mean, actually, I'm gonna pull a I'm gonna pull an audible, and this one is because this one's like, oh, most savage, whatever. But I want. Let's see if we can do Kevin Samuels. Opal. Let's see what that does. Actually, fuck it. Yeah, let's just go into a real ass. Nah, I like. Yeah, let's go into a real. So usually, Jihad slid into the server. So he would usually, thank you to Deshaun. So he'll usually open up. Is this not okay? He'll open up. He's got his song and whatever. Then he, when the show starts, he'll do a candle of the evening and a fragrance of the evening, and then he does his monologue. So let's listen to a little bit of the monologue, and then we will just go with one of the callers. So actually, let's go here. We got time. Hold on. Zoom it back out. All right. Y'all ain't got nowhere to go, right? And if you do, I don't.
We're back. Sorry for the late start, folks. Technical difficulties and other things.
Hey, we got Trey's in the building. What is up? What is going on? I am showing some people who have no idea who Kevin Samuels is. So you missed most of the show, but it went left and they didn't know who the Godfather was. So here we go. And this is just a one of his regular streams from May 4th of this year.
Hey, how you doing?
We're not listening to the whole thing, but
how you doing, Shirley? How you doing, girl? How you doing, Shirley?
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes,
I know you do.
lamb, rams, hogs, dogs, chicken, turkeys, rat, you name it!
You name it, Shirley got it. I know with her big sexy ass. How you doing? I know. I'm sorry. But this is what we're going to have to do, folks. This is what we're going to have to do. One, I want you guys to make sure you get the likes up, hit the like button, because we want to get into this. The last couple of days, man, last couple of weeks, things have been a little intense around here. And I will tell you why. Because this whole notion of leftover cake and leftovers and blah, blah, blah has women straight up bugging. And you know what? You think that I did something. I didn't do nothing except tell you what men already think. Don't get mad at me because...
Mackenzie, I am only teasing. Please don't. Every moment that you are here, every moment that you're here, every moment, every post, everything, I appreciate so much. I understand that you guys have lives. You're in engineering school. Like, I know that there's tons. So whenever if I ever say anything about like, oh, where are you guys? I'm only joking. I consider you guys, my friends, and I'm just teasing you. So don't feel like I'm gonna be mad if you're not here, or if you don't answer. I'm only teasing. Only teasing.
You didn't know? I don't think that. Hold on. I don't think.
I'm just gonna skip to his monologue.
All right.
Come on,
ladies. Why is it that I say that modern women are a party of one? Well, I'm glad you asked. Several things led me to this topic, and the biggest things that led me to this topic was the notion that modern women are just holding out. Holding out for what? Holding out for what? Holding out for something better, or a party of holding out for this and holding out for that. Who in the heck are you ladies holding out for? When you ask women today, who are every bit of, danger zone. Danger zone! 27 to 35, when a woman needs to focus like a laser on the outcome she wants as far as relationships. But when you ask women who are in their mid to late 30s, even in their early 40s, who are boss chicks, bad chicks, got my money together, I got my master's.
I'm a PhD.
Got my master's, but can you cook?
I don't need a cookbook.
Yeah, they got their PhD and everything else. They don't have a cookbook, but they damn sure do.
I got a PhD.
All right, what is the one thing you tend to hear?
I don't need a cookbook.
Some sort of, I'm doing what I'm doing right now, and I'm in a waiting position. I'm waiting for, God to send that man to me. I'm holding out. So I'm going to go, nam you ring throw your macarena, till that man comes along. Why are so many modern women holding out? What are you holding out for?
Appreciate you, Mackenzie.
Whatever it is, ladies, it ain't working. And the net result of it is you become a party of one. Modern woman, party of one. Your table's ready. What do you mean a party of one? A party of one. They become a party of one. Because as your friends who actually decided, you know what, I'm going to be a teacher or an accountant or whatever, I'm not going to make enough money to pay for my life, my property, my retirement and everything else. I'm not going to be able to fund my retirement. So I'm going to partner with somebody else and we're just going to try to make this thing work. Now, you got so many women who just because they went to college, think about it raises their value, especially this group.
I'm a PhD.
I had my ladies focus group the other day, and the things continue to kind of play out, interesting conversation, interesting questions. One thing over and over, I'm not going to settle. I became this woman over here, therefore I deserve this man over here. Well, ladies, like I tell every one of you, men don't care about what you have. We care about who you are. And your master's, your PhD, your property, your car, whatever, is not not what men choose on. But see, here's the problem. Women will continue to talk to each other, hype their head up, blow their head up, let women say, well, girl, you shouldn't wait. You should do this. You should do that. The guy you're with right now, he's a good guy. But you know what?
You could do better.
Don't settle for him. What happened to that lawyer you were dating 3 years ago? What happened? You used to date guys on this level. Why are you going to get with this guy who's give him a title, third shift at the plant? Why are you going to get with this guy who's a firefighter when back in college he was pulling this and that? Women judge from the highest man they were ever able to deal with. And deal with means simply this. He showed her some attention. Possibly gave her some sex, and she thought that automatically adjusted her level. That's why I'm starting to see hellified basic chicks, hellified basic from the way they look, talking about, I'm not going to settle for a broke man. I want a rich man. I want this lifestyle. And I'm like, you do realize you can set whatever price you want to in the market. That's your choice. But you do realize the market, like YouTube, like Instagram, the market is like YouTube and Instagram. Anybody can get a YouTube channel. Anybody can create an Instagram channel. Anybody can go to YouTube, create a channel, and post content. But that's because you have a YouTube channel don't mean somebody's going to watch it, don't mean you're going to get a following. Everybody who's watching right now has a YouTube channel or Instagram channel, but every one of you ain't making money on this stuff and they're in a business or whatever. Why? But this is the market. So women think because they can create a YouTube channel or an Instagram channel, because they can be in the market, they determine they can have success in the market.
So I want to stop there real quick and just get your opening thoughts.
I mean, he's not wrong about any of this. He's very, I would say he's a little bit like rambly, but that's kind of his entertainment value. So
fair enough.
He's getting the point across though. Like, people are reaching too high for things that people don't want. And they're convincing themselves that other people validating their feelings is what the other people are thinking, but it's not. It's a completely different mindset.
Well said. Well said. All right, so let's let him just finish his point, and then we'll jump to the caller.
The market lets anybody in, but the market gets to decide what success is. So all these women talking about are going to hold out this, that. They cannot produce the outcome they say they want, and they don't want to settle for lower, so they're just going to hold out and wait. Party of one.
Uh-oh, Mackenzie's not happy. What is he not right about? And, the link is pinned if you would like to come up. We would love to have you. But what do you think he is not right about?
Sad chick, party of one. Ebony the attorney, party of one. Marshall the marketer, party of one. Nancy the nurse, party of one. Or the PhD or the doctor. Hey, Rita the realtor, party of one. Christine the creative, party of one.
All right, so we get, that's where he's going. Let's jump to the first caller. 37, yeah, 37. All right.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. Can I be on camera?
No. Yeah, you gotta be on Instagram. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 37.
All right, what's the question or the comment?
Your question was.
Yeah, what are y'all holding out for?
Are you what?
Yeah, what are women holding out for?
I don't know. I was married and divorced. I didn't have I wouldn't say that I'm holding out today. I just, after listening to you, I don't see any hope in anything.
What do you mean?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like my market value is not as high as it used to be prior to marriage. I have 2 children.
It's not as high as it used to be?
Yeah.
Well, anything that...
Can you guys hear her all right?
He doesn't get used.
Kind of, yeah. It's enough. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's probably better.
Decreases. So, that's expected though, right?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Expected though.
Huh? What'd you say?
I said divorce wasn't expected, so I wasn't, planning on the decline.
Okay.
I guess I'm a party of one now, and I don't know, how it works.
Okay. Who filed for divorce?
I did.
Why'd you guys split?
Because I didn't know how to be a wife.
Okay.
I wasn't taught.
Okay. So is that a more accurate reason why you feel like there's no hope?
Yeah.
So it's not the declining sexual marketplace value or the divorce, it's you.
I think it's a combination. I mean, I've learned a lot since the divorce.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like with the knowledge that I have, I don't know if there's anything out there that would.
Anything out there that what?
Anything that would accommodate my situation. I mean, who wants to take care of someone else's kids and.
Was your ex-husband married?
No. Probably watching.
Then why not go back to him?
I've tried.
But why do you think that is?
So notice that he's not the reason I wanted to step away from like, oh, most savage moments is because yes, those are very entertaining. But that is not what Kevin Samuels was. That's not what his goal was. That was a byproduct of him being just real as fuck. And so this is, a little bit more, toned down. But I want you guys to see how, this is just an average random woman that I picked. And, we can go back to the savage moments after this call. But I want you guys to see a real call and the idea that he's not looking to slam dunk on them. He's looking to make families. And he's specifically focused on the Black community, but he wants families to come together or to come back together.
He's trying to show people how to connect the idea to the practical real life example.
Very much so. Mackenzie said can't come on right now. Listen on work. Post. Oh no, puppy. Next time. Maybe we'll chat about it in Discord. All right, let's continue. We'll do this call and then we'll go back to the fun stuff.
I don't think he's seen a change in me.
What's the name of your therapist?
Kevin Samuels. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have one.
Let him stew in that silence.
What's that?
The world's smallest violin playing My Heart Bleeds for you. I mean, what do you want us to say, man? I mean, you're married. You honest and said he divorced me because I didn't know how to be a husband. But then you go to Mark. What
the fuck?
That happens for everybody. For all women, in particular, it doesn't necessarily happen for all men, but our value decreases too. But then you don't know nobody who will accommodate your situation. Yeah, the man you started your situation with. But why did he want you back? Because you did nothing.
I wouldn't say that. I think I have long therapy. I have not been active therapy.
How long? What's the longest continuous time you've been in therapy?
So during the marriage, closest to the divorce, I was in therapy for the last 2 years, trying to, rectify the marriage.
No, you went on one by yourself.
I was alone with that. I was alone in that.
So when you were in marriage, you were doing therapy by yourself?
Correct. When I thought things were going, hectic, I knew that I was doing wrong. I knew that I had a part to play, and I sought therapy. And the therapist kept telling me to get a divorce, and I didn't like the therapist.
Was your therapist male or female?
A female.
Oh man, Nick, are you still here? I don't think Nick is still here. Yo, thank you so much for the Cash App, brother. Thank you so much, man. I hope you're still here. I'm sorry that I missed that. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that.
So the church.
Huh?
I went to the church after that and sought therapy through counsel through the church, through ministerial counsel and stuff. That works out a little better, but by then it was just too late. I didn't actually, go through with full therapy at all. Too much water was under the bridge and it was already over.
What do you mean it was already over?
I guess he had already had enough of everything. I mean, I stayed home with the boys. I raised the kids.
What did he want you to do?
Shut up.
Why did you do that?
Honestly, hindsight is 2020. I don't know why I didn't do that. At the time, I didn't know why. I mean, now, looking back, I was stupid. I was angry. I handled all the stuff that now, and I've been like, shut up. I for the last 5 years, and you and a lot of other, people that talk from types of things and anger inside of us at times that we get from our moms and their anger. So I learned a lot.
But
when it was time to get out, it was just been too long. It's been 5 years. He's in a different relationship, and then of course the divorce battle, right? That was.
But is it he's gone on, or you haven't done enough work?
I maybe both, but I've been trying. I've spent 5 years. I've been moved on, and the thing is, I'm scared of the market, right? So I'm scared to have that because I don't think that there's anything out there. I believe in marriage. I believe in
Well, the market's out there. The market's out there, but the market's going to ask the same questions I'm asking. What did you think you were going to get? I mean, when you were in your marriage and being the way you were, what were you fighting for?
You know what? I don't know. I just saw my mom do it. I did, but I saw her.
Your mom was married?
She just fought with all of her boyfriends and fought with us. And
Who has custody of the boys?
I do.
How's the youngest?
8.
How did they see their father?
Not often at all.
Why?
He says he's not financially stable to see them or take them because I take all his money after the divorce. So blames me for that. But I offer, I ask, I pay.
Hold on.
He doesn't.
What state are you in?
Pennsylvania.
Do you get child support?
I do.
Cut child support.
How will I be able to help take care of the kids?
Okay, cut out the child support and have actual joint custody with your ex-husband. Straight up joint. 3.5 days with you, or 4 days with you, 3 days with him, 3 days with you, 4 days with him. No child support. Listen. That would send a damn sure close signal that you're all trying to actually do something different. It would also give your boys more time with the man they need to be with, their father. If he's saying the money is draining him, well, man, cut child support off.
So I just want, just wanted to give a little peek into what he does before we go to the highlights. Mackenzie says he's wrong because I don't feel like what he's saying resonates with me or the way I approach dating or marriage when I was single. Although I can see that many women do, in fact, do this. And I think you said you were married for like 10 years or something. And specifically within that time period is when all of this stuff changed. So you're
dating apps.
Yeah, exactly. So you're somebody who didn't date in this world. And so it doesn't resonate with you because he may as well be speaking about
it's an alien situation. Like it's completely different. There's everything has moved to a degree that all the traditional values that you would go for in a marriage are not what people consider most important anymore.
Absolutely. Well said. So let's go back to the fun stuff. Where is that fucking the video we were just watching?
Can't you just look at your Google search again?
Yes, that's
Hold on.
So we got the West Indian girl here. She's asking, "What is a housewife?"
We don't need white supremacy racism. Well, all we got is this: that you think that the women who came before you were slaves.
It's not that necessarily, but just what I'm seeing in the media and just all around me. I see women trying to be this housewife for men, traditional housewife for men. And
yo, shout out to the fucking
media?
music. What'd you say?
In the media? Where are you seeing that? I'm seeing the complete opposite.
Well, that's precisely the point. That is precisely the point. But I just want to give a shout out to anybody who, was a fan of Kevin's, and this music is iconic, and it's fucking hit me in the feels. So, man, what a loss! What a loss.
They're just getting like
You talking about when a woman who's let's do it. Traditional housewife. What media are you talking about?
So let's. I don't know. Like I said, I want you to define what traditional housewife.
No.
Traditional housewife is being home.
You can't overtalk me. That's how we don't do that.
Okay.
What media are you talking about?
Social media.
What do you see traditional housewives in social media?
Everywhere.
Do you?
That I know of, just women getting taken care of and not working. No.
Yes, unfortunately, he passed away a couple months ago from a heart attack, like completely unexpected. He was only like 53 or 51, something like that. And he was on the rise. And, for those of us who aren't necessarily we got JH is still here. Said he was the best in the genre. Gave the heat to both sexes. That is correct. He started out speaking exclusively to men. But yeah, for people like me, who grew up and lived my entire, let's say, young adult career from being, 13, 14 years old, where I'm first actually trying to get attention from women, all the way up until when I discovered this content in spring of 2020. I was operating under false pretenses. I was believing that the world was a certain way. And Kevin Samuels, among others, but definitely the number one contributor was Kevin Samuels, that showed me this Disney world that you think you live in, where women are sugar and spice and everything nice, is simply not what it is. That doesn't mean that there aren't nice women. That doesn't mean that they're, anything like that. But you can't just go and just be as nice as you can and always text back immediately. There's because I didn't understand how women thought about dating, thought about men, and especially being, I guess I'm a cute guy, but I'm short and I'm skinny, and I didn't know that I was missing the cheat code. And the cheat code just being understanding the game that I'm playing. The sad part of it all was ignorant people celebrating his death. Yeah. I talk a lot about with the red pill stuff, where it should be a pit stop, where you learn about the red pill stuff, and then you go and live the rest of your life. And when we were talking about Sneeko, saying like, he's actually, making me think that he's not this. But for a minute there, I was thinking that he was one of those dudes who just gets lost in the sauce and finds this content and then makes this their whole identity. And that's not helpful either. But as somebody who, really benefited from having this mindset and being reminded of these things, it allowed me to just spend a lot less time thinking, what the fuck is wrong with me? And just come to this conclusion like, oh, okay, I didn't realize the world was like that. And that's it. But that meant so much to me. And that's why I just, if I hear somebody doesn't know Kevin Samuels, we gotta get into it.
So that's what a traditional housewife is, taking care of and not working.
To me, yes.
Oh, okay. So, and that's getting the shit into the stick?
From what I've seen so far, yes.
Not working and having no responsibilities is getting the shit end of the stick.
So you're supposed to teach her how to be a wife.
How to be a wife, yeah. So how to be a wife, you can learn that from your mother, yes, but I was raised by my father. Now, my mother is in my life right now, but I can say that my father taught me how to be a wife, or a woman to a man. I can say that. And how to be one, exactly. Because the way women teach us how to be a wife and the way men teach us how to be a wife are completely two different.
Are you married?
No, I'm not. I was engaged, but I'm not
See,
married.
men customize women for them.
See, but I'm saying my father didn't custom. I'm 31.
What are you going to talk to me about?
I'm a boss, and I just was out in my booth, doing my pop-up shop today, and I went to college, and I believe that I can have a family.
I got a PhD.
Only one day. I believe that.
How many kids you got?
No kids.
Okay, you believe you can have a family? Okay.
Yeah, I believe I can meet my match. I believe that I can find someone that.
Roll it back, no.
I'm sorry.
You don't do.
I'm sorry.
We don't know what we're talking. That's one thing you don't.
I'm sorry. I'm getting people go to my page, my website, because I'm talking to you. So it's like, wow, I was shocked that.
Well, turn off the comments and have the conversation.
Let's talk. Help me out, Kevin.
I don't know why. I mean, if you already have it all figured out, why you need my help?
I mean, I want to help your viewers too see my point of view and talk to you and have a conversation.
I don't think my viewers want to hear a woman tell them anything.
I don't want to tell them. I want to answer your questions.
You said you want to talk to me.
Go ahead. I just want to talk about your conversation about how I can meet my match. How can I make?
I don't know what your match is. I don't know what your match is. What do you want?
I want someone that, can match my drive, my ambition, someone that can bring to the table what I bring to the table as a woman. I want someone that can meet, my match.
How's that working out for you?
It's working out great, but honestly, I don't think guys at this point in my career are what I need to focus on. Like, I just want to focus on myself. And then when I get to a level where I'm comfortable, I want to settle down, and that's what's in my vicinity.
I think she said she was over 30, correct? And
how long is she going to wait? Is the question. What are you waiting for?
The perfect man. They believe he's out there. They believe they deserve him. And so Why should I sell for one of these?
I don't think people realize that two people in a relationship with the same drives and ambitions is exhausting.
Yeah. I mean, I it can work, but in general, you're absolutely right. Typically, if you're a driven person, you want somebody who's going to keep you grounded, keep you, show you how to relax, and they just don't get it. They just don't get it. And I want to highlight the idea that we're talking as we're watching this about what women don't know. But the entire reason that this content matters to people like me is because of what I didn't know. I'm happy to admit that. The trouble comes when on either side you think you've got it all figured out. Because he says they will have a rude wake-up call when they actually do get married. I don't think they are going to get married. I mean, once you, I don't know if she's, I feel like, I thought she said, hey, we got Eric Mann in the building. Welcome. So we finished talking about H3, but you are 100% correct. And my friend Sanzik here was not familiar with The Godfather, Kevin Samuels. So we are just watching some Kevin Samuels. But yeah, the notion that we got somebody else here. Who do we got? Trey Williams. Can you Trey, can you cam up? Oh, you are cammed up. All right. Well, all right, let's try this. And welcome.
Can you see me?
Barely, but we can.
Well, no, I was smoking, but I can't smoke in the house, so I was outside. So I'll put that out while I'm on camera out of respect for your show.
Oh, hey man, we do what we do. Cheers.
I definitely don't drink. I've actually never had alcohol a day in my life.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna tell you to try it, but it's enjoyable. So go ahead.
Oh no, I'm listening. I just actually jumped in. I've seen your stream a few times, but it's usually after I get off work, so I've never actually been able to watch it live. Got some pretty good ideas. I agree with some of the things you say. Some things I don't, but I kind of just think that's where I'm from and how I was raised. That kind of makes me feel that way.
Cool. Well, thank you for checking me out. Is there something in particular that you don't agree with? Maybe we could hash it out right here.
Not necessarily some particular. I think it's kind of just how a lot of people. I won't say you. You did a video. I can't remember the video right now. God, I'm drawing a blank now that I'm actually in front of you. But basically, I don't know, the tone. The tone came off very condescending.
I can do that from time to time.
In like, not in like a you hurt my feelings condescending, but like I don't think you understand the other side condescending.
That's fair. I could definitely see that. I do have a lot of things where I can be condescending because I feel like there's certain things about the world that are kind of obvious, but people choose to ignore them. And so I mean, we could definitely get into it if there's something particular, but I don't think that I definitely can be that way sometimes, but. We were watching Sneako's reaction to Andrew Tate's goodbye video. And one of the things he was saying, not that Sneako is somebody I particularly look up to, but I would love to have a subscriber count. But he was saying that, like, if you are yourself on the internet, people will hate you. And I'm not saying you hate me. I'm just saying the way I can only present so much of myself at a time. And I'm confident that if you keep tuning in and call out when there's something that you disagree with, if you do actually call it out, I will, as you can see, I'm open to having the conversation, and I'm always looking to learn. So it's definitely something that we can talk through, and maybe I'll understand you better, and you'll understand me better.
Oh, definitely. Civil conversation is the best way to do it. I used to be the young hothead 20-year-old who had an
Didn't we all?
opinion, kind of tell you to shut the F up about it. It's cussing cool. Like I'm not just gonna let it fly, but
Right.
But
you learn how to balance that out a little bit.
yeah, but guys like Andrew Tate and Sneeko, they come off more like jackasses more than anything. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but you sound like a jackass. Shut up. Like we get it. You got the money, you did the hard work, you did whatever you had to do to get there. I'm not even knocking your hustle. I'll never knock a man's hustle. That was one thing I was taught as a man. However he makes his money, that's how he makes his money. That's not your business. So yes.
So let me ask you this: what do you feel the same way about Kevin Samuels?
I actually looked up to Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels was a guy I looked up to. I didn't agree with everything he said, of course, but he was one of the first dudes that, at least on, because like, okay, women was never my issue. I've never had an issue with women as far as getting women. I actually have 3 kids by 3 different women. So women was never my problem. It was everything else I was lacking in life.
Right.
That I was like, huh. So I got on YouTube one day and was like, how to save money as a black man. And Kevin Samuels popped up. And like, this was way back in 2017.
Oh, wow. You got on early.
Yeah. And he was like the first black man as a black man that was like, hey, you can do this. Get yourself together. Get a job. Do your job. And you'll be all right. And so for me, he really resonated. I kind of understand what started happening in 2020, 2021, because at that point, it was more about money. But 2017, 2018, 2019, Kevin, he was more so helping black men. Like, hey, you belong in these spaces. We need to do this. It's time to start being more corporate. I'm actually in the corporate world now. Absolutely hate it just because I can't sit. I've been a chef. So now that I'm in like corporate, I hate sitting still and standing around. It drives me bonkers.
Yeah, I used to be a server, so I was I'm right there with you. I'm a private dog trainer. I knew that I could never do corporate 9 to 5. I was like, find me anything else. I was working in a restaurant for like 5 years, and then eventually I got into the dog training, and hopefully now this channel takes off, and I won't have to worry about shit.
Hey, I respect it. I actually thought about starting a channel. Because one thing I noticed about Red Pill is it's a bunch of guys who never got none early. I'm not saying you got to get some early, but like you could tell you didn't have a middle school girlfriend. Like, the fake middle school girlfriend we pretend we have. Like, all we do is really just kiss in the hallway one time. It's like, oh, that's my girlfriend. But like, you can tell that you never even had that in life. And then you got somewhere or you became successful, and then all of a sudden you started getting women. And now you feel away because it's like, when I was the bum little nerdy kid at school, you didn't show me no love. And now I'm an adult. All of a sudden now that I got some bread, I got some money on me, I'm doing something with my life.
Right?
Yeah, to me, and just me personally, like I said, and trust me, I've lived my life. I've learned my lessons. I just turned 30 last week. So, like,
congratulations.
This is a 10-year experience that I wouldn't trade for the world. But
preach, brother.
Like, yes.
Yeah, I think that's a very poignant message, because I talk a lot about how I don't know if you heard it just before you came on. I was talking about how the red pill should be a pit stop where you come to learn the information. You realize that you're not living in Disney World, and it's not about just being a nice guy. That there's more of a game to play, whether you like it or not. And then you take that information and you go on with your life. And it's the people who stay in this space and every day have to consume more because of the fact that they have that resentment. That's where I think the issue really lies.
And I think also just you hear the other side, like the fact that you can say men aren't shit and you're allowed to say it, it makes a lot of men feel a certain way. Like, I hear things and I'll be like, oh my God, like, I don't think y'all understand what y'all understand.
Like, we're people, yo. Like, we're people.
Yeah, but like, if they were to hold the mirror right back up to themselves, all of a sudden we hate women, we're misogynistic, we deserve to be deplatformed. when we're honestly saying the same thing that feminists are saying. We just changed the gender.
Yeah, and I would argue that the feminists are way more. I mean, I never heard Kevin Samuels saying, I don't even want to say it, but KILL all women. I never heard that from any red pill person.
Yeah,
but I hear kill all men from feminists all the goddamn time.
Because men love women.
There is a legit YouTuber who's like, all black women should abort black babies, like black men babies. If it's a boy, abort it. Legit.
That's shocking, but also not surprising.
Exactly. And it just, you're like, all right. So I understand where the resentment comes from. And then I also think, because like, I can say I'm truly the last generation of like, take your ass outside and go play.
Yep.
Like, I come from dial-up internet to Wi-Fi. Like, I didn't get Wi-Fi till I was a junior in high school.
I think, because I'm 32. I'm going to be 33 in November.
Yeah, so like,
I talk all the time about how we were the last generation that grew up as children without the internet, and then grew up with like literally next to the internet. Like we brought up the internet, and so like
I didn't grow up with it.
No, but the internet was already there. You didn't grow up with it. You grew up with it being there. We grew up together with it.
Yeah, like we grew up with like, if my mom had to use the phone, we got to get off the internet.
Yup. Okay, I saw this in a TikTok earlier. Sanzik, if you're in an AOL chat room and somebody says to you ASL, what does that mean?
Like, you want me to tell you?
Yeah, what does that stand for?
Age, sex, location.
Oh, he knows.
Hey,
all right.
You might be older. No, you've seen that TikTok.
No, I don't use TikTok. I've never.
Well, no, but that I'm saying I just saw from a TikTok that an older person was asking a Gen Zer what what ASL meant, and they had no clue.
No.
I've seen like videos of people not knowing how to use a rotary phone, all this kind of stuff.
I kind of didn't know how to use a rotary phone. I feel like my family.
They were around though,
so we were still using cordless. Like we had the cordless phones early.
Right. So Mackenzie says, so we were talking earlier about Kevin Sandwiches. What I'm saying is, people with these impossible standards for a mate will inevitably fail at marriage if they actually do make it down the aisle. Anybody ever heard someone say marriage is easy? No way. And I 100%. I don't think that people and women in particular, but people in general, I don't think they understand that it's not just some thing to do. It's an actual life event that you have to throw yourself into and be a part of.
So I'll say this: one, we taught two generations of never settle.
Yep.
Like, so now we feel like if you don't meet that full criteria, it's done. You're finito. Two, I don't think we actually explain how hard certain things are. Like, being the man of the house is hard until you're actually the man of the house, and then you're like, oh shit.
Mm-hmm. Are you married?
Not anymore. I'm divorced.
No. Okay, my dear. Yeah, so I mean, like, I don't have any kids. I've never, my longest relationship was like 3.5 years, maybe, and there was no kids involved. So I'm
like,
not in that. Good.
Like, people hear me say like I have 3 kids by 3 different women, and they be like, "Oh, you were just fucking everything," and I was like,
maybe.
No, well, so like,
precisely.
So I can say this: I am the prime example. My oldest son is 9. I am the prime example of it only takes one time. The condom broke. I'll say this, and I think like sometimes when we talk to these young men, and like that's why I kind of want to start a YouTube channel for like men like me who was like, fuck it, I'm gonna jump off the porch and just whatever happens. And then like there's young men who like are nervous. So I think that's where like red pill comes in. And then there's young men who, like, my grandma calls it going up Fool's Hill. Whereas like we warned you, but
Eric,
you had to go see for yourself. So I think like once I became the man of the house and I realized like, okay, these pressures are actually my pressures. Like you hating your job and all of a sudden quitting your job is like, oh, you could have at least told me you was gonna quit your job. You just up and quit. came back and was like, well, you can handle the rent, right? Yeah, I'll figure it out. Like, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's where it stops, right? It stops with you.
It gets tough, and then like I can say I'll be open. 2018, I witnessed my sister get murdered in a domestic violence thing, and like she died in my arms.
Wow, I'm sorry to hear that.
Mentally, I checked out the game. Like,
I don't blame you.
I checked out. I was a terrible boyfriend, husband, father. I became a weekend dad, but mentally, I just wasn't there.
I know. And to bring it back to Kevin Samuels, you know, the notion of getting therapy was something that he was very much in favor of. And I mean, as far as I understand, specifically in the Black community, that's not as accepted as in other cultures in this country. Would you agree with that?
It is now.
It is now. That's good.
So I'll say my generation more so. I think what we also fail to realize is we talk so much about the crack era, but in growing up in the Black community, crack baby is a running joke. We'll call you a crack baby in a minute, but it's a joke for us now.
Mm.
So, but we never actually talked about what real life crack babies were going to be like.
That's tough.
And I can personally say in the Black community, we're taught an eye for an eye. You ride or die with your brothers. Like, you know, them your brothers. These, like, we grow up
death
together.
before dishonor, right?
We struggle together. Hey, you got cereal, I got milk. Let's roll. Like, you know, it was them type of relationships. So at that point, you introduce gangbanging, you introduce drugs, stuff that started way before us. This stuff started in the 70s, in the 80s. Like, we inherited beefs. And as crazy as it is to say, like, oh, you inherited something, it's a lot different when two people streets over is the one that killed your uncle.
Yeah, that's
It's
powerful.
a lot different when your best friend is the one that died. Like, I lost homeboys in high school, and I went to school in the suburbs, but I'm from the hood. And I lost homeboys, I lost friends, I lost cousins, just lost a brother-in-law. Like, it's a lot hard to look a young man in his face when his best friend just got killed and was like, oh, no, don't do nothing. Peace, be still, go shake his hand.
Right. It's tough.
But when I'm 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, you're telling me, hey, you ride or die for your brothers. Eye for an eye. One fight, we all fight. One do something, we all do something. So,
it's tough. Well, I'm glad to see that you brought yourself out of that to at least the extent that you did. We got a comment here. Eric says, I feel like with marriage, you have to find the person that works with you. You should never have to try and make an agreement. I generally agree with that. I think that
no, I'll say this. There's times
sorry, hold on one second. We didn't come back to this one. So before we go back to that, Mackenzie said, what I'm saying is we did come back to this, right?
Yeah.
No way. Yeah. So exactly as she was saying that it's not easy, but on the other hand, I do think Eric is right in the sense that it shouldn't be so difficult. If this is your person, it should be, the difficult things are things, the same way it's difficult to lift weights, but you want to get bigger. So I hear.
But I think that's where
you do it anyway, and you want to do it. And so I feel like that's how a marriage, a long-term relationship should be. That it's not easy, but that the difficulties are something that you're willing to endure and willing to go through.
Yeah, but the problem is when the relationship is only one-sided, someone is trying. It has to be both sides trying to make it work.
I think that's where like true family values and morals. Like I think that's when you come to find out like, oh, everybody's not raised the same. Because there were certain things that I can say when I got into a long-term relationship. Like me and my daughter's mom was together 2 years before we even had her.
Mm-hmm.
But then once we actually had a child and we started talking about how parenting would go, you start finding yourself like, oh, y'all find that acceptable in y'all household? Because my mama have a hissy fit if she hear her say that.
Yeah, beat for
Like,
that.
like, oh, like, no, we don't do, like, I'll say this. I've seen people be real comfortable talking to their parents a certain way, and it's like, whoa,
That's that white people shit.
No, not
Fuck
even
you, mom.
not even that. Like, because I started seeing it like in our households, and I was like, whoa, hey, because I've seen people get smacked for less, and that's when like when you push come to shove, and it's like, hey, what are we gonna do on this? That's where the true family values and morals come in, and you have to be like, hey, this is like, sometimes you have to pull rank as a man. If you're going to be the man of the household,
Absolutely,
sometimes you just got to pull rank.
You have to, yeah, and women will respect that. They will push and specifically, shit test you to see if you will put your foot down, and the stuff like that I didn't realize. That I'm just a nice laid back dude. So she said she wants this, and now she said, all right, doesn't matter to me.
I don't care.
And not realizing that she's testing me, and she's like, oh, you're a bitch. I just didn't know.
I legit had a woman tell me that on a date. She
That
didn't
you were a bitch?
She didn't call me a straight bitch. She called me beta.
Oof.
And she said it a few times. And I was like, yo, you can just call me a bitch. Like, I'd accept bitch more. And she was like, no, I'm not calling you that. I'm just saying, like, you're so soft-spoken.
Oh, she
and
wasn't even trying to be mean?
No. And I'm like, yo, check this out. Like, it's a restaurant. I don't give a fuck about a restaurant. You see, I just bought some wings. Like, I will find anything to eat at a restaurant. So where we go to eat isn't the...
Exactly, bro.
Why do I need to lead that? Like, why do I need to be leading this? Like, you can just be like, hey, I want Chipotle. All right, bet. That's fine. Like,
right.
Because they're not direct.
You can't. You got to be like, no, bitch, I want this. No, I'm just kidding. But, to some extent,
you almost feel like you do have to be like, nah, bitch, I want to go over here. And it's like, oh, you want to go here? You say it's got good wings? All right, bet. Cool. I bet it's something on the menu I'm going to eat.
And so that specifically is, what Mackenzie was talking about earlier. Let's see if I can pull it up. That, she didn't resonate with what Kevin Samuels was saying. And what we were saying is that the reason it doesn't resonate with, a married woman who's been married for a while is that all of this stuff happened while you were in your relationship. The dating world that you left changed.
It went
to shit. Yo,
I'd almost say my senior year of high school, it went to shit.
It was bad. Well, I was a real beta in high school, so I wouldn't know either way.
See, I was the weird, like, okay, so I went from being at an all white school from like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th grade to an all black school.
Really?
And so, yeah. And I was in like a transition of like, so like, I always lived in the hood. I was like the black kid who like mama had they shit together. So my house was very stable. Like, hard times for me was like no cable and shit like that. So I like my mom, she never let me outside like that. Like, I could go outside. My mom is just crazy. She was the one that'll pull up to the block and show her ass like, hey, I told y'all to be in at this time. Like, she got hurt, so she didn't, like, she's medically disabled because she's not, but medically she can't work. So she had nothing but time on her hand to raise me and my sisters. And she was she would show up to our schools and spend the whole day with us.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God, it was embarrassing. Like, imagine your mom, your sophomore year of high school, walking to class with you.
I can imagine.
And girls were like, Trey, what's wrong? And my mom's like, baby, he's in trouble. Keep walking.
Ah!
I'm not gonna lie, I was skipping class in sophomore.
Oh, I was a good boy. I didn't skip until senior year. We got a comment here from another comment from Eric. He just says, I've had my fair share of girls that were awful and learned that I don't need to bring those girls home. So I found somebody that I could bring home and be happy with. Beautiful. That's what, I didn't get enough experience. I had a girlfriend in high school, and I had a girlfriend in college. So those prime years, I wasn't dealing with women like that. I was dealing with being in a relationship, which is its own, its own thing that you need to experience. But I was very foreign to the notion of hooking up and playing the game and all that kind of stuff. So it was really a wake up call when I was single and I was trying to get out there as, like 25, 26. And these girls already knew. They could see from a mile away that, like, oh, this beta ass motherfucker.
No, I was with the shits early.
So Mackenzie says, this is a really important thing, though, that Trey is talking about. How tragedy and loss in one's life impacts future relationships and shapes them. It's very true. And the other side of that is that we need to make sure that, as Kevin Samuels talks about all the time, is that we deal with that. Nobody deserves any bad shit that happens to them, but when it does, it's your shit to deal with. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make it something that or anything like that. It's just not anybody else's responsibility. And too often, as men, nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. But these women have, and not all of them, of course, I'm talking about the women that we're talking about. They are too accustomed to having somebody sugarcoat things and pull a bubble around their world. And they get to this, they hit the wall and get to 30, 32, 33, 35, and they're not getting as much attention anymore. And they're like, what's going on? I dated a football player from the NFL 10 years ago. That's who I should be with, no? And
like, I can say, because I went to the school of failed dreams. No, the high school I went to in Texas, we're like one of the top programs in the nation. Like Von Miller actually went to my high school. Oh. So like there's so many dudes, like our high school nickname is DeSoto U for how many dudes we go D1. And then you see them all back in the hood because like, oh man, the coach was hating on me, bro. No, you finally around 50 other 5-star recruits. Like you're finally around and you find yourself like it's easy to be the big fish in the little pond.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
But when you put your ass in the ocean and now you got to swim with the sharks, that's when you find out, can you swim with the sharks? Do you need to go over here? Like the one of the happiest things I ever heard in my life, like that made me feel so happy, was like, yo, you can be in a happy household just making $60,000 a year with you and your spouse both making $60,000 a year.
Oh, that's funny, yeah.
And it made it. I never wanted like extravagance. I just wanted comfortableness. Like, cause I lived a very comfortable lifestyle, like very comfortable. I got anything I wanted. We wasn't super rich, but hey, I want some forces. Give her 2 weeks, I'll have some forces.
Nice.
Things like that. So like I'm video games, all of that. Like that to me, that's just comfortableness. So I don't think that like I need extravagance. I just be wanting like comfortableness. And I think we just need to teach more people it's okay to live comfortable.
That's a beautiful sentiment, man. I can't think of a better note to end on than that. Is there anything you want to shout out to the people, your social media? You said you're starting a channel, anything like that? The floor is yours, brother.
So I want to start a channel. I'm trying to get it off the ground now. First is going to be the On the Cool podcast with me and my best friend. And then it's going to be personal videos, teaching young men how to co-parent and dealing with the child support system. Just because I think that's what we need more than anything. And as you can see, the hood is alive and well. So everybody be safe and be careful. But yeah, I want to teach young men how to be better. I lived a lot. I learned a lot. And hopefully my lessons, life lessons, not stats and data. I don't really believe in that crap. But I believe life lessons as men can teach younger men more than just stats. So that's what I aim for.
Beautifully said, man. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for checking out the channel. You seem like a really cool dude. I definitely would love if you would join the Discord. Me and Sansic are in there, a bunch of other cool dudes, and Mackenzie, and trying to build this community. Say again?
Oh yeah, wherever the link is, I'll be there, man. For
Yep,
sure.
the link is right in the description. And
I need more positivity in my life.
Facts, bro. That's what I'm trying to do. Build a community where we can fuck around and we can talk shit and we can do whatever. We can get into heated conversations. But at the end of the day, we're us. And I haven't had that much in my life. So this is it.
For real.
That sounds like it's for you.
I get off work at 6 o'clock. So any stream I can catch after 6 o'clock, I'll be there.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Where you said you're in
Texas.
Texas? Yeah. So right around then. I'll be looking out for you, brother.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. You guys be safe, man. Love.
You as well, brother. Have a good one.
See you.
All right. So yeah, I mean, he brought up a lot of good points, and that's a lot of really good context for all of this stuff. You know, I mean, now we started. We're gonna finish the video, but
I'm getting tired. I might dip out after this.
All right, yeah. If you got to drop out, and just drop out, unless you want to do shout outs.
Just my Twitter @Senzixi. That's about it.
Beautiful. All right. So yeah, I can't remove you anyway. You can drop out whenever you're ready. But yeah, so we're gonna finish the rest of the Kevin Samuels video here. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for coming up, Trey, and I really appreciate you sharing your story with us. And it's so relevant. You know, I had no idea we were gonna end up watching old Kevin Samuel stuff, but it's all connected. All of this stuff is connected. And the better we can understand how interconnected all of these cultural ideas are, the better we'll be able to navigate that cultural landscape and just be better. So let's jump back into the video.
I'll see you later.
All righty. Later on, bro.
Bye.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you again, brother. I really appreciate you coming up, and I appreciate you sharing your story. So let's get back into the video, and let's keep in mind, you know, I come from the perspective that I come from. You know, I come from the life that I've lived, and so as much as I needed to understand the dating dynamics of what the Red Pill community offers, I didn't have to experience all of the things that you know, they talk about in terms of in the Black community and dating within the Black community, those kinds of things. So Trey gave us a lot of good context for that stuff. So let's dive right back in.
What percentage of men earn $650,000 or more?
Well, from the conversation I heard you speak about earlier, it sounded like it was less than 10%.
10% of men earn $100,000.
Okay.
Top 5%, around $250,000. 300,000, you start dropping around 3%. You feel well, 500,000, you're talking about 1%. And you're talking more than that. So you're talking about a fraction of a percent. So if he can meet, so if a man, they can meet that, and how tall, you said, y'all talk about what?
Say that again?
How tall are you again? You said you're 5 what?
I'm 5'5", 5'8" with heels.
Okay. So how tall does he need to be?
Anywhere from like 5'8" and taller. I'm flexible.
Okay. If this man can meet your socioeconomic standard, which is rather on the higher side, I think it's fair to say he can meet most women's. What do you think a man who makes that kind of income, what are some of the things they would want from a woman?
I definitely feel they want a baddie, for sure.
A what?
A baddie, like they want somebody who is like a 10 and 10, for sure. Somebody who's well kept, well put, dresses well, speaks well, articulate, great conversation, can be in a crowd with anybody and be able to be put together.
You just described a man.
I described a man?
Mm-hmm. You're describing the prototypical Tyler Perry Sex and the City metro female fantasy.
And that's the issue there, of course, is that women are valuing the things that they value in men, assuming that men value those things in women. And that's not the case.
You said you had a 9-year marriage that you divorced from, and you had a relationship that you left because he cheating?
Yeah.
And you never cheated?
I have.
Exactly. And how long ago did that end?
About maybe 7 years ago.
And what have you been doing since then?
Well, that's when I started working on myself.
But see, that's what I don't understand. 7 years, man. I'm not 37 or 44.
7 years?
How long are y'all supposed to French toast work? What do you need from a man financially?
Everything.
For him to hold it down.
What does that mean?
So what that means is, as a woman,
Put a
and
dollar value on it. Don't give me the yearbook answer.
at least a minimum of 6 figures. Minimum.
My
Burn.
problem is that I tend to attract narcissists, and I'm the complete opposite of a narcissist. Like I'm bored.
Oh, okay.
And I know I'm literally saying, like, I'm
bored is a reason a lot of women leave. But see, so honestly, what men hear is there's no reason to be a good guy because, when I was a good guy, women left people. When I became a player, that's not no problem.
Facts.
There's not many options. That's another thing.
So there are plenty of options. 51% of black men are single and childless. 64% of
Hey, we got Eric in the building. What's going
I'm not
on?
even gonna lie. I didn't even mean to join it. I just clicked the link and signed up because I was gonna support you on there. But currently I'm at work, so I'm not gonna be able to stay. You guys make a lot of interesting points, though, especially about the Camden Samuels thing. I thought it was pretty smart of you to say that that women value things in men. But like, what was it? Go ahead, so I don't say anything incorrect.
So the woman was describing what she thinks a man wants, and she really just described a man. And so Kevin was saying that you just describe you're trying to say what a guy wants in a woman, and you're describing a man. And so I was saying women look at what they want in a man, and they assume that he's got it together, he's got a good job, he's whatever, and they think that's what men want and look for in other women. That's why, it's like, oh, I got a PhD, I make this much. It's like, yo, I don't care. You're not paying for me.
Right.
I don't need to study. I don't care what your thing is. And so they just need to understand that men are looking for something a little different.
I feel like in this time and age, and you don't really see a whole lot of this, which Andrew Tate kind of talked about it a little bit, but I feel like the more, and this involves like the feminist movement that he brings up, and how women are looking for more freedom in the relationship, stuff like that, especially like around doing whatever they want to do and not being disrespectful. I'm all for that, but it's in a different kind of way. Like, it's like I mentioned earlier, I've had plenty of girls where I've been dating them, and these are relationships lasted like 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I put up with a lot of stuff, but it's always forgive and forget, and that's also why I brought up too. Like, you have to find that person where it's the qualities that you look for in them. It's not necessarily what they got, because even today, like a lot of girls, they kind of just assume men have money. Yeah, I have money. I'm not working for the best salary, but in Oklahoma, for 20 years old, I work in a machine shop. I'm doing pretty good for myself all around. I went out and hung out with this one girl the other day, and she's helping me fix my car up a little bit. We were just chatting outside, and she told me that she was hungry, so I was like, okay, let's go. We go up to McDonald's because I knew what she was about to do, and so we get there. I ordered $5 worth of food. I got 2 McDoubles, and I got a sweet tea with that. And she got a large Big Mac meal, etc., etc. Didn't ask if I could afford it, no budget, nothing like that. So it was like she kind of assumed that I had the money to spend, which, to be fair, I did. I wasn't complaining. I didn't tell her that I wouldn't get her it. And it's not even a big deal, but it is just an example of what kind of problems we look at. And, it's weird because, like, around here, like, again, Oklahoma, I've seen a little bit of the world, but not too much. I've traveled from states in America, but, I feel like, especially now, and the reason that I'm able to work this job is that nobody really wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to go out and do that on their own initiative. And one of the other problems with women, too, is that they want to work. They're becoming more and more independent every day. But they don't want to be in this machine shop. I don't want to be in this machine shop. I'm over here sweating. I look like shit because it's hot, but it's part of it. And that's how I'm making my money.
The machinery in the back is making my ears bleed. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, you're good. I'm going to get off of here anyways.
Yeah, whenever you're off work, you're always welcome to come up. Thank you for coming to hang out, and thank you for sharing with us.
Oh, yeah, no problem. You have a good night.
Enjoy the rest of your shift, brother. All right. Sorry. Yeah, I know that was the I was trying to be nice. I wanted to hear what he had to say, but my ears are bleeding. But I'm sure we'll hear from him again. So let's dive back in. We have a little bit left, and I promised you guys we're going to finish this. So we're just going to finish this. The panel is still open if anybody wants to come up. But other than that, we're just going to finish the video, and then nighty-night sleepy time.
Remember the plan. See what they're not. No. First off, check that. Because you start that shit, I'm going to get real raw with you. I'm going to get real raw with you. Check that shit. Because I have not made any presumptions about looks or anything with you, so I'm not going to insult me.
You can't. I look a mess now, but I don't think I have to settle with a man that I don't find.
Okay, let's do it. What would you rate yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? Just your face. You cannot use stuff.
A 10.
Oh, poor baby. Now let's try this again.
So
she really thinks that. She's not like joking or trolling or like trying to waste his time. She legitimately thinks that she is in the highest class of woman based on her looks.
Most beautiful woman in the world. Cosmopolitan ain't trying to get you to be on the cover. People ain't deemed you one of the most beautiful women in the world. You first thing you came out of your mouth, you said you're a 10, and you're not a 10.
My face is not a 10.
Oh my God.
I don't have no makeup on, and my hair is not done, and this is all real hair. So I think I'm definitely a 10.
Cool, I bet you do. So when was the last time you did it?
I've never been involved in that.
That's what 10s do.
Not all 10s.
Oh yeah, not all 10s, but you know what? You live in New York, right? Right. See, when you're a 10, people discover you at the bank, at the bodega, at the gym.
That happened when I was young. Then my father.
Okay, we're gonna keep on moving. You're not a 10. You live in, and a lot of you ladies just say this because you're not. You're not a 10.
What would you rate me as? My face.
I'm not gonna no.
All right, I would rate her according to Kevin Samuel's own criteria. Whenever he asked, he said scale 1 to 10, fresh face, out of the shower, no makeup, cannot use 7. I give her a 4.
Not because you're rating yourself up there with Rihanna and Halle Berry when she was young. That's what you're rating yourself. What would you give yourself on a scale from 1 to 10?
I don't remember this call, but I remember her. I remember her face, so I know this is good. But I'm gonna run it back just because he just said the exact same thing.
That's what you're rating yourself. What would you give yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? Fresh face, out of the shower, your natural hair. You cannot use 7.
On a regular day, I'd say maybe a 6.
Okay. I will give you a 6.
I would agree with that. I could say that. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
And a 6 is cute. A 5 is average. So if you're a cute woman, that's one step above average. Okay. Average means average. You look in your family history, and most people are average, right at the top of the bell curve. But if you take a cute woman who's overweight, that adjusts her SMV up or down.
Down.
Thank you. So that makes her average. That makes
SMV, for those of you who don't know, means sexual marketplace value.
As those two numbers, they kind of average out. You would be an average woman. And as an average woman in this country, an average black woman, the average black man in this country earns $41,500 for a lifetime. No more, no less. No Herculean methods, no lottery, no businesses. That's what he's going to make. That's your husband.
What if I have degrees?
Thank you.
I got a PhD.
See, I want you guys to understand.
Look at the face. What? My PhD don't matter?
And she just asked me, and I told her, what is a woman has her SMV. Now, these women actually think because they can make themselves higher SMV because of a degree. That does not work. Men have never picked women based upon your degree. That is why you could be on fries at McDonald's, but if you look like Kelly Rowland, you can marry a millionaire. But you could graduate from Harvard, but if you look like Precious, you ain't got nothing coming.
A lot of my Jewish friends were married during college.
Exactly. And so when I asked you why don't you marry, you look like I asked you something difficult. Why aren't you married yet?
No, I don't think it's difficult.
Don't want to get married this young?
I love my boyfriend. I'm happy to be in a relationship.
Right, you better say that he's gonna see the video, but why aren't you married yet?
He wants to get married.
Okay, so he's broke.
No, he's not broke.
So what's wrong with him?
Nothing's wrong with him.
So let me get this right. He's not broke and he wants to marry you, but you don't want to get married. What's wrong with you?
Oh, I never said I don't want to get married.
Well, I asked you why aren't you married?
We're just not married yet.
How long have you been together?
We've been together, we're going on 2 years.
Why aren't you married? I'll take the 6 months. So let me get this right. He wants to get married.
I don't know if you left, Jihad, but we had a couple people on the panel, and I promised the video. So I am a man of my word. And when I promise you guys something, I'm going to deliver. So maybe it is the Kevin Samuels channel now.
Yes.
He's told you he wants to marry you.
Yes.
And you told him to go buy a ring?
Yes.
And he hasn't.
Oh, I have a ring, yeah.
He's dropped on one knee and proposed to you.
Yes.
And you said what?
Of course I said yes. But we
Hold on, whoa. Of course you said yes?
Then what's the
that would
issue
make a
here?
fiance, not a boyfriend.
I mean...
No. I was very clear. He dropped on one knee, ring, proposed, you said yes. That makes a fiance, not a boyfriend.
Yes.
So why are you calling your fiance your boyfriend?
Because it's very new.
That's bullshit. Most women who are no, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. When women get engaged into a man they like and they got a ring, they can't wait.
No.
All right, let's see. That's a unquestionable. This is for most women, the pinnacle of their romantic lives is getting engaged and getting that ring. That's what little girls dream. It's new. There's dysfunction there. And Kevin Samuels was able to point it out. And the idea is not necessarily that the woman who calls in Kevin's going to fix her life. At least from my perspective, the idea is that by consuming this type of content and seeing how many different women come in and say the same types of things, that as a man, you understand better how women generally think. As a woman, you better understand how men react to what you think. And what else could you ask for?
That's why I think about the threshold. Okay, so
this is the PhD lady. I'm pretty sure. No. This is one of the sound clip chicks. I remember it. This is either a PhD or I don't need a cookbook.
Several things I'm thinking about, and then I know strategy. So
I think it's cookbook.
I could take a plumber and have him have an entire business because that's the way that my mind works, and so I would make that work for us.
She even sounds like a man. Like she's got that. Ugh. It's not her voice. Like I actually like when women have like a little bit of a deep raspy voice. Like Scarlett Johansson. Ooh, she has such a sexy voice, but she straight up sounds like a man.
Put your penis up.
Oh, call that one.
Somebody laughing.
You see what you just did? You see what you just did?
See how
I gave you a man who's out doing just fine on his own, and you got to go make him earn one and be like you. That ain't gonna work, boo.
It's not. So
but you're gonna emasculate the hell out of him.
Yup.
Because it's like, well, now Thomas, you've been a plumber for 20 years and you just happy, yeah. But now she got me trying to have a truck and this and that going over here. And why? Well, because she's used to Birkin bags. And, she thinks we can become accredited investors. And what's that gonna be like sitting up in the bed on Sunday when Thomas wants to sleep in? Hey, you should get up and start that website. We can do this, we can do that.
Now you see why I say somebody got to be on the same frequency as me, somebody that enjoys preparing and creating the
masculine frequency.
Oh, okay.
And it's not just her. This is a common type of mindset. And somebody like me, I'll work hard when I work hard. The fucking sweat I put into this channel, you would not believe. But I'm also very, I was talking to Trey earlier about, not being in a corporate job and everything. I'm very much, I kind of just, if I'm not motivated, I'm not motivated. But that just means I'm happier with less on my plate. And if I were trying to deal with this woman, hell no.
Not on the right for you on a masculine frequency.
Okay.
So if you want somebody on that, okay, are you all right being 1 of 5?
Oh, I already had this scenario and I didn't like it.
Well, then are you all right with letting Thomas just be? You're not going to accept Thomas.
Why does Thomas have to be my scenario though when I'm surrounded by men that are like engineers and
because they are not. Oh, he already said it.
They're 40 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He said because they don't deal with 40-year-old baby mamas.
The bottom line is you don't.
I think I'm right about that. I'm pretty sure that was the I don't need a cookbook woman, but obviously it wasn't in here. But
I wanted to be 50-50. But here's the thing. Okay, so listen, this is important. Ready? Mm-hmm. That means this career you're talking about, you're gonna give it up anyway because the real career is your husband. He's going to be bringing in all the money. If you get the man you want, he's going to be the major breadwinner. You are not going to be responsible. So this extra degree, extra thing is all actually not going to an outcome. It's just sitting on the wall.
You think so?
Man, if you have a husband paying 75% of everything and you're paying 25%, you are not in a career. You got a job. He's carrying the lion's share. So why do you need a master's or anything else like that to cover 25%? No. Listen. Because this is what so many sisters don't do. They just go talk about jobs and careers and this, but when it gets right down to it, I really don't want to have to be the one responsible for the financial load. I hope God blesses me with a man that I can be, and that's fine. So start with the end in mind.
Okay, I need some advice. I'm a 37-year-old woman, two children.
Jesus.
Okay. I do not have a problem getting a man. It's just I attract weak men.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Celibate. I've been celibate for 2 years.
What?
I've been celibate for 2 years.
Where'd that come from?
I want to know, is that the reason why?
Two people came out of you. What you talking about? I'm trying to understand what's the philosophy here? You're not a virgin. You got two people came out of you. What's going on?
Oh, no, you did not.
Oh, no, you did not have the nerve to bring vagina out here and close it up at 37 years old with two kids out here.
And I'm gonna tell you the reason behind that is because when I do open my legs, the men they get crazy.
P-whips?
Yes.
So the solution is so let me get this right. So you meet a man that's a high value man, a good guy. You think you're gonna be celibate for what? What? To be married?
Yes.
You got your goddamn mind. I wish I would meet a 37-year-old with two kids. You think you gonna separate checks? Check please. No, listen.
And this is getting into, because this is like top 21 times Kevin Samuel schooled modern women. Yeah. It's a more salacious. And it's more like, oh, God. But that's why I showed the first call. And not even the whole thing, because it wasn't that entertaining. But I think it's important to understand that these are just the highlights. And that when you're listening to a call, a woman calls in and they have a conversation for 25, 30, 40 minutes. It's not about winning. This man was trying to help them. And I don't, there was something else that came up earlier. Oh, when Trey was talking about how I talk and, I was condescending in certain ways. That can be accurate. But in the same way that Kevin was very harsh, a lot of those women needed a harsh message because they were getting the message sugar-coated and men around them were scared to be honest with them. I am not saying I am Kevin Samuels. But if I learn anything from him, I learned that I have to be me. And there's going to be times where, maybe I think you're fucking stupid. Maybe I think whatever. It is what it is. Either, you can deal with me being me or you leave. But if you choose to come up here, if you choose to whatever, then realize that I'm not going to treat you like a child. I'm going to assume that if you're here watching what I have to say, that you're mature enough to hear what I have to say. And you might not like it, but that ain't going to stop me. Not because I'm trying to dunk on anyone, but that's just who I am. Perhaps that's why it's been so difficult for me to find that type of community. Maybe I just am hard to get along with. I think I might be opinionated, but I think I'm pretty laid back, but that's for you guys to decide.
Listen, man, I'm making light of it because it is crazy. You're almost 40 years old with two kids talking about celibate. You need to be trying to get that shit away to secure a man.
No. Listen.
No. You're talking about, what you said is you attract.
Because these are, they're weak because they are whipped. I mean, there's a truth to it, though. There's a truth to it. This is what happens as a man when you don't maintain your frame, and when guys like me don't know that that's a thing. When me and Trey are just like, oh yeah, wherever you want to eat, that's fine. I'm cool. I'm laid back. When we don't recognize, when I didn't recognize that you were actually testing me to see if I would bring you to somewhere that I didn't want to go, or that you specifically wanted to go just because, whatever the case was, that I failed that test. I failed that test. Nope. Kenzie, you are on point. And this is why. This is why it doesn't resonate with you. Because you don't need this message. I don't know your marriage, but I assume you're happily in that relationship. I assume you're happily married. And so you don't need this message. This message is for the women that just don't get it.
Lower value men.
Not really.
Okay, not the right men, crazy men, whatever, not the good guys.
Weak.
Okay, lower value is weak.
Okay. Okay.
So when I said if you attracted a higher value man, you think you're going to make him wait until marriage? How do you think that's
sweetheart? I'm gonna tell you like this. My cookies is worth the wait.
Well, first off, check this, sweet. I know your cookies ain't worth the wait because you ain't made nobody wait. You got 2 kids without a marriage.
I was married.
Name me the product that gains value with age and use.
You are 100% correct, Mackenzie. However, which sex, I'm talking about heterosexual relationships, which sex controls access to sex? The gender that controls access to sex dictates the landscape. So absolutely men and women play games. Absolutely men lie to women. Absolutely men cheat on women. But why? If women are the ones who control who has sex, obviously outside of our pay, we're not talking about that. We're talking about, consensual relations. Then if y'all turn it into a game, we have no, and again, I'm not talking about you specifically, but just women. If women turn it into a game, then we have no choice but to play. That's why I didn't have sex for like 5 years between college and when I had sex, because I didn't realize if you don't play, you're still going to lose. So you're absolutely right. But the point is, where did that come from? Was that always the case? There was a time very recently when just being a gentleman and going to court a woman was very straightforward. And, maybe you still needed some game or whatever. But the point was, hey, I like you. I appreciate who you are as a person. I'm attracted to you. And I'd like to get to know you further. You can't say that shit. What? You gotta act like you don't give a fuck about her. You gotta get her being like, why doesn't he like me? It's stupid games. But it is what it is. And it's not the men who made it that way.
Our product that gains value.
Hey, we got Lucas in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? We were talking earlier about Ethan Klein going wild on Sneeko and Andrew Tate and VERZUZ Preach, and then I found out some of the people out there were not familiar with Kevin Samuels, so we are just taking a look at some Kevin Samuels content. Welcome, 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 welcome.
Age and use.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I want to say
means value with age and use.
Our product that gains value with age and use.
Yeah.
I want to say. I want to say your mind, but I may be different.
I said a product. Where can you go buy mine? A product.
A product. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna tell me.
Yeah, nothing.
Wow.
Nothing. And let's just talk about your cookies. They're getting older and they've been used.
That don't mean nothing.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby. Yes, it does.
Right, they don't.
Oh, you are
I'm honest. I'm honest, ma'am.
That's it. He's honest. Hey, free NBA Youngboy. Who is NBA Youngboy? Free NBA Youngboy. It says salty sled. I'm not gonna dox you. The link is there if you want to come up, brother. Salty, do you know what's good with Kevin Samuels? You're familiar with Kevin Samuels? Sanzik, never heard of him.
What can you, an individual, do about an industry that's dying? Excuse me?
Positive in your
Stay
own.
positive. There are people there were people who sold horses and buggies. But when the automobile came along, you could have made the best horse and buggy and the best horse. You could be as positive as you want. When the market died, you were out of business.
Or you just downsize.
There's downsize for no demand. You can't downsize. Okay, how can you downsize if you were a small? That person had a 9-to-5 job. How can she downsize? Being 1 year in business. You see what I'm showing you guys? This is a 20-some-odd-year-old woman who is too stubborn, sign language, to admit that she don't know what the hell she's talking about. This woman is young enough to be my daughter. She ain't completed nothing in life. She didn't complete college. And this is the problem. And you wonder why women who look like you, who think like you, who act like you, are chronically single.
Hey, we got Sketchy in the building. What's going on, brother?
Not much. Oh.
You good?
Yeah, my back's a little bad.
All right. Well, don't die over there. So we are talking. We're watching some Kevin Samuels. We're talking Ethan Klein, talking about VERZUZ Preach and Sneeko and Andrew Tate. Where are you at with all this shit?
Well, I just watched the VERZUZ Preach video on H3H3 this morning. I think it was like, did it come out last night or was it today?
Somewhere between the two. Not sure.
Yeah. Well, I remember watching it like not too long after it came out, but I was just thinking, this guy's kind of stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I would rather watch Hasanabi than H3H3.
So, are you saying that because you know about their podcast, or is that a coincidence? Did you know that Ethan Klein did a podcast with Hassan? Like they had their podcast?
Wait, did they? Oh, I didn't know that.
That's why, well, not solely why, but that's a big reason why Ethan Klein now has all these political, ideological things, because for, I don't know how long, maybe a few months, him and Hassan did a political podcast, and Ethan knows nothing about politics because he just sits in his studio and has, you know, all of his minions around him, and they just say whatever they say, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're so smart, you're so funny," and yeah. So it's funny that you say that without knowing, because that's exactly it. You're exactly on point.
Dang. I mean, well, at least when Hasanabi has a take, he'll maybe do not even very much when he sees a video, but he'll just watch like 3 seconds in. But at least he'll watch the video. He'll make the effort. Like H3H3 just like said that Auburn Preach were fresh and fit defenders just because they
it's like they made like 10 videos talking shit, and then the one time they get a false allegation, because they are ethical people, they addressed the situation as they should, objectively, and that's what Ethan knows. So Mackenzie says, men do it too. We're talking about playing games. Men do it too. Women started weaponizing their hoo-ha because of the power dynamics. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it, but it takes two to tango. I do agree with you. You know, like I said, it goes both ways. I do maintain, though, that, you know, once, you know, the women's lib, once feminism made casual sex an acceptable part of society, for better or worse, whatever you think about that, that changed the dynamic between how men and women interact when trying to have sex or not have sex or interact.
Like MTR once said, hold on, I'm going to send this clip of him I clipped to you. I think I sent it in the server. Let me check.
From this morning?
Was it? Oh, yeah, from this morning.
Oh, yeah, well, we're kind of winding down. We're just watching a little bit. Morty, do not... His tail's like wrapped around the Ethernet cable. Can you lay down, please? Lay down. Thank you. Are you familiar with Kevin Samuels, Sketchy?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him.
All right. So we are just watching. We're on number 6 out of well, we're counting down, and we're on number 6 of the top 21 times Kevin Samuels schooled modern women.
He did that a lot, though.
Indeed, he did. Well, let's jump back into.
You need to understand what a man that you would want, what he would want in a girlfriend, wife, or significant other.
Like a good mother,
No.
wife.
That changes from every man. That changes from man to man. Where's your father?
Oh, I didn't grow up with a mother or a father.
All right, so due respect, you don't seem to get that men judge the way we judge. And yes, like I said, you have no problem getting men to pay you attention. You got no problem attracting men, but getting a man to take you seriously. And would you like to be married?
I would.
Okay, and that's a problem because you're asking a man to become a stepfather. You're asking, let's say you're asking me to come in and take care of one man's child, a man's 2 children. I didn't create those. It's all downside. I've been a stepfather. It's a horrible deal.
What about the men that have children of their own? They want a stepmother.
Well, again, you still act as
like most men at this age.
Okay, listen. I'll answer. So you're still speaking as if you have leverage in this thing. And I'm trying to level set you. Even if I have children, I got more options than you.
So that's the type of thing that that's the type of thing that people, women would be like, why is he, being a dick and whatever. But she's not getting the message. She's not getting the message. So is it better to say things that she's going to like and her not understand the error of her ways? Or are you there to say the shit that nobody else will say so that she can actually understand? Kenzie says, men in general normalize casual sex. And women said, then we will too. You're 100% correct. 100% correct. This is the issue. This is the issue. If you control, or let's flip it around. If you don't control sex, you have the freedom to get like, I want casual sex. Yeah. If you control who has sex, and then you're like, oh yeah, we want casual sex. Well, I'm like, all right, well, fuck. What? I mean, if you want it, like, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to be nice to you. I don't have to buy you anything. I don't have to spend time with you. That is the issue. Am I wrong, Sketchy?
Nope, you're not wrong.
She said, I was never promiscuous. Are you sure? Are you sure you're sure? She said, I was never promiscuous, but I don't frown on women who are. I mean, I don't frown on women who are promiscuous. I just understand that that is going to severely impact the way that men view that woman. And so, yeah, it's fun to go through your hoe phase when you're 20. But that's the time that you should be looking for your life partner. You cannot, as we are seeing, you can't wait. Hey, what's good? Matthew in the building. Welcome. Says free Tate. Hell yeah. But go back to Mackenzie. It's not about frowning upon anybody. It's about acknowledging the reality of what is going to happen. When you are 37, you have 2 children, and you want a man who makes 6 figures. Ain't gonna happen.
I feel like feminism has taught women today that they can get whatever they want, have their fun, but not tell them the consequences. Like help them understand what comes with all that freedom.
I'm not even gonna pull that up. Come here, Kenzie. I was just teasing you. Lighten up. I'm just teasing y'all. Well, friends here. Yeah, good for you. I mean, I definitely believe it that not every woman, not every man is, I mean, I only slept with eight different women. And I was the same way. I hate not being in a relationship. That's why I don't hook up casually, because I don't have the energy to deal with someone that I'm not trying to be with. And like, I don't even really hang out with other dudes because I don't want to hang out with people that I don't want to hang out with. And I'm sure as shit not looking for sex from them.
I might.
Whatever floats your boat, homie. I'm just saying, personally, being a year into a relationship, that is probably the best that your life is going to be. If you're over, I don't know, 20, 22 years old, and you've been in a relationship for about a year, chances are things are still, fresh and new to some extent, but that's balanced with a familiarity and a comfort. And especially as men, where we're not allowed to be vulnerable anywhere, to be able to have somebody that you trust enough to be vulnerable with, but also you're not fucking tired of them. That's the best place to be. And then, I was, like I said, I was in a 2.5-year relationship in high school. I was in a 3.5-year relationship in college, and I loved it. I loved it because I'm a simple guy. I just ride with me. We got this. I got this. Let's do it. Like, what is the issue? But didn't work out that way. How about you, Sketchy? What kind of relationships you been in?
Well, I've been in, I want to say, 3 long-term relationships. The first one was kind of bad on my end. I wasn't entirely honest. I feel that was kind of when I was first getting into the world of relationships. You know what I mean? Like just starting, and then because I wasn't my best self back then, it didn't really work out. And then by the time my second long-term relationship came up, that was just straight up toxic. And then this recent one,
what does toxic mean?
About, well, we were kind of always arguing, and then always blaming each other for the other's downfalls or something like that, mistakes. And then this last one was really good, and that's the kind of relationship you want to be in, where you can trust your partner, you can be open and honest about your feelings with each other, and just talk things over rather than argue.
Good shit, man. And that's how it should be. It's not, there's no handbook for I mean, the videos that we're watching are as close as you're going to get, but there is no handbook on how to be in a healthy, fruitful relationship. It's trial and error. And when you're young, you don't understand what you don't understand. And you go through these experiences, you learn more, and you get better at it. But because that's what happens for men, but because women always have the option to just monkey branch from this guy to that guy to that guy to that guy to that guy. Not all women do it. Clearly, Mackenzie is not one of them. And then, it's not saying they're bad people if they are. Just making an observation about the world is that women can much more easily do this monkey branching. They can much more easily avoid having to sit in a room by themselves, wishing they were with somebody and they are with nobody.
Yeah, and it's like, what I think it was Kevin Samuels that said it. A woman can be a 1 and go into a bar and everyone will notice her. A man can be average, go into a bar, and nobody will notice him. He'll be lonely sitting by himself.
Well, I think the more accurate way is to say that, not noticing, but the ability to get sex, which is not just about sex; it's about intimacy. Even that the lowest on the totem pole, lowest SMV woman can always go and get attention from somewhere, from someone. But even a guy who is a 4 or a 5. Even a guy who's an 8 or a 9, if you just go into a bar and hey, you want to fuck? Hey, you want to fuck? Hey, you want to fuck? That may or may not work, and it probably won't. And it's just different. It's just different. And so when Mackenzie says men in general normalize casual sex, and women said, then we will too. That was the mistake. We are not the same. Men and women are not the same. So if you try to be men, what did he say to that last one? Put your dick up. You're describing a man. Kenzie says, my biggest advice for relationships is learning to fight fair. Oh, on point. On point. As someone, as you can see, I've been sitting here for 5 hours. As somebody who is not primed to give up, I've been in, I remember one time, I was in an argument for 6 straight goddamn hours with this bitch. It's like, you're fucking wrong. If I didn't, oh my God. And I mean, that was not my shining moment. But you're absolutely right, Mackenzie. Let me finish. Biggest advice for relationships is learning to fight fair. Because you will always disagree on some things, but learning to fight goes a long way. Ironically, my last relationship, which, at the beginning of the lockdown, the issue was that she didn't know that that's what I was doing. So, like, we would have a disagreement, and, like, we'd be over the phone, and then, like, that's when I didn't learn. That's when I didn't learn until more recently. But, so we would be discussing something, and maybe it wasn't even an argument. It was just like, hey, there's this thing, and I never brought it up before, but I would appreciate if, you did things differently this way. And then it kind of got a little more heated. And then because it got heated after the phone call, I'd be like, all right, I don't know if I got it out the best way that I want to. And I think I'm a pretty good orator. I think I can speak pretty well, but I'm much better at writing than I am at speaking. So I sent her like a paragraph of like, okay, so what I'm at was, she dumped me the next day. She was fine when we hung up the phone. But she's like, then you texted me. And I'm just like, am I ever going to hear the end of what you want? And I just didn't know any better. I didn't know any better. So Mackenzie, good advice. Learn to pick your battles. All right. We got about 8 minutes left of this. You want to dive back in?
Bet.
I can go find a woman with no kids because I can afford both of you. If I can afford to take care of you and your kids, I can afford to take care of her and no kids.
Yeah.
Why would I pick you and your kids when I know your kids are not I'm not their father. They'll never look at me as their father. I got all the responsibility and of the upside of being a biological father. Can I discipline those children like they were my own?
They don't need discipline. They're
See, that's your problem. There you go, right there.
They don't need discipline.
I'm not saying we should have a special victim status, but our circumstance is different. We are women. We are less
you're 24 years old. Is your circumstance harder or easier than your grandmother and your great-grandmother?
Exponentially easier. We have access to information we didn't have.
Exponentially easier, but you're handling it worse. Your grandmother, your great-grandmother actually work with a black man with more trauma.
Because they understood that the black woman and the black man are on the same side. Now that we are all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to, why would we seek to, be one with the black man? We even think that
Thank you. Clip it, slice it, put it on World Star. She said it, not me. Now that you're independent, you don't need me. There you go. And there you go, black man. There it is. She finally got one to say it.
Build businesses with us.
Your grandmothers and your great-grandmothers had more trauma and more stress and did it better.
Ooh.
Okay. You went to work for.
All right, we got. Ooh, I remember her face too. We're in the last 4.
Company. And you gave them 5 years. And in that 5 years, they benefited from your creativity, from your ingenuity, and they increased their profits. Mm-hmm. All these things happened. You gave them your blood, sweat, and tears. And the employment.
I remember this being bad. I don't remember what it is, but the fact that I remember her face, this is going to be something.
Terminated for any reason. You could not continue to.
And Sketchy, if you want to say something, just hit, or just tell me, just say lunch or whatever, or just say pause or something.
Expect to be paid for 6 months. You would cut off at the last day of your employment. You could not go back to that office. You could not use a computer. Listen. I need you to listen. I didn't cut you off. You couldn't use a company car.
Rocking that fucking bow tie. Look at that shit. Woo! That's drippy. Drippy.
The credit card, it would end, and you couldn't say, "Well, you guys owe me this because you made so much money." That's not how it works. It's over. Do you accept that? Do you accept that in the work world? First off, do you accept that in the work world? That's how it happens.
Okay, so real quick, I think if I remember correctly, this woman was saying that she was in a relationship and they broke up. And she was mad because he didn't pay her rent for the next 6 months because she was depending on him. And she said once they broke up, he should have paid for my rent for at least 6 months. Something along those lines, if I'm remembering correctly.
Would a man be entitled to you if he isn't even with you? Why would he be entitled to pay for anything?
Because he set up my lifestyle and just out of nowhere, what am I supposed to do?
Find a new lifestyle.
Bingo. So let's back it up because just a couple seconds.
It's only this because you made so much money. That's not how it works. It's over. Do you accept that? Do you accept that in the work world? First off, do you accept that in the work world? That's how it happens.
The reason I don't accept what you're saying is because
in the work
she said you still get paid after you get fired.
World.
Unemployment. So because
unemployment.
This bitch! Oh my God! She said unemployment. I'm done. Oh my God,
bro.
Oh my God. The saddest part of that is that she's not even she's viewing it from the perspective of, okay, when I work, I get money. If I get fired, I can still get money. She has no concept of the fact that the money that she's getting from work is from her work, and the money that she gets from unemployment is from a completely different source. It's from the government. Now, do you understand, Mackenzie, legitimate question. Do you understand a little bit more about why men appreciate what Kevin Samuels did? Speaking of learning to pick your battles, does it, or I mean, and you don't have to. I'm just asking if this is changing your mind at all. Whether the first call had anything to do with it. I'm just curious. Sketchy, anything before we go on?
Nah, I'll say it at the end.
All right.
Not paid by the unemployment is not paid. First off, unemployment is not your full salary. And it's paid to the state and you have to qualify. If you get terminated for cause, you don't get unemployment. The point is you're still getting the same benefit as if you were in an active relationship when it's over. So when I asked if he could actively have sex with you, that would be ridiculous. If it would be no more ridiculous than someone expecting.
I just want to point out what the fuck I just did. Not something that I accomplished, just a thing that I did. Something that Mr. Kevin Samuels accomplished. I have no idea how old this exchange is. And I would say at least 6 months, I was watching him pretty much daily. Before she even started talking, I remember exactly what her story was. I don't really know what you want to do with that, but just sit on it.
To get full benefit of a company when they've been terminated or when they quit.
I was no longer getting full benefit. It was just partial, the home and the car. I was not getting my hair, my nails, my trips, my shopping, my whole entire life anymore. It was just whatever left of it that I had because, that was what I was stuck with.
Okay.
I wish that went on further because that 100%, I was right. And she did not end up, she didn't end up coming around. Because he says, I wasn't saying he was completely wrong. I was just pointing out a woman point of view. Fair enough. And do you think it's accurate that the reason that his message didn't resonate with you is because you're not one of the women who needed to hear this message? It feels like women like you were like, yeah, of course. Why you gotta be so mean about it? It's because they don't get it. That's why. Does that so the question is, does that hold water?
How much money?
Right. Number 3, top 3.
To live the life you want, to eat, travel, hair, makeup, shopping, caring for family. Come on, give it to me. Don't hide it.
500,000.
All right. What percentage of men earn that?
Very little. No, I mean, if you're talking all races, I would think.
I just said what percentage of men earn that?
Oh, maybe like 7% or something.
Well, half.
Not 1%. 1%.
3% earn around 300,000 more. 500,000 the top 1% of all men. And guess what? Men don't go and do what they have to do to become those kind of men. And what age do you think those men are when they're earning that kind of money?
40s.
Right.
I'm not surprised by this, Mackenzie. I absolutely understand that this is not every woman, and that's not the point. The point is, it's enough women. It's enough that when I'm just going out, me or any other man is going out in the world to try to find the one. There's so many of these women out there. And so, like you're saying these women don't speak for me. I've never been supported by any man except my father years ago. And so that you are not the type of woman that men need to look out for. But there's a lot of women who are those type of women. And that's what, especially as every guy can say, like, oh, I'm a nice guy, but like, ask the girl I liked in middle school. I'm still friends with her. She knows. I was the simp of all simps. I was the beta of all betas. I just didn't know any better. And it broke my fucking heart over and over and over and over again. I needed something. I needed help. I didn't know that this was the world. And now I do. And that's why I want to show it to anybody who doesn't know. I feel like I need to present it, because love it or hate it, it's there. And people, a lot more men need it than you would expect.
The men who fought in corporate America or fought in the work world for 20 plus years. They want kids and a legacy.
True, but I do want kids now. That was my past.
But that's recent. What you said earlier was what I believe to be the truth. I want to focus on my husband. Great, that will make you a good first wife or starter wife. But typically, men want legacy. They want a woman who's going to give them 3 or 4 kids for that $500,000 they're earning, because they got to pass it on somewhere. They don't want to leave it to their dog. So the kind of men you're dating probably are these guys who want a woman to do a couple things. They're on some 50-50 splitting the bill kind of shit, which is fine.
Oh no.
Some of the misperception.
Oh, it's Tommy Lahren. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man, has anybody seen the video that Tommy Lahren did when she was like, "Look, me and my girls, we're like getting shit done. You need to step up." I was maybe like, that was probably right around 2020. And yeah, let's just see.
And misconceptions about some of the things I said in that video that I want to go through real quick. First and foremost, okay, I don't think all men are trash. And I also want to, again,
I mean, to shut this down. Tommy Lahren is teaching black women a very valuable lesson. A very valuable lesson. What is that? You cannot just drag men and get away with it. The point I made is, notice Tommy's demeanor. Notice how she's coming in to fix this. She said all men are trash. That's what she said. All men are trash. She didn't edit anything. She doubled and tripled down. She was full of that because she didn't get any pushback. Why? Because this playbook had worked in the black community for 50 years. But see, the white community, other communities where they have family system, patriarchy, family values, if nothing else, they have seen what is happening in our community. What happens when you let this gender war take root? Men are pushing back, and they are shutting this crap down. Tommy Lahren's got something to teach you. Think about it. This was going on in our community for 50 years. This didn't even get a week. She made a video on Monday, and on Thursday, she was back. She was moonwalking backwards like a mug.
So before we get to the final one, and if you recognize her, we all recognize her. If you know, you know. Kenzie says, what bothers me is that they like to call this feminism. They're trying to rewrite a new definition of feminism, and it's so cringe. I mean, I 100% agree with you. What I'm trying to determine is if they are wrong, or if that's what feminism really has become. And
feminism has become less about freedom and more about privilege.
Absolutely. Fucking bars, bro. Fucking bars. And you know, first wave feminism was the suffragettes, right there with you. Second wave feminists were just about equality in society and the workplace. But then you won.
Mm-hmm.
And like Mackenzie's saying, now they're trying to, and like you said, they got all the rights, but that wasn't enough. So now they turned to the privileges. You guys make this fun. You guys make this fun. I was like, I was ready to be done at like 2 hours. We've been going for 5:16. All right, let's. She's the number one. This is the woman that made him go famous. That's words. This is the woman. This is the exchange that went viral and made Kevin who he is. Mackenzie says, trying to ride on the coattails of the real feminist movement. Facts. Facts. Preach. All right, let's do it. Number one, average at best.
What would you rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10? You cannot use 7.
10.
Nice.
My face when I wake up 5, but when I put myself together 6.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
What do you say?
I said she's gonna rank herself as a 10, but
that's fair though. You know, 5, 6. That's fair. That's fair. Let's make sure.
When I wake up 5, but when I put myself together 6.
Okay. And how tall are you?
5'5".
Dress size.
I'm sorry.
Your dress size.
A 3.
Okay. So that makes you, if you give yourself a 5, that's average.
Yes.
So average looking women tend not to get high earning men. They tend to get average men.
So
did you I mean, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Breathe and digest. You're 35 years old and you can.
I am not going to lie to you. There is a significant amount of voyeurism that I am loving this. I can't lie to you. Sometimes it's fun to just watch, but there's value too.
Look around and see the world. You don't tend to see higher earning men with average looking women off rip. If you do see them, they got their average looking woman when they were both really young and he built his way up. But a man earning the kind of money you're talking about does not go for an average looking woman.
Boom. Boom.
Facts.
So what were you saving to the end? You said you had something to say? Saving it to the end?
I like Kevin Samuels. He was a good guy trying to spread a good message that women need to stop considering themselves as perfect because they'll never improve themselves. And then when he died, everyone just went on Twitter, posted, "Oh, Kevin Samuels." You'd go onto Twitter if you weren't like deep into politics and you think this guy committed a massacre, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like just saying these things. Even though most of the women eventually agree because it doesn't sound like they want it to sound, we've created a world where that is a thing where, well, it doesn't matter if you're right. I don't like the way that you're saying it, and therefore you are wrong. And that is the men's fault. That is the men's fault. This goes back to what Mackenzie was saying about how men, when men talked about how sex should be casual and women jumped on board. Well, okay, now that does give them a certain level of power. And if you don't know how to wrangle that power, then they will be the more powerful one. And that's not what women want, by and large. Women want to be with a real man. They want to be with someone who's confident and strong and smart and capable and all of these things, a provider. And so when it gets mixed up that, yeah, a man will sleep with you because you're giving it away, that doesn't mean he wants to deal with you because you act like a man. That was the message. I mean, that's the long and short of it. That is the long and short of it. So as usual, we went over a billion things that I didn't really intend on doing, but that's what I really enjoy about hanging out with you guys is that, you know, I'll have a topic and then we can go out, we can go wherever we go. This is here for us. So Sketchy, I'm gonna give you the floor. Anything you got to say to the people? Anything to shout out? The floor is yours.
All right, crap. I was about to say something, but didn't think. So yeah, like I said in the last video, I got a channel coming up. Videos dropping this weekend.
What's the channel called?
Hold on, it's gonna be on my account right now, but I'm gonna remove everything before I upload, and then I'm gonna start.
Nobody knows what you haven't said it yet. What is your channel?
I don't have a name for it yet.
Well, what's the name now? So if people want to go, you said you're gonna change it, right? So if you already have a channel.
Salty Plays Official. It's literally you can click on my username in the chat.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, brother.
Join IndianJesus' Discord. It's fun in there. Support him.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, brother. I do appreciate it. And as always, a good time hanging out. Thank you for coming up. And I'll see you in Discord. You know that.
All right, see you.
Peace. So we started with Sneeko talking about Andrew Tate. And we ended with Kevin Samuels and his original average at best conversation. And I wasn't intending on it, but conversations got started and people didn't know who Kevin Samuels was. So I had to show him. I had to show him what's good. But indeed, I am still here. I am still here. And in long stroking him, I'm trying. And so yeah, we went over a lot. We started with Sneeko going defending the Tates, the Tate family, the Tate name, saying that they legitimately don't need to care about being canceled because they already made it. It's people like me. It's people like Sneeko. Obviously, we're different in a lot of ways, but people who have not made it yet, who need to care about being canceled. The people who are already millionaires, who are already, in businesses elsewhere, who, have families if that's what they want. YouTube is just extra. So for some of us, this really is, I was just talking to a friend the other day about, I had the intention of staying at my job, being a dog trainer, staying at my job. It's flexible, it's easy. I have the time, and Shaw made it. He made it. And it allows me to do both and then build the channel. And that would be how my life moved out. It seems now that I don't exactly know, but I might be, it seems like my boss might be trying to push me out of the company. I'm not, maybe business is just slow. I don't know what it is, but I'm broke as fuck. So what I care most about is providing you guys with something that you genuinely and truly find value in. So if I meant to do a 2-hour stream and we are here 5 hours and 25 minutes later, that's what it's going to take. Because I'm in it to win it. I am here. I want to say this. I cannot say this. There we go. I cannot say this. I would like to say this. I need you guys' help, and I appreciate I said it before, and I'll say it again. I appreciate you guys every single second that you spend on this channel with me. If you're in the Discord, I appreciate that. If you follow me on Instagram and Twitter, I appreciate that. Every comment that you send reinforces that, all right, I can do this. Everything else I've done in my life besides, just regular jobs, I failed. And I've been fired from just under half of the jobs I've ever had. I don't want to fail anymore. And I think I'm good at this. And I think I can provide you guys with that value. If you ride with me, it will be worth it. But everybody says that, right? So it's my job to prove it to you guys. And I'm dedicated to doing that. So the more that my community tab was just activated today, I want to think of a good first post, but I'm going to be, interacting with you guys. So if you're not subscribed, make sure you hit the subscribe button. In the description, there is the Discord link. That is definitely the best way to get a hold of me and see what's going on. I talk a lot about what I'm, the stuff that I'm watching throughout the day to see what I'm going to stream about. And the more input I can get from you guys, the more I can just give you what you want instead of trying to guess. Do you want to talk about politics or do you want to talk about Kevin Samuels? Instead of having to guess, you guys should be like, yo, do another Kevin Samuels stream. I'll be like, all right, word up. Let's do it. If you guys, once we're doing the Game of Thrones show, House of the Dragon, we're doing the watch party every Sunday. And when that ends, if you guys are like, yo, there's this show on Tuesday nights and we should watch it together in the Discord, I'm down. Let's do it. This is what I'm trying to do. Build something that is equally, it's equally valuable to all of us. Yes, I am trying to get money out of this, of course. Don't you try to get money out of your job? That doesn't mean that you inherently hate it. That doesn't mean that you don't work hard. That doesn't mean that your job is just a job. Maybe it is. But it's not because you're getting paid. It's because it's not what you want to be doing. This is what I want to be doing. Hanging out with you guys. That would be my dream. So help me out. You guys have already done so much, but but you guys have already done so much, and I appreciate it to no end. But we're only just getting started. We're only just getting started. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I couldn't ask for more. I think we went over a lot today. And we parsed out a little bit of difference between, actually, throughout the last few streams, really. We've been focusing on the difference between, or rather, where that line is in the red pill community, in the red pill message. Where is it stop being helpful? Because it certainly, at a point, stops being helpful. Like I said, the red pill should be a pit stop. You're a loser, beta, whatever. Come to the red pill community, you learn all the shit that you didn't know, and then you go on with your life. I'm not a red pill channel content creator. So as much as I have respect for that ideology, I'm looking to do more than that. I'm not looking to be a pit stop. I would like to be a part of your guys' lives for a long time. When, Morty here just turned 13 years old. That's pretty decently old for a dog. I hope that when the fateful day comes that he passes, I don't have anybody else. This is my dog, but he's my dog, And in the worst of times, he's the only one that's been there. And I understand biology. Within the next 3 to 5 years, he gonna die. And I hope that this is a place where I can come and talk to you guys about it. And you guys can help me feel better. And hopefully, I'll be able to provide you with something from that. I think every experience that I have, I'm always looking for a lesson or something to propel me to the next step. I hate stagnation within myself. And I think I'm just hit 500 subscribers, and I appreciate every single one of you, but that's just the beginning. So again, the Discord is in the description. Also in the description, those support links. If you want to help me out, that Cash App is right about to roll across the bottom of the screen. Also got PayPal, Venmo, Bitcoin, all that good stuff. But it is absolutely free It's absolutely free to like, to comment, to subscribe, to ring the bell, to share it with your friends, to watch it again. All of that stuff is free. But you've already done enough by just being here. So if that's all you want to do, and you just want to sit at home and think about how great I am and how awesome this channel is, that'd be fine too. Thank you for coming to the party, guys. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.